Chapter 525. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In this month, many things had happened on the Dawn Road. The experts from the elite factions occupied a city each. The flaming prison city's giant relic had been opened by Futian, so the city belonged to Futian. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In this month, many things had happened on the Dawn Road. The experts from the elite factions occupied a city each. The flaming prison city's giant relic had been opened by Futian, so the city belonged to Futian. The people from the other elite factions were imitating Futian's methods and ordered their citizens to hand over their holy badges. As Futian had set the precedent and fulfilled his promise, there were many people who were willing to give it a try. Many people handed over their holy badges and formed alliances with the people from elite factions. In the wilderness outside the cities, Xiao Juni had killed many people and robbed them of their holy badges and had gotten into a conflict with Sage Duantian's disciple Gu Feiyang over plundering the holy badges. Xiao Juni had commanded an army of dead spirits into the city where Gu Feiyang was, and a massive war had broken out. Cultivators were dying constantly, causing the dead spirit army to expand and become stronger, while Gu Feiyang's command was weakened, putting him in a disastrous state. At the same time, apart from persuading the crowd into handing over their holy badges, the people from the other cities also used hard-handed means, like Ning Huang from Jishao City. He used domineering methods to sweep the entire city. Now, the entire Jishao City did not have 10,000 people, but the entire city all took orders from Ning Huang and was perfectly under Ning Huang's control. The entire city was his army, with Mo Jun as the commander. Many people had guessed that before the Holy Road's trial ended, Ning Huang would definitely gather enough holy badges to open a giant relic. The only thing that was uncertain would be how much benefits his followers would be given. Moreover, some people hypothesized that Ning Huang had ambitions to attack other cities. Presently, in Jishao City, in a glorious golden temple, Ning Huang sat high up and many people gathered to report to him. All the cities are frantically gathering holy badges. Now, it is highly likely that Xiao Juni has the most badges in his possession. His methods are the most ruthless, and he is currently at war with Gu Feiyang. If one party is able to kill the other, they would have gathered enough holy badges to open a giant relic. Someone reported. Xiao Juni and Gu Feiyang would definitely already have many holy badges. In Flaming Prison City, Futian is still cultivating in the relic and helping others to decipher it. Now, there are people gradually breaking through their cultivation levels and leaving the giant relic. Ning Huang's expression hardened. Being tricked by Futian and allowing him to successfully open the giant relic was a humiliation to him. Perhaps Futian is not going to leave the relic, someone else said. Futian had offended many elite factions this time. He was probably not going to easily leave the relic. Young Master Ning, I have a suggestion. Just then, a person walked out from the group. It was Chen Wang from the Blazing Sun School and the Divine Sky City's Chen clan. He had seen everything that had happened in the relic. Say it, Ning Huang said emotionlessly. From my knowledge, Futian is from Divine Sky City and has many friends around him. Young Master Ning can order some people to hold them captive. If that is so, Futian will automatically come to Jishao City to kneel and beg for young Master Ning's forgiveness, Chen Wang said. Ning Huang frowned. This method was too underhanded. If he wanted to kill someone, he could just kill Futian directly. With his identity, he would not stoop to such a level. Chen Wang saw Ning Huang frowning and understood that Ning Huang was prideful and, as a person from an elite faction, cared about his reputation and felt that such a method was beneath him. He continued, Young Master Ning is a genius and would not use such methods. However, to deal with despicable people, we naturally do not need to care about being upright to them. Young Master Ning does not need to personally get involved in this matter, just give the command and Futian is dead. We will naturally settle the matter and bring Futian's head to you. At the side, Li Sun looked at Chen Wang. It looked like someone wanted Futian dead, but he did not know the identity of that person. Remembering his enmity with Futian, if Futian did not die, he would definitely be killed in the future. Li Sun also stepped forward and said, Young Master Ning, this person has a point. A despicable person like Yi Futian dared to trick young Master Ning, and use underhanded means like a speed ritual implement to escape. Otherwise, the relic would have been young Master Ning's. Now that Yi Futian has opened the relic, the people following him are all grateful to him, and in the flaming prison city, many people are claiming that if Yi Futian's cultivation level can reach the noble plane, he does not need to fear the other geniuses and can sweep the entire holy road. Ning Huang raised his eyebrows, a fierce glint appearing in his eyes. That's right, those people following Yi Futian must be intentionally exaggerating to make it sound like Yi Futian's potential is unmatched in the holy road. Chen Wang chimed in as well. Since Ning Huang was prideful, hearing all these would probably make him very unhappy. He was clear that someone like Ning Huang who had impressive potential would be sweet-talked by many and view himself highly. He would definitely feel that he was the person who was unmatched in the holy road. Now, an arcana plane cultivator that had tricked him before was exalted by others. He would definitely be dissatisfied. There are sure to be many holy badges in the flaming prison city. Our Jinshao city already has no more holy badges, we need to plunder them from others. Why don't we let the people of the flaming prison city understand who is the real king of the holy road? Li Sun continued to suggest. Ning Huang's gaze casually swept across Li Sun and Chen Wang. He naturally understood that these two people wanted him to give the order to kill Yi Futian. It looked like they had a grudge against Yi Futian. He mockingly looked at the two of them, wanting to make him do their dirty work. Li Sun and Chen Wang were apprehensive when they saw Ning Huang's sneer. They lowered their heads, not daring to look Ning Huang in the eye. "Mo Jun, you handle this matter," Ning Huang nonchalantly said. Li Sun and Chen Wang were elated and raised their heads to look at Ning Huang, but saw Ning Huang coldly look at them and say, "The two of you will support Mo Jun. If Yi Futian is not dead by the time the holy road opens, you two die." After saying that, Ning Huang stood up and left. The only reason why he was doing this was because Yi Futian deserved to be killed. The two that were trying to make him do their dirty work? No problem. If they could not do it, then they would pay with their lives. Li Sun and Chen Wang were perturbed and felt chills down their spine. If Yi Futian did not die, they would. How ruthless. The two of them clenched their fists with determined expressions. They would have to kill Yi Futian no matter the cost. Li Sun also left and returned to the White Sovereign City's crowd. He saw Li Qingyi staring coldly at him, and she said, "How could you be this despicable?" Now, her brother had completely revealed the darkness within his heart. Li Sun looked at Li Qingyi, then broke into a cruel smile. "Your relationship with Yi Futian appears to be quite good. I wonder if he cares about you," Li Sun said with a sneer. Li Qingyi felt chills down her spine. Back then, Li Sun had already used her and nearly killed Yi Futian in one strike. Now, was he going to do it again? Yi Futian naturally did not know the conversation that had taken place in the Jinshao city, but he knew that many people in the Holy Road wanted him dead. Therefore, he did not hurriedly step out of the giant relic, not because he wanted to avoid them, but because he wanted to continue raising his cultivation level. In this period of time, his sorcery and martial arts had both risen to the pinnacle of the 8th level of the Arcana Plane. There was a chance for him to break through his current level in the relic and raise his cultivation to the 9th level of the Arcana Plane. Moreover, he had already comprehended his own noble will. If his cultivation level continued to go up, he would really be one step away from the noble plane. Apart from that, he had helped others to decipher the will that the sages had left behind and allowed Yu Xing and Yi Wuchen to use the relic's flame to train their physique. Like him, Yu Xing had also stepped into the 8th level of the Arcana Plane, while Yi Wuchen had stepped into the 9th level of the Arcana Plane. However, they had not comprehended the noble will yet, so Yi Futian asked them to start trying. Yi Futian also paid extra attention to Qi Nin, Xia Wuji, Xianyuan Beishan and the disciples of the Starry School, so their cultivation levels were improving gradually. The relic has a limited effect on my growth now. I'm preparing to go out and cultivate. What about you all? Qi Nin asked Xia Wuji, Xianyuan Beishan and the rest a few days later. Agreed. I have had a deep understanding in the time that Yi Futian has helped us in our cultivation. I feel as though I am about to break through my current plane. I hope there are a few battles for me. Xianyuan Beishan laughed, and said, although they all had their own enlightenment, their improvement was not as massive as Yi Futian's. After all, Yi Futian was the person who had inherited the entire relic, and his cultivation level was much lower than theirs. Moreover, he specialized in flame abilities. Cultivators who specialized in flame abilities benefited the most from the giant relic. Let's go, Xiaowiji said. The few of them looked at Yi Futian and did not disturb him as they saw that he was still cultivating. They nodded towards Lulan Shui and she returned their holy badges to them before they stepped out of the relic. Now, the holy badges in their hands had already lost the shine it once had and could not be used to open another relic, but it was still an essential item for crossing the holy road. After leaving the relic, they realized that Flaming Prison City was in chaos. There were people fighting everywhere for the holy badges. What happened? Qinin asked a nearby cultivator. There have been a group of people in the Flaming Prison City who have formed an alliance recently, and have been going around plundering other people's holy badges. This caused those who had lost their badges to target other people's badges. The person replied, staying far away from Qin Yin's group. He was evidently very apprehensive. Qin Yin's expression changed. The Holy Road's trial would become more crazed the later it went. At that moment, a group of experts appeared in front of them and soon surrounded Qin Yin's group. They frowned and said, our holy badges are of no use anymore. We know that. The expert in the air replied cruelly, then waved his arm and started the fight immediately. Qin Yin's group had grim expressions and they knew that they had no other choice but to battle. In the distance, there were people who were successively gathering. Some people who had cultivated with Qin Yin's group even came up to help, but the other party's people were also increasing in numbers. It was only when Li Sun appeared that Qin Yin understood and coldly said, all of you are Ning Huang's men. Li Sun, do you even have morals? Xianyuan Beishan's expression was steely. You all have chosen to follow Yi Futian, while I am following young Master Ning. It's all for the sake of our cultivation. I'm very curious whether Yi Futian will choose to save you all. Li Sun continued emotionlessly. Keep these few people alive and kill the rest. Those who had cultivated in the giant relic were stunned and Qin Yin berated. Li Sun, their holy badges have no purpose whatsoever. What's the point of killing them? They can only blame themselves for following the wrong person. Li Sun said callously. He wanted to enrage Yi Futian. Only when Yi Futian was angry would he disregard the repercussions and step out of the giant relic. Now his life was linked with Yi Futian's. If Yi Futian did not step out of the giant relic, they would not be able to kill him, and if Yi Futian did not die, Ning Huang would have his life. For his own life, he could only slaughter. He looked heartlessly at Qin Yin. He wanted to see who it was that had chosen the wrong path. Chapter 526. In the Flaming Prison City's giant relic, Yi Futian closed his eyes, deep in cultivation. Around his body, there was starlight circulating around his body, forming an invisible might around him and enveloping the surrounding area. In the Flaming Prison City's giant relic, Yi Futian closed his eyes, deep in cultivation. Around his body, there was starlight circulating around his body, forming an invisible might around him and enveloping the surrounding area. The power of starlight was an extension of the earth element. Presently, above the giant relic, starlight gleamed and the people below could all feel a horrendous pressure. The revolving starlight contained an invisible might which engulfed the entire area. A second noble will. Many people raised their heads and looked towards Yi Futian. After cultivating for a few days in the relic, Yi Futian had already deciphered the flame noble will. Now, an earth element noble will had also formed and they could feel that it was an extremely strong noble will from the might crushing down upon them. The noble will was the symbol of a noble plane expert. It was a force created by the cultivator's spiritual energy resonating with the heavens, and cultivators could use it to exert the might of their spiritual will on others' spiritual wills. At the same time, it could also be used to empower their attacking abilities. Thus the gap between a noble plane and an arcana plane cultivator was nearly impossible to bridge. If an arcana plane cultivator did not use an extremely strong ritual implement, it would be extremely hard to challenge a noble plane cultivator. As long as they had not deciphered the noble will, even a cultivator at the pinnacle of the arcana plane would be a lot weaker. However, there were some geniuses who had already formed their noble will while in the arcana plane. They would be able to bridge the gap in strength, and moreover, it would even benefit their cultivation level and cause their cultivation speed to increase. The noble will relied on the enlightenment level of one's spiritual will and spiritual energy control. The better a cultivator was able to control their spiritual will and energy, the easier it was for their spiritual energy to increase. Therefore, the crowd predicted that Futian would not need long to break through from his current level to the noble plane. This was the difference in potential. A person with weak potential, even as their spiritual energy continued to grow and approach the noble plane, would be limited by their enlightenment and spiritual control. This would cause them to be unable to break through, or more commonly termed a bottleneck. For Futian, however, there was no such thing as a bottleneck standing between him and the noble plane. At that moment, the crowd felt a formidable aura in the air, and their expressions changed. They looked towards the direction it was coming from and they saw Yuxing's body being surrounded by a fearsome demonic might. His body was clad in dark golden armor, as though a demon's shadow had appeared on him. A terrifying image appeared in the crowd's heads. It was as though a demon stood in front of them, trying to overwhelm their wills and make them worship it. He has also formed his noble will. The crowd saw the image and were astounded. Moreover, it was as though the noble will had been formed from his innate potential. This caused their expressions to become weird. Could it be that this burly teen also had remarkable potential? Since he had always stood beside Futian, Yuxing had never been that outstanding. After a long while, Futian and Yuxing finally ended their cultivation. Futian turned to Yuxing, smiling and asking, "You've been enlightened?" "It seems like it." Yuxing scratched his head and replied, "Seems like?" Futian was dumbstruck and thought to himself, "This fellow is too sloppy. You told me the crux of the noble will, so I tried to decipher it and the noble will's might just formed uncontrollably." Yuxing continued, "It seemed quite easy." Futian glared at Yuxing, then turned around gloomily. He really wanted to hit him. "Let's continue cultivating then and raise our cultivation level to the 9th level of the arcana plane. That way, we'll be only one step away from the noble plane," Futian said, smiling. The noble plane that he had been anticipating for such a long time was finally within his reach, and he was quite happy about it. Back then, a huge obstacle of his was the noble plane Emperor Luo. To him, Emperor Luo had been like a god, impossible to surpass. Now, he was finally reaching that level too. At that moment, he was interrupted by a few figures rushing towards him. At the entrance of the relic, they looked towards Futian and said, "Master Yi, we have trouble." Futian looked at them, confused. He asked them, "What's the problem?" "The past few days, there have been people murdering cultivators in the flaming prison city. Many people have died and had their holy badges taken. Previously, the people of the flaming prison city thought it was a group of strong cultivators who had formed an alliance to plunder the badges. We only just found out that they were from the Jinshao city. The Jinshao city is currently under Ning Huang's control and they have orders from Ning Huang to come to our city to plunder." The person who had rushed here continued to say, "Not long ago, a few of Master Ye's friends were brought away by Ning Huang's men. There were also others who were killed on the spot." Futian's expression turned grim. It should have been Qin Yin's group that had been taken away. The other party had left word. The person continued. "What did they say?" Futian asked. "The person's name appears to be Li Sun. He said that if Master Yi wanted them alive, you could go to the Jinshao city to get them back. He can release Qin Yin's group and even Li Qingyi," the person replied. Futian's expression became even more steely. Li Sun had brought up Li Qingyi on purpose. He was actually using his own sister to threaten him. A frosty killing intent appeared in Futian's eyes. This was not Li Sun's first time. He had to be killed. "Ning Huang is going overboard," someone among the crowd said furiously. "Master Yi, Ning Huang is doing this on purpose." If you go to Jishao City, Ning Huang will definitely not let you go easily. Master Yi, you cannot go to Jishao City. Another person tried to persuade him. Around the giant relic, the experts had all stopped their cultivation and looked towards Yi Futian. There were many among them that were furious. Back then, Ning Huang had come to seize the holy badges in a domineering fashion, taking advantage of Yi Futian's low cultivation level. Now Yi Futian had already obtained the giant relic, but Ning Huang still refused to let it go. He wanted to kill Yi Futian. Have Ning Huang's men left the flaming prison city? Yi Futian asked. They are still in the flaming prison city killing people in an extremely arrogant fashion. Previously, Li Sun gave the order and killed many of our people, claiming that it was only because they had followed Master Yi in their cultivation. Yi Futian heard these two replies from the crowd. Let's go, Yi Futian said, stepping out of the giant relic. The moment he stepped out of the relic, the glow around his body faded. Soon, the flame around the giant relic had been extinguished. The giant relic faded to nothingness in the blink of an eye. The thousands of cultivators stared blankly at the scene, afterward following Yi Futian, who was walking in the air with astonishment. Yi Futian actually left the relic with no hesitation. This meant that if the people from the elite factions came now, they would face no resistance. Yi Futian moved forward in the air and said, Let's go. Master Yi. Many people gathered around and attempted to persuade Yi Futian, saying, Please don't be impulsive. Yi Futian did not say anything and continued to walk forward. Yi Shaoshi, Yu Xing, Mu Jiqiu and the rest followed closely behind him. The huge crowd of experts saw Yi Futian, and many of them followed him. In the blink of an eye, Yi Futian had arrived at a location and there were many corpses lying on the ground. Bastards! Behind Yi Futian, many people clenched their fists. The holy badges on these people already had no use, but Ning Huang still ordered them to be killed. This caused them to have chills running down their spine. Was the killing simply to vent his anger? Genocide? Just because they chose to cultivate with Yi Futian? However, Ning Huang and Mo Jun were elite prodigies. Even if they joined forces, they probably could still not win. If they went to Jishao City, they would definitely die before they could get their revenge. Where are Ning Huang's men? Yi Futian asked. Just as he spoke, a group of people flew towards them from afar. The group was completely made up of noble plain cultivators with strong auras. They looked mercilessly at Yi Futian. They were followers of Ning Huang from Jishao City. If they were able to bring Yi Futian's head to Jishao City, they would definitely be valued by Ning Huang. Thinking about that, they stepped forward and looked towards Yi Futian, asking, You actually dared to walk out of the relic? Just now, they had heard that Yi Futian had stepped out of the relic and they all gathered here. They had previously been cultivating in Jishao City and heard that he had dared to trick young Master Ning. Now, he dared to step out of the relic. How reckless. Yes. Yi Futian looked at the group standing before him and replied calmly. Young Master Ning wants your head, why don't you lend it to us? They laughed and said. Their gazes then turned to the huge crowd standing behind Yi Futian and emotionlessly said, We're acting on young Master Ning's orders. Those who are not involved, take your leave. The crowd's expression turned cold and looked indignantly at those who spoke. Could they be so unscrupulous simply because they were Ning Huang's men? At that moment, the group had already stepped forward and surrounded Yi Futian, the terrifying noble aura surrounding the area. Behind Yi Futian, many people stepped forward one by one, shielding him and looking emotionlessly at the group. Although not many people stepped forward, it took courage to oppose Ning Huang. You all want to die as well? Ning Huang's men sneered. Thank you, everyone. Yi Futian looked towards the crowd and asked, Who else is willing to join me in battle? Since I've received a favor from Brother Yi, I will naturally do my part. A person stepped out. I have broken through my cultivation level in the relic, now is the time for me to test it. I've heard that Ning Huang was hunting those who cultivated in the relic previously. If that's the case, what else is there to be afraid of? Another person stepped forward, laughing. In an instant, more noble plain cultivators stepped forward and an invisible force was formed, causing the opposing group to be on edge. Since you all want to die, I will naturally report that to young Master Ning, one of the opponents said, already preparing to retreat. As they prepared to step back and retreat, Yi Shaoshi moved in a flash to their rear. Surround them, Yi Futian said. Immediately, the crowd stepped forward, surrounding the opponents. Since they wanted to fight, he would let this place be their final resting place. Yi Futian stepped forward, the polearm of divine destruction in his hand. In a flash, starlight glittered and an overbearing noble will envelop the area. His gaze swept across the group and said, "Whoever wants to borrow my head, come and get it." Chapter 527. Ning Huang's people had cold expressions after hearing Yi Futian's words. Then their noble will flared and many figures walked out at once. At the same time, the people around Yi Futian walked out to kill the others. A huge battle burst out at once. Ning Huang's people had cold expressions after hearing Yi Futian's words. Then their noble will flared and many figures walked out at once. At the same time, the people around Yi Futian walked out to kill the others. A huge battle burst out at once. Spiritual qi went wild and the wind raged. Powerful martial arts spells were everywhere. A golden bird rose up behind one man. It shot towards Yi Futian like lightning, or a beam of blinding gold light. It was incredibly fast. "Master Yi, be careful!" someone called out. A horrible starry storm emerged around Yi Futian. Starry light flowed through the polearm of divine destruction, wrapping around him. Boom! With a huge sound, the man, body like a divine bird, charged. He actually broke through the outer defenses of the starry storm and went for Yi Futian's body. However, the moment he sank into the starry storm, he felt like he couldn't breathe anymore. Heavy might pressed down on him as if the stars were repressing him. He slowed down considerably. However, his aura was still sharp and kept charging forward. The divine bird clawed at Yi Futian. It covered the sun and was about to snap Yi Futian's head off. Boom! The polearm multiplied in size, turning into a 100-meter-long staff. Yi Futian struck out. The ritual implement carried the star's weight and landed, almost forcing the other down. He could barely move. Shocked, he looked up at the polearm. Instead of a staff, it felt as heavy as all the stars in the sky. With a loud boom, there was no more suspense. The noble cultivator plummeted to the ground. All his bones and tendons were shattered, his internal organs ruptured. He convulsed and spat out blood. He stared up at Yi Futian in the sky and soon stopped breathing. This violent hit shocked many people. They all gaped at Yi Futian, thinking how powerful he was. He'd killed a grade 8 noble with one strike. It seemed that everyone had underestimated Yi Futian's combat ability and the ritual implement. They were all frightened. Even they had felt the horrible power from that one hit. It felt like the galaxy falling down. How could anyone withstand it? Mu Zhiqiu glanced at Yi Futian. Before the relic opened, she'd guessed that Yi Futian would be at the level of a grade 8 noble with the polearm. Now, his cultivation had entered the 8th tier of the Arcana plane. Even more importantly, he'd comprehended the power of noble will. The noble will also matched the celestial power and polearm, allowing Yi Futian to release even more of the polearm's strength. Thus, even a grade 7 noble wouldn't be Yi Futian's match nowadays if he had the polearm. At that time, 2 more figures rushed out, attacking Yi Futian's ritual implement from both sides. A horribly aggressive beast charged over, along with sharp swords spiritual qi. They were about to destroy Yi Futian. Yi Futian's staff whirled. The frightening starry storm in the surrounding sky seemed to go wild. This place seemed to turn into a world of stars. Starry light flowed as meteorites turned into stars. Yi Futian struck with his staff again. Those two immediately felt stars shooting towards them. As various explosions sounded, their attacks kept crumbling. The horrible stars arrived and killed them directly. Ning Huang's group's expressions changed. Was Yi Futian really this strong? Many people were helping Yi Futian and now they had a disadvantage in numbers. It was practically impossible to kill Yi Futian now. Retreat, someone said. People instantly started retreating, no longer wanting to fight. One figure was the fastest, but a fat person stood quietly before him. he smiled and said. Since you're here, there's no need to leave. As soon as he spoke, emperor vines burst forth, covering the sky. Each leaf transformed into the sharpest golden blades, blocking all exits. The man's face paled. He crazily attacked the incoming leaves, but they were as resilient as divine weapons. Practically indestructible, they stabbed into him, pinning him in the air. The people behind him were stunned. Yi Shaoshi stepped forward. A huge ancient tree appeared behind him, filling the vast space entirely. The emperor-like tree shook and the green and gold light sparkled. The others followed, blocking all exits. Yi Futian stepped forward. Don't keep anyone, he said coldly. A massacre was unleashed there. Many people watched from afar, their hearts trembling. These people from Jishao City had followed Ning Huang to Flaming Prison City. But now, they were stuck in this situation and getting killed. It seemed that other than Xiao Junyi and Gu Feiyang, there would be another huge fight between Jishao City and the Flaming Prison City. We're only following Ning Huang's orders. Please forgive us. Someone started pleading after more and more people died. However, Yi Futian's group had no mercy. They continued killing. Following orders? Their attitudes hadn't been like this earlier. They thought they were with Ning Huang so they could be arrogant. They killed and stole, performing every kind of evil, but now they wanted to be the victims. It was laughable. The frenzied battle continued. After a while, it finally ended. The ground was dyed red with blood and many corpses lay strewn all over. Ning Huang's people were all dead. No one was happy seeing these corpses. They deserved to be dead, but they were still Ning Huang's men. Once Jishao City received the news, they would most likely come for revenge. If Ning Huang and Mo Jun arrived, it wouldn't be this kind of ending. Brother Yi, you are talented and now have this kind of power. You won't be weaker than Ning Huang in the future. You should avoid the spotlight now. Someone standing on the ground advised Yi Futian. Yes, stay alive to fight another day. Someone added. They advised Yi Futian because they felt grateful. They didn't want him to die in Ning Huang's hands. This news will spread to Jishao City soon. Brother Yi, speed is important. Ning Huang's men took my friends, Yi Futian said. Everyone's faces darkened. Ning Huang's actions were extremely lowly, but if Yi Futian went now, it was basically suicide. Plus, many of the people who cultivated with us in the relic these past days may have died in the hands of Ning Huang's people. Yi Futian continued. Brother Yi, don't be impulsive. Someone felt something was wrong with Yi Futian's words. Would he really go to Jishao City? What difference was there from killing himself? The thousands of cultivators in Jishao City were enough to completely destroy Yi Futian even if Ning Huang wasn't there. Since you cultivate with me, can you all help me with something? Yi Futian asked everyone. Of course, someone said, nodding. I'm sure many people will watch when I go to Jishao City this time. I will enter the city myself. There's no need for you all to risk it with me. But can you all help me and seal the city? Yi Futian asked. Seal the city? Everyone's eyes hardened as their hearts trembled. Jishao City? Yes, Jishao City. Yi Futian nodded. Brother Yi. Someone tried, looking at Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian waved his hand. I've already decided on a battle in Jishao City. What if you don't return? Everyone looked at him. He definitely wouldn't return from the city this time. Then I don't return. If I die, Ning Huang won't take his anger out on you all. At that time, you all can leave, Yi Futian said. If I live, then he will escape. Can you all kill those who run from the city? Crazy, everyone thought. Yi Futian actually said that the people of Jishao City would run away. All right, someone said, nodding. If that moment comes, we will definitely do it. Many people stood out. More and more wanted to join because they were affected by Yi Futian's charisma. If he dared to fight inside Jishao City, how could they be scared to seal the city? They would only be guarding outside. If Yi Futian really died within, they wouldn't be in any danger. Let's go, Yi Futian said. He stepped forward and the vast crowd immediately rose, marching towards Jinshao City. In the flaming prison city, everyone was shaken when they heard that Yi Futian was heading towards Jinshao City. They followed as well, so the crowd grew bigger and bigger. It formed a huge force. Other top prides also went forward to other cities. The news quickly shook the entire Holy Road. Yi Futian had stepped out of the relic and was heading towards Jinshao City. After hearing this, Chu Shang and Bing Yi of the mortal world both felt that Ning Huang was too cruel. He'd actually forced Yi Futian to take this step. It seemed that even if he was so talented, Yi Futian would still die this time. They took a warship and hurried towards Jinshao City. After the other forces received the news, the monstrously talented figures all set off with strong cultivators, heading for the city. Jinshao City quickly became the focus of everyone's eyes. At this time, the huge crowd had already arrived outside the city. Yi Futian stood by the gates. There were many people in the city. Seeing Yi Futian, they sneered. Had he come to die? Yi Futian nodded at the crowd and his people spread out. The disciples of the Starry School were there. There was only one entrance and exit of cities along the Holy Road. The other three directions were all places of nothingness. Thus, it was easy to seal the city with enough people. Many people spread out as if coming to watch. Gu Yinshi looked at Yi Futian, a bit worried. However, she knew that if Yi Futian had decided, it was impossible to change his mind. Be careful, Gu Yinshi whispered. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. Then he said, Seventh senior brother Yu Xing, Condor, follow me into the city. As soon as he spoke, he stepped out towards Jinshao City. Yi Shaoshi, Yu Xing, and the Black Wind Condor followed behind. The wind blew and dust flew. Their backs seemed tragically heroic. Li Sun was inside the city, along with many strong cultivators. They sneered at this scene. He'd really come to die. Chapter 528. Li Sun was a bit surprised. He didn't think Yi Futian would be so decisive and come to die not so long after capturing Qin Yin's group. Li Sun was a bit surprised. He didn't think Yi Futian would be so decisive and come to die not so long after capturing Qin Yin's group. After entering the city, Yi Futian gazed at Li Sun. His expression wasn't very intense, and he didn't roar either. He was frighteningly calm. I'm here, he said coolly. Where are they? Brother Yi is indeed loyal. Qin Yin and the others are waiting inside the city. Welcome, Li Sun said, smiling. It was as if they were still good friends. No one could tell what he had done. Yi Futian didn't say anything. He just continued walking into the city. Countless people watched Yi Futian from the city gates until his backside grew unclear. It felt so sad to them. Now they could only pray for Yi Futian. As Yi Futian walked forward, many strong cultivators stepped out powerfully. Yi Futian stopped and gazed at Li Sun. I want to see them. Brother Yi, young city lord Ning wants to see your head. If he sees your head, Qin Yin and the others will be fine. Li Sun was still smiling. Since Yi Futian was inside Jinshao City, he wouldn't be able to live anymore. As for Qin Yin's group, Li Sun had never thought about releasing them so soon. In the near distance, the disciples of the Blazing Sun School arrived as well. They hovered in the air and stared coldly at Yi Futian's group. The son of the Starry School was extremely brilliant, and had inherited the divine path. He was known to be unparalleled in the eastern region of the barren state. Was he going to die here on the Holy Road? All here? Yi Futian muttered. It seemed that many of the people who wanted him dead were gathered in Jinshao City. The polearm of divine destruction appeared in his hand. Dazzling light spun around him and flowed into the ritual implement. Instantly, the polearm shone blindingly. A starry world formed in the surrounding sky. This ritual implement's aura is so strong. Many people stared at Yi Futian's polearm. The aura coming from it was threatening. Boom! Wild aura burst from Yi Futian's body. Everyone saw the shadow of a divine ape come out and rest atop Yi Futian. Extremely domineering power emanated from it. Yi Futian seemed to be filled with chaotic strength. Dazzling golden wings also unfurled behind him. Those were from the golden rock. Its light was blinding. Double life spirits? Everyone's eyes flashed. Then Futian floated in the sky, catching everyone's eyes. Li Sun furrowed his brows. He stared at that dazzling figure. Was this Futian's full power? So he was actually this strong. At Nine Saint Mountain, Li Sun had thought Futian was a typical arcana plane cultivator. That was laughable. Futian could probably fight with a noble at that time already. Thud! Futian's feet lit up with electric light. Wind and lightning flashed as two wings cut across the sky. The thundering illusion step and the golden rock wings overlapped. Futian was extremely fast, arriving before Li Sun like a gold bolt of lightning. Everyone around Li Sun instantly felt extreme might. It was as if a world of stars was weighing down on them. Their spiritual mind and body all became immovable and reacted slowly. At the same moment, Futian's staff grew to be hundreds of meters long. People from afar looked up at this in shock. Instead of Futian's polearm, it looked more like a huge ape. It swept down with horribly aggressive power. No! Some with weaker cultivation were totally shocked. Even some of the grade 7 nobles had changed their expressions. They all activated their ritual implements to defend themselves with their biggest power. Boom! With the huge sound, the sky shook and countless strong cultivators were killed by the strike. The others all spat out blood from the hit. Li Sun fell to the ground. He spat out blood and his face turned white as paper. How could Futian be so strong? That strike was definitely at the peak of the grade 7 noble level. It wasn't a typical grade 7 noble either. Li Sun was the young city lord of the White Sovereign City and had fought with many nobles before. Naturally, he'd fought with the stronger grade 7 nobles too. However, Futian's strike had surpassed all of the ones that he'd fought against before. At that moment, iciness descended. Frost covered Futian's body, trying to freeze his blood. It was a controlling ice spell to stop his movements. It could only stop him temporarily, but Li Sun used this chance to step on the ground and retreat quickly. Then he shot into the air, getting away from Futian. He could feel Futian's dangerousness. Ice exploded and various spells attacked Futian. However, his staff swept past again. Everything shattered. He walked down, and his 90,000-pound heavy polearm was supported by divine light. It was terrifying, as if the sky and earth would crack. As another huge boom sounded, a few more people were killed. Someone tried to escape, but Futian's staff swept by. It landed on the man's head, killing him instantly. The surrounding strong cultivators were all stunned. They thought taking Futian's head would be easy, but his attacks were like lightning. He killed so many noble figures instantly. He was terrifying. Thud. He activated the thundering illusion step again. Futian charged towards Li Sun like lightning. Since this man wanted to die, Futian would make it easy for him. You want to die? A thunderous voice rolled out from the distance at that moment. Many people looked towards the heart of Jinshao City. A huge figure steered his war chariot over in the sky with yaks pulling it. Lightning filled the air. He looked so powerful. Mo Jun is here. Everyone's hearts trembled, but they were relieved. They'd underestimated Futian. He'd suddenly attacked with such frightening combat ability and killed several nobles instantly. They all felt reassured after seeing Mo Jun now. Li Sun sucked in a deep breath. It felt like he just had his life saved. What kind of ritual implement was Futian holding? Why was it so scary? The horribly aggressive yak pulled the war chariot. Horrible thunder and lightning pressed down as the chariot charged towards Futian. Futian gripped his polearm tightly. A star appeared around him like a god of stars. The yak-pulled chariot crushed down and the star cracked. The figure coming from the sky seemed to be undefeatable. In that instant, Mo Jun arrived, crushing down. The yaks and chariot galloped past like an army of thousands of horses and soldiers. They could flatten everything. The star shattered and Futian twirled his polearm. He struck towards the sky, almost splitting the heavens. Boom! The extremely violent collision seemed to crack the sky. Futian plummeted down, his arm shaking. The power contained in the hit must be terrifying. He'd comprehended noble will, but his cultivation plane was still in Tier 8 of the Arcana plane. He could fight a noble with his power or kill a grade 7 noble with his polearm and divine light. But Mo Jun wasn't a typical grade 7 noble. He was the most powerful and talented. He was unparalleled. Mo Jun continued walking down. A horrible image appeared in Yi Futian's mind. It felt like countless yak-pulled chariots brought thunder down on him. The sky and world cracked apart, shattering his will. This was how powerful Mo Jun's noble will was. Yi Futian's body flew. He struck down in the sky. The divine ape roared and thousands of staff shadows appeared. They fell upon the war chariot, and everything crumbled. "Hand it to me." At that moment, another figure came, shining brightly. It was Yi Shaoshi who had released his Emperor Vine's life spirit. It swept forth towards Mo Jun. Yi Futian didn't say anything. He turned and started walking forward. Li Sun's expression changed. He turned and walked without hesitating at all. Yi Futian stepped forward. The strong cultivators in the city gathered in his direction. At that moment, a powerful noble released a spell. Without hesitating, Yi Futian stepped in the sky. He shot forward like lightning and brought his staff down to kill the other. The people on either side were amazed at this scene. The person young city lord Ning wanted to kill was this powerful? Yi Futian continued. People still attacked him, but they all died. Of course, the majority didn't rush to attack. They just watched Yi Futian walk step by step. Yu Xing stood atop the black winged condor, following Yi Futian. No one paid attention to them. They thought that with the two's cultivation plane, they could be killed at any time. Yi Futian was extremely fast. People going towards Li Sun and the Blazing Sun School kept retreating. The wind whistled and an elegant golden pavilion appeared before him. Above the throne in the sky, there was a figure wearing an elegant robe and drinking wine. It was Ning Huang. He was surrounded by a countless number of strong cultivators. Nobles gathered from all directions. Jinshao City's eyes were focused here. Ning Huang continued drinking with his head down. He didn't look at Yi Futian. He didn't actually know that Yi Futian had come out of the relic, nor did he care. He'd handed it all to Mo Jun and Li Sun to take care of. He didn't know until someone reported that Yi Futian had entered the city. Ning Huang was a bit surprised. Could Yi Futian really arrive before him? Mo Jun and his men couldn't take Yi Futian's head. They really were a group of failures. Yi Futian deserved to die, but Ning Huang didn't want to kill him with these methods. Li Sun and the Blazing Sun School had suggested it though, so he had no objections. Now, it was taking this much effort to kill someone like him. Yi Futian was even going to appear before him. This was unacceptable. Raising his cup of wine, Ning Huang drank it at once. Setting it down, he whispered, "Kill him." Ning Huang didn't even raise his head to look at Yi Futian. Since the youth was here, he could only die. He really didn't know to treasure his life. Chapter 529. Yi Futian was not looking at Ning Huang. He was looking at the ones captured nearby, Qin Yin, Xia Wuji, Xianyuan Beishan, and the others. Yi Futian was not looking at Ning Huang. He was looking at the ones captured nearby, Qin Yin, Xia Wuji, Xianyuan Beishan, and the others. "Don't do this, Mr. Yi," Qin Yin uttered as she sighed. When they were captured and be held hostage against Yi Futian, she had thought they were all certainly going to die. They were, after all, little more than squadmates in the same party with Yi Futian, probably casual friends at most. They had never thought Yi Futian would have actually bothered to show up. "We are in the same party. It's a given that no one gets left behind," Yi Futian said with a smile. The hearts of Qin Yin and the rest of the captives were filled with warmth, even though they were rendered speechless. However, they dared not imagine being able to walk out of it all alive, given their current dire predicament. "How loyal of you indeed! Well, we shall send you all on your way then." Members of the Jin clan were among the ones holding Qin Yin and the rest captive, and it was obvious that they had submitted to Ning Huang. Everyone who wanted Yi Futian dead had gathered at Jinshao City. The mighty ones surrounding Yi Futian walked towards him. Thousands were seen in the vast space, and there were many more on their way. Most of those present were noble plain figures, and it was an utterly terrifying scene. Spiritual chi exploded in the skies. Sun god sword, ice seal, golden palm, and a variety of other deadly skills and techniques lashed out against him as they seemed to have blocked out the sky altogether. All of them seemed to want to reduce him nothing in just one go. Futian's polearm of divine destruction stood tall before him as starry storm whipped out above him. It was as if he was clad in stars all around him. He stepped forward as countless spells came for his head. The polearm lashed out in response, meeting the spells head-on, but it made it very difficult for him to move forward. He boosted himself with a variety of tricks, yet his own plane proved inadequate, and his basics lacking, rendering him incapable of swatting everything out of his way simply by blasting out his spirit. That was something only the likes of Ning Huang, who was a mighty one who had reached a certain level, was capable of doing. Seeing Li Sun, whose body was thrown back by the retaliation, Li Qingyi glared at him, who was then in shambles, with cold eyes and asked, "Li Sun, do you realize that you look like a dog now?" Slap! Li Sun slapped Li Qingyi's face hard. There was no gentlenesses on his face anymore, even the fake smiles were nowhere to be found. All there was left on his face was utter gloom and darkness. He was almost killed earlier by Futian and had to endure Li Qingyi's shaming right after. A 5-fingered mark was clear on her face, and blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. She, however, continued glaring at him with cold eyes as she spat. "I have long thought that while you were an utter fake, you at least had some reputation back in White Sovereign City. From the looks of things now, I have clearly overestimated you. Your life is forever a lowly servant's. Li Qingyi, I have many underlings who had a thing for you. I'll give you up as a reward as soon as I get home." Li Sun spoke in a gloomy tone while Li Qingyi never took her cold eyes off him. She turned her gaze to Futian shortly after, and saw most of his defenses were wrecked one after another by countless spells. His life was hanging by a thread, and she worried for him. Futian's polearm of divine destruction worked hard to tear down the attacks around him as if it was barely hanging there. One spell after another pounded on him, threatening to tear the space they were into shreds. Li Sun's eyes went cold. Is he finally going to die? The Blazing Sun School wanted Futian dead so feverishly that they played an active role in the assault. The Sun Sword attack was their work. The Jin clan moved as well, with the shadow of the rock howling all the way as it attacked. Ning Huang sat quietly on his throne at the top of the stairs. Futian was not someone he had to deal with personally. He had moved against the young man that day for the holy badge. Since Futian no longer had a holy badge with him, there was simply no need for Ning Huang to do anything himself. Another burst of blinding light emerged from Futian. As the attacks piled on him, a burst of violent energy seemed to have awakened within him, making his blood boil and strands of blinding light leak out from his body. Everyone present had troubled looks on their faces by then. Just what is with that light? But no matter what, all the attacks will end up killing him eventually, and Futian's end is near. Futian took up the polearm of divine destruction and took flight. Thousands of mirages of the weapon whipped out in astonishing brilliance, shaking both heaven and earth. Spells of all kinds were dispersed and shattered into oblivion, with one swing of the long weapon in his hand. What is happening? The pupils of everyone witnessing the scene dilated somewhat as they gazed upon Futian. He simply stood there, covered by dazzling lights, as if he was clad with an aura of divinity. The air and bearing about him felt totally different and utterly peerless, like an emperor of sorts had descended upon mere mortals and demanded awe and worship from all. He stood right there, with the bearing of a king. The faces of Jin Yunlang and Chen Wang from the Chen clan went pale. The scene reminded them of what took place in the martial arts battlefield back then. Futian had demonstrated combat capacity far beyond what those of his plane was capable of. So he had not used any secret arts, and something like this only happened right now. Just what had he done to make his powers enhanced? Seemingly without limit. Ning Huang, who was having a drink, seemed to have felt something and shifted his gaze to Futian. He frowned at the peculiar aura emanating from Futian, which looked like a domineering brilliance declaring to rule over all like an emperor from the heavens. It was a sight to behold. Seems like this one had more secrets about him than what he had let on. Ning Huang could not help but feel amused. Seems like I really underestimated Yi Futian indeed. Seeing how things are now, it's no wonder that he was capable of taking one of the ruins out of my fingertips. Qin Yin and the captives stared at the scene with dumbfounded looks on their faces, feeling their core shaken. They clearly have had misunderstood Yi Futian, seeing him to be someone seeking refuge from them. From the current looks of things, their presumptions were utterly laughable. Seeing what he was capable of right there, they were sure that he simply had not been serious back then. But with so many mighty ones around, can he really make it out alive? Especially with Ning Huang around? They were still worried nonetheless. If such a godlike genius were to perish right there, the heavens would have simply been too heartless. The mighty ones up and about were dazed for a moment before continuing their attacks, and another round of spells began to pile on Yi Futian. He held the polearm of divine destruction on his hand as the ferocity of his aura continued to climb, then being on par with levels of the noble plane. Starry brilliance and imperial brilliance melded, forming a constitution of stars, manifesting a divine body that seemed to be truly indestructible. Spells continued to be cast on him, yet the attacks all failed to move him for even an inch. Rumbling sounds reverberated in the space as the powers in Yi Futian's body continued to climb. Spells disintegrated wildly around him, as his imperial brilliance shone ever more brightly. The mighty ones out for his head all went pale in response. Golden feathers of the rock spirit gleamed. Yi Futian stayed where he was and lifted his weapon to counter. A shadow of 1,000-meter-long shaft swept by, wiping out just about everything that stood in its way. Retreat. Many had a look of terror on their faces. How could he be so terrifying? The mighty ones at the Blazing Sun School all went practically colorless. At the very moment, Yi Futian caught sight of them and went in their direction. Disperse. The mighty ones from the Blazing Sun School dispersed while looking terrified, as they whipped out their sun swords. Yi Futian swept a glance at them coldly, with will of emperors laced within his noble will. It was a terrifying thing to feel. All of the mighty ones from the Blazing Sun School felt as if they were shouldering a star on their bodies, making their movements dull, and their speeds reduced to sluggish lumbering. All of them looked at Yi Futian with terrified eyes as he made their way to them. A sun glowed behind Yi Futian. Bright and utterly dazzling, blazing with undying fires. Another life spirit? Many were shaken to their cores. Just how many life spirits does this guy have? The ones from Blazing Sun School felt themselves trembling all over and little else, seeing endless fires dropping down from the top of the conjured sun, congealing into the divine sun furnace, and shone directly onto their bodies, burning down everything. Chen Wang's body burned immediately. He shouted terrifyingly as he took notice of his body burning. No. Spare me. Chen Wang's body remained burning with endless fires. He knelt, begging for mercy while feeling the excruciating pain about as the fires danced on him. Yi Futian's sun spirit flew out and turned into the true sun divine furnace, casting down on all the ones from the Blazing Sun School. The sun scripture. While they were terrified, they were nonetheless astonished. Just when did Yi Futian learn the pinnacle art of our school? This is impossible. While he is indeed the son of Starry School, not even Qingyuan knew of the sun scripture, let alone comprehending noble will with that. Unless, the martial arts battlefield, the lineage of the saint. Little did they know that Yi Futian's sun scripture was taught to him personally by their own headmaster. Yi Futian did not entertain their utter fear and begs for mercy. One body burned to ashes after another in despair under the divine fire of the sun. The sages of the Blazing Sun School was cruel enough to want him dead, and it was Headmaster Qingyuan's declaration of his death that enabled him to escape, for fear of him being made a target in the future by the Blazing Sun School. He had come all the way to the holy roads and did not bother messing with them in the first place. They still wanted him dead nonetheless. There was simply one thing left to do with them: kill them all. The attacks around him never ceased. But as he had protection from the constitution of the stars, the attacks were rendered completely ineffective to him, as if he was a truly invincible being. Futian had been horrifyingly powerful even before. With his other secret art unleashed now, he became an even more fearsome being. What he had demonstrated at the moment probably enabled him to truly fight toe-to-toe with Ning Huang. Li Qingyi, Qin Yin and the others continued to stare blankly at him. That utterly imposing figure struck fear into the hearts of everyone present. Futian turned around and looked at the captives. The ones holding the captives were thoroughly frightened. The mighty ones from the Jin clan shook. It seemed that what happened to the ones from the Blazing Sun School was about to befall them soon. Divine beams of flame shot out from his eyes, imposing his noble will on all those holding the captives. They felt their own will burned in an instant. Those of lesser training shrieked in terror, as feeling one's own will being burned was not a pleasant thing. Even those of grade 7 noble planes struggled to resist Futian's fearsome noble will. At the very same instant, a domineering demonic bird of prey struck from behind at blinding speeds. The demon bird lashed out with its claws, tearing one body after another apart. Chapter 530. The demon bird killed several people before swooping about, flapping its giant swings, separating the captives and the ones serving Ning Huang. The demon bird killed several people before swooping about, flapping its giant swings, separating the captives and the ones serving Ning Huang. The captives knew immediately what to do next. They leaped into the air and landed onto the demon bird's back. The bird turned around and left immediately. It shot up and rose to a height of more than 1,000 meters with one flap of its wings. Many cast their gaze at the bird and immediately felt the domineering bearing about it. The prideful bird's eye turned to look at all of them, and none dared to make any move against it. It was exacerbated by the fact that Futian was still around down there. Ning Huang spared a glance at the demon bird and thought it to be a truly unique being as well. That darn beast had actually worked with Futian and saved them all. He, however, did not care anything about it, for Qin Yin and the rest served no purpose to him. It was the idea of those working for him, and he simply delegated the task to said people. It did not matter one bit to him, whether Qin Yin and the rest ended up dead or alive. What piqued Ning Huang's interests at the moment was the dazzling and seemingly peerless Futian. He knew that if he remained where he was, there was no one working for him who would have been able to get out of this deadlock with Futian. Top-class figures were incredibly rare. Proud sons and daughters of all sorts walked the Dawn Road, and only a handful were of such caliber. Those who reigned supreme on the Dawn Road were all fearsome figures capable of taking down an army of 10,000 on their own. And it seems that Futian is now one of those figures. Before Futian was able to unleash his full power, he was limited by his plane and as such, he was not anywhere near being top class. However, at the very moment, there was no doubt that he was one of those beings. The light of his spirit emanating alone was enough to sweep in its way clean, and killing people became as easy as lifting a finger. No one dared to move against Futian at the moment, for anyone but Ning Huang would have ended up dead fighting him. Ning Huang began taking his steps. Every step he took shook the air around him, causing the hearts of many to beat harder than they would have been. All the mighty ones around cast their gaze at Ning Huang. So is he finally making a move now? Ning Huang had not bothered to do anything but give the order to kill prior. Or rather, he simply did not see Futian as someone worth his time. However, Futian's prowess had clearly caught Ning Huang's attention and could have no longer be ignored. As such, Ning Huang made his move. Boom! Ning Huang continued walking as both men stared at each other. While they were quite far away from each other, the step nonetheless weighed on Futian's chest, making his heart beating harder than it would have. Futian pointed at the polearm of divine destruction and was surrounded by starry brilliance as he locked his eyes at Ning Huang, who was walking in his direction. Futian wanted to experience for himself the power of the one who was lauded to be the supreme mighty one on the Dawn Road. Boom! The stars around Futian's body shook and cracked. A peculiar feeling welled up in his head. The step that Ning Huang had taken seemed to be a giant beast stepping on his chest, so heavy that it would have been enough to literally crush one's heart. Such was the testament to the pressure Ning Huang exuded. The broken constitution of stars returned to normal. Seeing Ning Huang continue to walk, Yi Futian unleashed a terrifying ray of the sun's fires, as if the divine sun furnace was shining directly on Ning Huang's body. Even if this secret art is something that let your powers enhance to such levels, you are still far from being my match, Ning Huang commented coldly. Dazzling lights burst and an infinitely divine-looking demonic beast appeared behind him. The beast had a dragon's head and a lion's body. Golden scales gleamed on its gigantic body, and every scale seemed to be the most sturdy armor plate that could have been made. The roar of the giant beast made it seem like a divine beast had descended upon them, demanding mortals to bow to it in reverence. A Qilin. Yi Futian's eyes were fixed on the spirit that just appeared. The giant, golden-scaled body was bathed in fearsome, gleaming fires. Its imposing figure spoke volumes of divine will. The large irises of its eyes swept around, seemingly to be an act to have all before it to yield. Yi Futian finally understood why Ning Huang's steps were able to suffocate those around him as if a terrifying beast of war had just walked over them. When Yi Futian looked at Ning Huang's eyes, he was able to feel the might of a Qilin, the mighty beast of war, right inside them. The pressure the eyes exuded weighed heavily on his will. Ning Huang kept walking in his direction. Even if Ning Huang himself had no intentions of doing any harm to those around him, those nearby still felt thoroughly intimidated and shaken nonetheless. Yi Futian fixed his gaze on Ning Huang without any intention of running away. There were the divine ape and the rock in his eyes, squaring off at the Qilin in an equally fearsome manner, standing their ground and budging not even an inch. When Ning Huang took his next step, Yi Futian swept with his polearm. I don't care how fearsome you look or feel, I'm going to swat you like a fly. The terrifying build-up of pressure disintegrated immediately. The strike went straight for Ning Huang as if countless stars were falling onto him. Ning Huang shouted coldly and the Qilin, the beast of war, took off. The instant did not feel like it was one Qilin taking off, but a dozen, meeting the stars head-on and crushing them. The all-destroying sweep continued its course nonetheless. Ning Huang felt the rush of terrifying pressure coming up. He lifted his palm, conjuring shimmering lights about him. An armor dazzling peerlessly materialized around him, a full set of domineering, indomitable Qilin armor. His arms seemed to have been infused with bottomless might in an instant, and he lifted his arms to block at the shaft rushing for him. Clang! A boom was heard, and Ning Huang, despite his peerless might, was thrown off his feet thousands of meters, landing hard on the palace before him. The stairs collapsed from his fall, and the ancient temple was no more. The hearts of countless people witnessing the battle shook to their cores as they watched Ning Huang being swept away. Not even someone as powerful as Ning Huang was capable of withstanding that stick. A rumbling boom was soon heard as Ning Huang leaped back into action, flying into the sky and looking down on Yi Futian. The brilliance about Ning Huang's body grew, and the beast of war grew in size as well, breathing fire as it went. Ning Huang took a look at Yi Futian's polearm of divine destruction. The item itself was something incredibly precious on its own. That one hit from before felt what it like stars were falling onto him. As he stood in the air, yet another spirit Dharma appeared behind Ning Huang, a dazzling golden heavenly halberd. There was a shadow standing there as well, taking the golden weapon in its hand and looking imposing like a god. Ning Huang extended his arm and threw out a beam of blinding light from his palm. The godly weapon gradually took form as the metal elemental spiritual chi around him were siphoned, imbuing the weapon with light shining for 1,000 meters. The Qilin Dharma rushed forward and Ning Huang leaped on it. An imposing figure remained behind him, shining brightly as if it was his image. Ning Huang, who had the heavenly halberd in hand, looked as dashing and regal as he squared off yet again with Yi Futian. The Qilin breathed golden fire as it rushed to overwhelm Yi Futian. Yi Futian's sun's spirit blasted with fire in response, clashing with the incoming golden flames in the air. Boom! The beast of war galloped away at the moment, as one shadow of Qilin after another trampled the void, ramming at Yi Futian. With his life spirit being the Qilin and the heavenly halberd, it was no surprise that his martial abilities were formidable. Yi Futian held on to the polearm of divine destruction and commanded thousands of meteoric light at the void, The starry skies, meteors, and the Chilean shadows clashed maniacally, making it seem like the end of the world is near. Everyone around rushed to keep their distance, getting away from them for at least 10,000 meters. They stared at the two figures from afar and thought their battle was practically one capable of changing the landscape itself. Blinding golden lights glittered as if tens of thousands of the heavenly halberd were brought down from above, cutting in between the light of the meteors. Metal elementals were thought to be indestructible, and many pieces of the meteors were crushed or shattered right away. There was, however, no change in Futian's eyes. He simply looked up in the air. His body, shining with godly imperial light, remained just as imposing. A formless power emanated from him, encasing his body. When the heavenly halberd struck from the heavens, it landed heavily on the glittering screens of stars around him, yet was able to do nothing to pierce his defenses. Such was the power of the immense durability of the immortal celestial bodies. More terrifying rumblings were soon heard as the beast of war descended, overwhelming everything in its way, bursting into Futian's starry world. Ning Huang looked regal and dashing, standing on its beast with the heavenly halberd in his hand. He went busting one meteor after another, setting flames to the starry sky, and went about destroying everything in his path with blinding golden light. Ning Huang had wanted to fight up close and personal with Futian, and see for himself how powerful Futian had gotten. The beast of war roared as it galloped, and Ning Huang pierced his halberd below. The strike was imbued with the might of both the heaven and the earth, a divine force bringing about dazzling golden brilliance. It was nigh invincible and nigh indestructible, and it was too imbued with the power derived from the will of the sages. If Futian was able to borrow will of emperors and divine lights, someone like Ning Huang would have been able to do the same with sages. Boom! The stars around Futian shook. The Chilean came down with full intention to kill. Its imposing, gigantic body rammed on the defense of the immortal celestial bodies. The celestial bodies cracked, and it continued cracking. As the golden heavenly halberd descended upon him at striking hard at a single point, the bodies shattered. The menacing light seemed to be adamant to kill Futian right there and then. Futian's polearm of divine destruction, clad in imperial brilliance, danced. Countless beams of light seeped within, and he went on to lift it up high against the charging Ning Huang, then bringing the weapon down with earth-shattering force. As both weapons clashed, incredibly dazzling lights burst. The beast took Ning Huang's body around and galloped around Futian, aiming to strike at his flank, attempting to catch Futian in a pincer attack of sorts. Divine fire of the sun on top of Futian shone with blinding light, encasing his body with the divine sun furnace, dispelling the looming death upon him. It locked the front of his body tight, as he took steps in the air. Seeing Ning Huang's halberd come yet again, with thousands of lights from the weapon congealed into one point and intending to burst with heaven-splitting force, his polearm of divine destruction split into thousands of images as they swept about. Boom! One rumbling roar was heard, as the light of the heavenly halberd was completely shattered. Ning Huang was thrown into the air again as the two weapons clashed. "Now I'll see how many hits can you take," Futian said as his aura grew increasingly power. He leaped forward, roaring with the might of the heavens and the earth, imposing his will on all. Chapter 531. Outside Jishao City, countless experts from the Dawn Road gathered and stood outside the gates, looking in the direction of the city. Many of the elites had also arrived. Bing Yi and Chu Shang from the mortal world on the air warship, Yanjiu from the Sword Saint Villa, Xiao Ho from the Xia clan, Nan Hao's group from the Nantian House, and Yuan Zhan from Mount Taixing. They all stood in different directions, not knowing exactly what was happening in Jishao City. Outside Jishao City, countless experts from the Dawn Road gathered and stood outside the gates, looking in the direction of the city. Many of the elites had also arrived. Bing Yi and Chu Shang from the mortal world on the air warship, Yanjiu from the Sword Saint Villa, Xiao Ho from the Xia clan, Nan Hao's group from the Nantian House, and Yuan Zhan from Mount Taixing. They all stood in different directions, not knowing exactly what was happening in Jishao City. They had heard that Futian had only brought 2 people and a demonic beast with him into the city and gone all the way into the center of the city. Those guarding Jishao City had not returned yet, Could it be that the battle was still not over? Nan Hao from the Nantian house had an interested expression. Ning Huang was from the Ning clan. Although the Ning clan was not an elite clan and was already on the decline, there was a fearsome elder who had risen up in the current Ning clan. He was an extremely authoritative figure in the Holy Ji Palace, even though normal people might not know this. But as a person from the Nantian house, he naturally knew all this. That person in the Holy Ji Palace had high expectations for Ning Huang, and entering the Holy Road was merely a formality for Ning Huang. In reality, he had entry to the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate since a long time ago, and that person had taught Ning Huang a lot. He should be expecting Ning Huang's performance in the Holy Road to be the most outstanding and enter the Holy Ji Palace brilliantly. Knowing Ning Huang's personality, he probably had not bothered to understand Yi Futian. If he killed Yi Futian, how interesting would it become? They did not enter the city as it belonged to Ning Huang. That fellow was extremely arrogant, so they did not want to provoke him for no reason. It was better to stay and wait for the result. How are things on Gu Feiyang's side? At that moment, Nan Hao looked towards the rest and asked. Not optimistic, Xiaohou replied calmly, then asked. I've heard that Virgin Bingyi is on good terms with Gu Feiyang. Are you not going to help him? A battle should naturally be decided by one's strength. I believe that Gu Feiyang will emerge victoriously, Bingyi replied emotionlessly. Xiaohou smiled. He naturally understood that Bingyi did not mean what she said. This time, it was very likely that Gu Feiyang could not live to walk out of the Holy Road. Xiao Junyi was too dangerous. Even Virgin Bingyi of the mortal world would not want to offend a disciple of the Dark Saint. For many years, the Dark Saint had been a menace to the influential figures of the barren state. Why would his successor be any different? Presently, in Jishao City, Ning Huang was struck back once again. The countless figures watching in the huge area were stunned. Yi Futian's rod skills were too overbearing and his aura was becoming even stronger as it accumulated. The crowd had a ludicrous thought. Could it be that Ning Huang was going to meet his demise here? Ning Huang's expression became exceedingly serious. Through the 2 times they clashed, he could feel how strong Yi Futian was. He stood up straight, his battle beast Kirin returning to his back, converting back to its life spirit form and merging with his body since the life spirit alone was unable to even get near Yi Futian. The armor he was wearing appeared to be burning, with rays enveloping his body. Ning Huang stood above the heavens, the halberd in his hand aimed at Yi Futian. In an instant, a tremendous amount of strength entered the heavenly halberd. The flame and metal element spiritual chi in the air gathered towards it, and the light emitted by the halberd became even more terrifying than before. Is Ning Huang finally going to use his secret move? The crowd was startled. Although the majority of those following Ning Huang did not come from strong clans, there was a small group of them who were of superior origin. There were a few among them who knew that Ning Huang had learned an imposing halberd skill. It was his strongest move, the god-slaying halberd. It was a skill known for its overwhelming offensive ability, claiming that the halberd could eliminate everything in front of it, even if it was a god. Yi Futian's rod skills were evidently also a super offensive ability. Ning Huang had no choice but to use his strongest move to face him in battle. Previously, nobody treated Yi Futian seriously, and they did not expect that he could force Ning Huang to such an extent. Nobody knew that he would be a one-man army after revealing his true strength. This kind of person was too scary, especially when he only showed an Arcana Plains cultivation level usually. The current Ning Huang was dominant and unparalleled, the god-slaying halberd's strength was unmatched, each stroke containing extraordinary offensive ability, and extremely hard to master. Yi Futian had asked him how many strikes of the rod he could withstand. He wanted to know the answer too. Yi Futian's body flew and gathered force as he struck towards Ning Huang yet again. The polearm of divine destruction was like a raging dragon, and even Ning Huang had to acknowledge its strength. However, the heavenly halberd in his hand did not budge an inch as he took a step forward, the air shaking under their force, as though attempting to trample Yi Futian's confidence. The heavenly halberd pierced forward. At that moment, it was like Ning Huang, the battle beast Q Island and the heavenly halberd had combined into one with the heavens. A remarkably brilliant giant halberd that could match the polearm of divine destruction's shadow and strength appeared in the heavens. An invisible wave crashed down, and the space between the two of them was crushed. The people watching from a distance felt a feeling of asphyxiation. The halberd strike was unbelievably tyrannical, killing all enemies in its path. The god's suppressing strike, as the halberd struck, it suppressed the polearm of divine destruction. The huge crowd watched as the polearm of divine destruction and the heavenly halberd clashed. They were shocked by it, they were too strong. It was hard to imagine that it was a battle between a lower noble plane and arcana plane cultivator. When the polearm of divine destruction clashed with the heavenly halberd, they felt as though their hearts would be crushed under the pressure, and an invisible might cause them to feel suffocated. An extremely frenzied aura erupted from both people, and they retreated thereafter. Futian's will of the emperor remained overbearing, the polearm of divine destruction wielded in his hands, golden clouds following along. Futian acted as though the halberd strike had not affected him, continuing to accumulate might for his next blow. Ninghuang stared at the front, the heavenly halberd pointing towards the sky. He took another step forward, the halberd aiming towards Futian. In an instant, a myriad of golden flames flew forward alongside the heavenly halberd. Futian's starry defense was penetrated at the places that the golden flames passed and shattered to pieces. As the heavenly halberd landed, tens of thousands of golden flames descended as well. This was the god's burial skill from the god's slaying halberd. Futian's polearm of divine destruction roared and struck out, creating a brilliant light veil, striking the air and with an ear-shattering sound. The golden flames flew backward, and at the same time, the heavenly halberd landed on the light veil and Ninghuang retreated again. The god's burial skill was even less of a threat to Futian than the god's suppressing strike. At that moment, Ninghuang's body disappeared and afterimages appeared in the heavens. In the air, countless Ninghuang shadows and heavenly halberd silhouettes appeared, eventually combining into one and dashing forward. This was an extremely powerful technique from the god's slaying halberd, the god execution strike. At that moment, Futian felt a strong threat incoming. He closed his eyes, the will of the emperor shining brightly around his body, as though entering a state of enlightenment. His senses were heightened and he could catch a glimpse of Ninghuang's figure. Tens of thousands of shadows had combined into one, strongest Ninghuang. His memory brought him back to the mountain behind Qinzhou Academy, where the snow ape had shown him the 9 heavenly attacks, each strike resonating with a corresponding cultivation level, the 5th strike likely to resonate with the noble plane. The divine ape growled and merged with him. An immeasurable might gathered in an instant. It was a noble will that formed in an instant and resonated with the heavens. Futian's body moved, stepping forward, and the polearm of divine destruction sweeping forward. When the strike landed, the crowd felt as though there was a colossal divine ape howling and trying to crush everything beneath its feet. The halberd's shadow arrived, and the polearm of divine destruction cleaved forward at the same time. A piercing light burst forth, and the crowd saw Ninghuang's body turn into a flash of golden lightning, crashing heavily into a distant palace. The entire palace collapsed, and Ninghuang shot right through it, his feet dragging along the ground. The heavenly halberd pierced the ground vigorously and created a rift in the ground. Only after that did Ninghuang stop moving backward. His head was lowered, blood streamed from his mouth, and nobody could see his expression. When they looked at Futian, his body was still standing steadily in the air with the glow of the will of the emperor and an aura of arrogance. Defeated. Ninghuang was actually defeated in his strongest form. The crowd was appalled. Although the polearm of divine destruction was very strong, Ninghuang's heavenly halberd was also a powerful ritual implement that had resonance with him. When they saw Ninghuang's final blow, many of them had thought that Futian would be in trouble, but eventually, the loser was Ninghuang. Nobody dared to imagine that when Ninghuang wanted to deal with an arcana plane cultivator, he would end up being defeated by that cultivator. This was a huge shock to them. Futian basked in the emperor's glow and stepped forward. Ninghuang's head was still lowered. Nobody could understand how he felt right now. He had come to the holy road to be first, to plunder the most holy badges. He wanted to restore the glory of the Ning clan. This was also the expectation that the holy Ji Palace's elder had for him. However, he had been defeated in battle today, to an insignificant character. Countless people stared at Yi Futian's figure, and those in the air around him did not dare to act rashly. Li Qingyi's eyes were red. He had won. Yi Futian had actually defeated Ning Huang. This was inconceivable. She could not believe that it was real. Who could have imagined that the handsome teen who had appeared on Mount Jiuxian could actually go so far? Beside her, Li Sun did not dare to imagine it as well. He was dumbstruck, but after the shock came the horror. If Ning Huang were to die, he could not possibly live. Out of all the people here, he would be first on Yi Futian's list. He was extremely regretful, but it was not the time for regrets. He wanted to live. His palms suddenly stretched forward and gripped Li Qingyi by the throat. Li Sun took out a dagger and pointed it towards Li Qingyi's throat and shouted to Yi Futian. "Stop!" Li Qingyi was stunned, a furious expression appearing on her face. Yi Futian's footsteps stopped, and he looked mercilessly at Li Sun. Li Sun had been correct. The first person Yi Futian had wanted to kill was indeed him. "She is your sister." Yi Futian's voice was frigid. "I have never treated her like my sister, she's just the daughter of a lowly maid. If you want her to live, throw your ritual implement over," Li Sun said. The ritual implement was too strong. With the polearm of divine destruction, Yi Futian's rod skills were unrivaled. He did not expect Yi Futian to give up his life for Li Qingyi, so he only requested Yi Futian to give up his ritual implement, so that he had a chance to live. "Don't do it!" Li Qingyi looked at Yi Futian and shook her head with red eyes, then said, "Kill this bastard." While saying that, she walked forward, allowing the dagger to cut towards her throat. Li Sun's expression changed and immediately retracted his arm, but the dagger had already left a faint cut on Li Qingyi's fair skin. "Bitch!" Li Sun grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up, rendering her unable to speak. The current Li Sun was crazed and looked towards Yi Futian, demanding, "Are you going to hand over your ritual implement?" Yi Futian's expression was frigid as he looked towards Li Sun and said, "You will die." Chapter 532. Li Sun looked at Yi Futian's expression and became even more determined. He could only use Li Qingyi as a threat now. If he did not do that, he would die immediately. Li Sun looked at Yi Futian's expression and became even more determined. He could only use Li Qingyi as a threat now. If he did not do that, he would die immediately. He exerted some force on his palm and Li Qingyi's expression became pained as if she was about to suffocate. Li Sun stared intently at Yi Futian. He had stepped into Jishao's city to save people. Now Li Sun could only hope that Li Qingyi was important enough to Yi Futian. Otherwise, he would have to drag Li Qingyi to the grave with him. "You be my hostage and I'll throw my ritual implement out," Yi Futian said coldly. "Throw it here now," Li Sun replied. "What if you don't let her go after I give my ritual implement to you?" Yi Futian coldly said. "You be my hostage and I'll hand over the ritual implement. Afterward I'll swap you for Li Qingyi. If you don't agree, you die now." After saying that, Yi Futian stepped forward. Li Sun's expression was sullen. He naturally did not want to be a hostage, but now, he had no choice but to gamble. "Okay." Li Sun nodded and handed Li Qingyi over to his subordinate with utmost prudence. He himself walked towards Yi Futian, his expression pale. In the past, Yi Futian had just been an arcana plane cultivator to him, but the Yi Futian now basked in the Emperor's glow, an unparalleled figure. Eventually, Li Sun walked to Yi Futian's side and Yi Futian stretched out his left arm, grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. "If I die, kill her immediately," Li Sun shouted frantically. If Yi Futian wanted to kill him with no regard for Li Qingyi, he would have done so just now and not wasted his time to do this. Yi Futian's right hand flung the polearm of divine destruction forward and a figure picked it up in a flash. However, the moment the person held it, his body started to vigorously fall towards the ground. With a bang, the polearm of divine destruction nearly crushed his body and the noble might on his body erupted. Only then did he barely held on to the polearm of divine destruction. It was that heavy? Many people were stunned. "Take it away," Li Sun said. He wanted the polearm of divine destruction to weaken Yi Futian's strength and grasp a chance for survival. The person dragged the polearm of divine destruction and started to walk further away, but Ning Huang stopped him, grabbed the polearm of divine destruction and started to scrutinize the ritual implement. "Swap hostages now!" Li Sun shouted. He was afraid that Ning Huang would give the order to kill Li Qingyi. He knew that Ning Huang did not care about his life. "Swap hostages now!" Yi Futian stared at the other person and released his grip on Li Sun. The other person similarly let go of Li Qingyi, and both of them started walking to the other side. Li Qingyi did not dare to act rashly as he knew that he was not out of danger yet. If Yi Futian wanted to kill him with his noble will, he could not escape death. Li Sun sped up all of a sudden and escaped far away. Yi Futian stepped forward at the same time, the thundering illusion stepped descending beside Li Qingyi in an instant. Li Qingyi looked towards Yi Futian, her head lowered and tears in her eyes. Why was he willing to swap for her? "Why aren't you all moving? You all wanted to kill him just now. Do you think that he will let you all go?" Li Sun yelled. The enormous crowd was dumbfounded. They had all attempted to kill Yi Futian previously, but were stunned by Yi Futian's strength now. "He's using a secret move to increase his strength. He can't last much longer. Wear him down." Ning Huang raised his head, looked towards the crowd and walked forward. Although he had been injured, his words still carried weight. "Do it!" someone from the crowd shouted. In an instant, the experts started to cast their spells towards Yi Futian. If Yi Futian killed Ning Huang, their fate would be unpredictable and they might die as well. Even so, they only used long-range attacks and nobody dared to get close to Yi Futian anymore. Around Yi Futian's body, starlight glowed, protecting him and Li Qingyi. Countless attacks hammered on the shield, and it wavered. As the attacks got even stronger, some people from illustrious backgrounds even used their ritual implements to attack, causing cracks to appear in the starlight veil. Within the protective veil, Yi Futian raised his head and looked towards the vast group of experts. These people knew nothing about him, but all wanted him dead. "Are you still hesitating?" At that moment, a voice sounded out. Many people raised their heads and saw a burly figure standing in the air. It was Yu Xing. Yu Xing did not look at the crowd, but looked towards Yi Futian instead and said, "Before we arrived, we had already expected this kind of ending. When they helped Ning Huang to kill the people of the flaming prison city, they had no mercy. They never had any mercy towards killing you." Only Yu Xing understood Yi Futian the best. Before entering the city, Yi Futian was furious and asked people to guard the exits and kill anyone who attempted to escape. However, when he saw the number of people who wanted to kill him, Yi Futian still hesitated. The vast area was filled with experts and countless attacks barraged him when Yi Futian was not resisting, even his sturdy defense was unable to withstand it. When Yu Xing said that, a demonic aura erupted from within him, his eyes turned crimson like blood was going to drip out. Bam! His demon-like wings spread open and he was covered in demon might from head to toe, as though possessed by a demon. Behind him, an enormous demon shadow appeared behind him. "Yu Xing," Yi Futian mumbled. On the Sky Mountain, Yu Xing had demonized and rampaged once to save him. Was he going to do the same now? Yu Xing likely knew that his emperor's will did not have much time left. Perhaps the Arhat was right back then when he said that I'm destined to have blood on my hands. Those who attempt to kill you, even if there are millions of them, I will kill them all. Yu Xing's voice was ice cold, like a demon lord. Many people's hearts trembled. Even if there were millions of them, he would kill them all. They saw Yu Xing move, his demon-like wings flapping and spikes appearing on his terrifying dark golden armor, turning into frightening spears. He drew the spears with both hands and rushed towards two people at breakneck speed. The two people felt like a demon was trying to invade their head and making them kneel, the pressure making them unable to move. With a squish, the spears impaled their heads and as Yu Xing flew past them, the two corpses fell towards the ground. Thump thump. Many people's hearts thumped as they saw Yu Xing gliding across the air with his demon wings. Wherever he passed, people dropped like flies. How could this be? Li Sun, who thought that he had escaped a crisis, stared intensely at the scene. It was groundbreaking enough for one arcana plane to reach the level of an elite genius, But now, there were two. "Surround and kill him!" someone yelled furiously. Many people reacted and started to surround Yuxing. However, Yusheng's speed became even faster. Under the possession of the demon, he allowed the attacks to land on his body like he did not feel anything. He descended in front of an expert, and a battle axe appeared in his hand. He cleaved the person as though he was a log and continued forward. Bam, bam, bam. In the air, there were people falling continuously, all killed by Yuxing. It was as though he was making good of his word to kill millions of them. Seeing countless spells flying towards Yuxing, Futian felt pained. Although Yuxing's defense was strong, it was impossible for him to not feel pain. But even so, that was Yuxing. He understood that Yuxing did not have a ritual implement like the polearm of divine destruction, and could not kill that many people. He was inciting him to step in. He naturally understood as well that Yuxing was not stupid. He saw things more clearly than anyone else. Suddenly Futian smiled, but his smile was desolate. He had thought of two people all of a sudden, Dongwang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing. Back then, the two brothers had traveled the world. He wondered what experiences they went through to create such a magnificent piece like the Ukiyo. The piece attempted to trample the heavens and become the ruler of the world. Futian sat with his knees crossed, surrounded by a brilliant glow. His Guqin spirit appeared in front of him, causing the crowd's attention to focus on him again. He still had another life spirit? Futian held the Guqin and pleasing melodies started to play from the Guqin. Futian's aura changed yet again. Although the Emperor's will was circulating around his body, he appeared to be cut off from the rest of the world, as though superior to all of them. Strong imagery brought everyone else into it, from calmness to passion, and onwards to attempting to trample the heavens and reach the peak. Rays of the Emperor Will's glow started to rise up, the golden light enveloping the entire area as the Guqin melody reached every corner of the battlefield. In an instant, many people felt as though the area was changing. The spiritual qi became more apparent and landed from the air, merging into the Guqin melody. Ning Huang's expression froze. He had seen a radical scene. The spiritual qi in the heavens appeared to be controlled by the Guqin melody, accompanying the light of the Emperor's will, resonating with Futian's will. The Guqin melody was influencing the spiritual qi in the area. At that moment, around Yuxing, a group of people was casting spells to attack him. But before they were able to finish the spell, it had already dissipated into nothingness. Their spiritual energy was unable to control the spiritual qi in the air, causing them to be unable to cast their spells. They were flabbergasted and looked downwards at Futian. The Emperor's light was shining radiantly and golden fatal entanglement vines were forming at their feet, coiling around their bodies. Thereafter, golden blades pierced their bodies, nailing them in the air. No! There were people being coiled in succession, and they were terrified. How could this happen? What Guqin spell was that? When the Ukiyo sounds, no spell can exist. Ning Huang stared blankly at the situation. In the skies, all spells were forbidden. The only person who could cast spells was Futian. In the vast area, everyone's life was under his control. Even Qinyan's group, who was a distance away, were petrified. They shivered uncontrollably, looking at Futian playing the Guqin. It was as though it was just a dream, everything was too surreal. In the skies, the experts were being hunted rapidly, but Futian was not affected at all. His aura was remarkable and the Guqin melody was like a god's piece, not meant to appear in the human's world. The feeling was indescribable. No! In the air, when Li Sun's body was coiled, he let out a blood-curdling scream, but the golden blades pierced his body one by one like a harsh punishment, slowly draining him of life. Li Sun felt pain beyond belief and looked towards the figure below. Apart from hatred, he also felt utmost remorse. Who on earth did he betray? Ning Huang was still resisting, but a demon-like figure descended from the skies, battle axe in hand, cleaving downwards. Blood trickled from between Ning Huang's brows. He stared at the figure in front of him and said, "My death is not undeserved." He had finally understood before he died what kind of figure the person he had tried to kill off casually was. Yusheng's palm gripped his head and ripped it off, Then he turned around and walked into the air, the demon's might rampaging. Yuxing said mercilessly, "If word of what happened today spreads, I will kill you." Qin Yin's group heard Yuxing's words and were startled. They naturally understood that those words were meant for them. The usually silent, burly teen was now a demon. Yuxing flew towards the outside of the city, and he saw Yi Shaoshi still battling with Mo Jun. He cleaved Mo Jun with one wave of his axe. Outside Jishao City, there were countless people. At that moment, a distance away, demonic aura was brimming. A demonic might flew rapidly towards them, and everyone's gazes turned towards that direction. Next, they saw a scene that they would never forget. Yuxing's body landed on the city's gate, and he placed Ning Huang's head there. Like a demon, his gaze swept across the crowd and he ruthlessly said, "Those who previously followed Yi Futian and entered the giant relic, stand guard here. Do not allow anyone to step into Jinshao City. From now on, Jinshao City has a new owner. Those who violate the rule, kill them all." As he finished, Yuxing turned around and walked into Jinshao City. At the same time, a glacial voice sounded out, "The killer, Yuxing!" Chapter 533. Outside Jinshao City, it was dead silent. Even the elite geniuses were aghast when they saw Ning Huang's head on the city gate. They had gathered to watch the fun, to watch Yi Futian die. Outside Jinshao City, it was dead silent. Even the elite geniuses were aghast when they saw Ning Huang's head on the city gate. They had gathered to watch the fun, to watch Yi Futian die. What had awaited them was a peerless demonic figure. Yi Futian did not die. The person who had died was Ning Huang. The overbearing elite genius, commander of all the experts in Jishao City, was actually killed by someone else. This came as a great shock to them. Even Nan Hao had not expected an ending like this. Perhaps the teen that had come from the Eastern Barren State was much more of a prodigy than he had thought. How could this be? On the air warship, Virgin Bingyi from the mortal world was mortified. What had just happened had subverted her understanding. Not just her, but everyone in the area was speechless. Thereafter, those who had followed Yi Futian in deciphering the flaming prison city's giant relic broke into a craze. They felt emotionally charged, like their blood was on fire. Previously, Ning Huang had sent his men to kill their friends, and caused a storm in the flaming prison city. He had held Yi Futian's friends captive to try and force Yi Futian's hand. When Yi Futian stepped into Jishao City, they had felt tragic, but never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that they would bring out Ning Huang's head after Yi Futian went in. Ning Huang himself probably never expected it either. Otherwise, he would not be overbearing. Mu Jiqiu and the Starry School's disciples were the most startled. Nobody knew what had happened in the city, and they were unable to imagine what the situation in the city was. Jishao City did not only have Ning Huang, but it also had thousands of his followers. Where were they? At that moment, they started to stand up one by one, their auras bursting out. The experts who had followed Yi Futian all stood up proudly, guarding the city. Now, they would naturally take orders from Yuxing as they could partake in the glory as well. They were very clear that with the Jinshao City's changing of ownership, Yi Futian was likely to open a second giant relic, which would be another opportunity for them. Although those guarding could not possibly fend off all the experts outside, who would dare to recklessly charge in. Ning Huang's head was on the city gate. Even if they could manage to break through and enter Jinshao City, were they not scared to die? Yi Wuchen, Lulan Shui, Mu Jiqiu and the rest of Yi Futian's friends moved into the city in a flash. They wanted to see what had happened. Previously, Yi Futian had not allowed them to enter the city. They naturally understood that it was because their cultivation level was too low, and would only be a burden in Jishao City. "I'll go and take a look," Gu Yunxi said quietly, entering the city as well. She had only seen Yuxing and did not know how Yi Futian was doing, so she was a little worried. Moreover, with her relationship with Yi Futian, Yuxing would not kill her. When Yi Wuchen and the rest arrived at the battlefield, they saw the floor littered with corpses and were startled. Qin Yin and the rest were clearing up the battlefield and preparing to bury the people. They knew that everything that they had just experienced had to be buried deep within their hearts. They could only treat it as a dream, but the dream was far too realistic and shocking. "Lulan, do it," Futian said. He stepped forward and walked away, then drove his sword into the ground. The ground tore open, revealing a horrifying crack. Mujichio also went forward to help, her strong celestial will erupting and causing the earth to shake as though an earthquake was happening. The Holy Road opens once every 3 years and experts from all areas of the barren state will gather. Moreover, the death rate in the Holy Road is extremely high, so even if there are people who die in the Holy Road, generally people will not know how they died or who they were killed by. These people that are buried here should have no other companions, but after we have buried them, we cannot let anyone else step into Jishao City. Mujichio said to Futian, who was sitting cross-legged a distance away. Her expression was solemn. Futian did not say anything, but Qinyan's group was extremely uneasy. They knew what Mujichio meant. Apart from them, nobody else knew that they had come from Mount Jushan. If they had all died in Jishao City, nobody would know how they had died. Unless it was someone like Ning Huang who had died, then it would be inevitable, since everyone knew him. However, the number of people that had died in Jishao City this time was huge. There might be people outside who knew that they had entered Jishao City, so there was still certain risk. The Holy Road is a trial by the Holy Ji Palace. Entering the Holy Road means to put one's life at stake. However, Ning Huang's death might probably cause us some trouble. One of his elders is an influential figure in the Holy Ji Palace. Mujichio looked knowingly at Yuxing. She did not know how Ning Huang had died, but Yuxing's roar was to tell everyone that Ning Huang had been killed by him. Seeing the situation in front of her, she knew that the truth was not that simple. Futian was extremely weak now, like he had just been through a huge battle. It was Ning Huang who wanted to kill us. Moreover, this is the Holy Ji Palace's Holy Road, even the influential figure can't do anything to us, right? Li Qingyi stood beside Futian and asked Mujichio. Ning Huang naturally deserves to die. However, everyone has their own stand. The influential figure in the Holy Ji Palace had high hopes for Ning Huang and is his elder, so his stand would naturally be on Ning Huang's side. Now Ning Huang is dead, Mujichio replied. Li Qingyi bit her lip nervously. She naturally knew that what Mujichio was saying was not wrong. How should we deal with the other people in Jishao City? Yi Shaoshi stood beside Futian and asked. During the battle, although many experts had gathered, Jishao City was huge. There were still people who did not join in and were in other parts of the city. Just now, I asked Little Condor to watch the surroundings. Since those people did not gather to assist Ning Huang, leave them be. They had previously followed Ning Huang, now they follow us, Futian replied. He had already given the order to seal off the city, now he needed to control these people. All right. Yi Shaoshi nodded and said, You and Yuxing have a good rest, we'll handle the matters here. Okay. Futian was indeed lethargic. He looked at Yuxing. Now that Yuxing had formed his own noble will, even though he had demonized, he had more control over the demonic power and would not completely lose control. Closing his eyes, Futian relaxed. He would not have to think about what would happen later. The days passed, but the news of Ning Huang's death was still shocking. Moreover, another person's death in the Dawn Road caused a commotion. Sage Duantian's disciple Gu Feiyang had been killed by Xiao Junyi, and his city occupied by Xiao Junyi. At the same time, Xiao Junyi had opened the giant relic and was cultivating in it, causing a huge ruckus. Xiao Junyi was even more ruthless than the demon. Futian and Yuxing were forced by Ning Huang. If they did not go to Jishao City, Ning Huang would not let them off easily. However, Xiao Junyi hunted mercilessly and killed countless people to create his dead spirit army and even killed Gu Feiyang. Xiao Junyi and Yuxing were reputed to be the two demons of the Dawn Road that nobody wanted to provoke. With such figures appearing in these two factions, the other elite geniuses were naturally unable to take it lying down. They sped up their actions both on the surface and secretly. There were many people who were killed mysteriously or had their holy badges plundered. Although it did not seem like those were done by the elite geniuses, nobody knew who they had sent out secretly to do it. The carnage in the Dawn Road was even more horrifying than past years, and numerous people died as a result. One day, Jishao City, which had been silent for many days, suddenly released news that Futian had given the order to gather 1,000 holy badges. Those who were willing to offer their holy badge would be allowed into the Jishao City giant relic to cultivate. However, this time, the holy badges would not be returned. Many people could understand that. Futian's reputation was not like before, since they had been able to kill Ning Huang. Now he was not asking for a favor from the crowd, but offering them a chance. In a short time, many people gathered. Too many people wanted to enter Jishao City and hand over their holy badge. After all, there was already a precedent, and they were all willing to trust Futian. Now Futian's rallying power could be said to be the strongest in the Dawn Road. Although Xiao Junyi was equally as strong, who would dare to cooperate with Xiao Junyi? Soon Futian had gathered 1,000 holy badges. It was much easier than the previous time. Presently, in Jishao City, a magnificent relic appeared. Countless golden rays shone like they were trying to light up the entire Jishao City. A colossal golden figure appeared in the air, like a peerless battle god. In the middle of the battle god's shadow, a person floated there, and countless rays landed on his body, causing the burly figure to become even more extraordinary. That person was Yuxing. Futian did not inherit the legacy of this giant relic, but gave it to Yuxing to inherit. The demon might that Yuxing cultivated had not just demonic power, it also had an overbearing metal element ability. Therefore, the relic would be better suited to him. Even though Yuxing still wanted to let him have it, he rejected Yuxing determinedly. Moreover, Yuxing had gotten Ning Huang's heavenly halberd and the god's slaying halberd skill. When Futian was battling with Ning Huang, he had already felt that the god's slaying halberd skill was extremely strong. If it could be used with Yuxing's explosive strength, just the god's suppressing strike would be a huge difference as compared to Ning Huang. Now, Yuxing had inherited the giant relic. His strength would definitely go up another level. At that moment, Futian stepped forward and walked into the relic, then looked at the crowd and said, "You all may enter the relic to cultivate." Understood. The crowd nodded and moved in a flash into the giant relic. Outside Jishao City, there was a person in the air looking in the distance. From extremely far away, golden rays started to rise up, and the person said, "The relic is opened." They knew that after Futian had gathered the holy badges, adding on what Ning Huang already had, he would be able to open a second giant relic. Thereafter, word started to spread throughout the entire Holy Road, and countless people were astonished. Futian had been able to open 2 giant relics by himself. Even the Jishao City's giant relic had been occupied by him. After they had received the news, the elite geniuses from the other factions started to speed up the gathering of the holy badges. They were determined to open a giant relic in the Holy Road as well. About 10 days later, Futian and Yuxing both broke through their cultivation level and stepped into the 9th level of the Arcana Plane, the final level of the Arcana Plane. They had planned to break through to this level in the Flaming Prison City's giant relic, but because of Ning Huang's coercion, they had to step out of the relic. Now, they had broken through in the 2nd relic. They were only 1 step away from the Noble Plane. Chapter 534. The ruins of Jishao City was taken over by Yuxing, yet due to Futian's inherent extraordinary perceptivity and abilities provided by freedom meditation, he was able to sense a lot from the ruins nonetheless. The ruins of Jishao City was taken over by Yuxing, yet due to Futian's inherent extraordinary perceptivity and abilities provided by freedom meditation, he was able to sense a lot from the ruins nonetheless. A terrible metal elemental storm whipped up around Futian that day. Pieces of gold-colored blades circled around him with immense aura, speaking of unparalleled sharpness. The tornado of sharp blades gathered around his body, and a pair of incredibly dazzling pair of wings of the great rock congealed behind him. Every feather looked as if they were forged out of indestructible golden blades capable of cutting through anything. Mu Jiqiu watched him from the sides. Seems like he became able to comprehend metal elemental noble will. When the day comes where he steps foot into the noble plane, he would have become the noble with the sturdiest foundations there is, far surpassing any who is at noble plane at the moment. Futian opened his eyes and saw a thread of golden light shimmer. Metal elemental powers have always been one of his fortes. He was pleased to see the breakthrough achieved at the moment, and he took a look at the ones by his side. Yi Xiaoshu's aura seemed to have become even more aggressive than it had been, a testament saying that he had made it to grade 7 noble plane, and had grown considerably more powerful. At the gates outside of Jinshao City, there were people taking turns to guard the place from the very time the ruins were opened. There were few, yet due to the fearsome image projected by the scene of Yuxing having the head of Ning Huang on his hand, nobody dared intrude Jinshao City as of yet. However, a figure arrived at the gates of Jinshao City. The figure was a huge one, with a body that seemed to be made of gold. The figure took a look at the golden lights emanating from within the city and walked towards it. Yuan Zhan. Jinshao City had given strict orders of allowing no one to pass. The ones told the ape as they shimmered about themselves. They watched the huge figure that was about to trespass with serious expressions. It was Yuan Zhan, and the ape was not something they were capable of stopping. Yuan Zhan paid them no heed. Every step he took shook the earth like an earthquake. Someone cast spells to attack him, which landed on him with rumbling booms. However, Yuan Zhan did not even bother defending himself. He simply spared a look at the one who had just attacked him. The attacker saw the intense wildness within the ape's eyes, which sent him shivering, and he took a step back without realizing it. Yuan Zhan of Mount Taixing, a top-class genius-level figure, whose seniors were the king of Mount Taixing, the one demonic beast who was ranked within the barren sky ranking. He was an extraordinarily powerful being and a peculiar one, as well as one who was acutely protective of his own shortcomings. Yuan Zhan was one of those beings that anyone could least afford to mess with. Yuan Zhan did not bother doing anything else to the one who attacked him after giving the man the looks. The ape continued moving forward, and no one dared get in his way. They knew none of their efforts would have amounted to anything anyway. Rumbling noises continued to be heard as Yuan Zhan zipped past at frightening speeds. The guards at the gate looked at each other with bitter grins. So what now? If Yuan Zhan insisted on getting his way, there is simply nothing we can do here. He is obviously after the ruins there. But since Yuxing was the one inheriting the ruins lineage, it would do Yuan Zhan no good getting in there anyway. One of them answered, and everyone nodded in agreement. All there was left to do was to see how Futian would have dealt with all that. Yuan Zhan, who took large steps in his way in, arrived shortly near the ruins. Everyone stared at him with big eyes, given how he did not bother to do anything to conceal his presence. Futian gazed at the demonic beast's silhouette with cold eyes and said, "Did you not hear that Jinshao City was off limits? Ning Huang promised me that when the ruins were opened, I was to be allowed to train here. And that was why I handed Jinshao City to him in the first place." Yuan Zhan answered as he kept his gaze at Futian. "That was your business with Ning Huang. Jinshao City belongs to us now," Futian answered coldly. "I want to see for myself how powerful are the ones who killed Ning Huang." Yuan Zhan's eyes turned to look at Yuxing, eyes filled with wild ferocity. "Older brother." Futian turned to look at Yi Xiaoshu. "Capable people are always busy," Yi Xiaoshu murmured and shimmered his plump body forward to face Yuan Zhan. Yuan Zhan's eyes might have as well rolled seeing Yi Xiaoshu coming forward. The ape felt disdainful. A fat one like him probably doesn't even possess much power in the first place. How is he supposed to fight anyone? Yuan Zhan raised his palm and terrifying rumble was heard all over the place. An incredibly huge golden palm lashed out at Yi Xiaoshu's direction, overshadowing their air before it with terrifying might. Yi Xiaoshu remained unfazed. He extended his arm, which kept extending like vines whipping at the palm. His body blinked and a shining trajectory was seen reaching for the air behind the palm, arriving shortly after before Yuan Zhan. Yi Xiaoshu extended both arms at the same time, which seemed to conjure countless arms in an instant. They reached out and went tangling the huge body of the ape. Yuan Zhan's arms shook for a bit, and shattered the vines entwining them. He then reached out and took hold of the golden vines, pulling them towards him in a jerk, which in turn brought Yi Xiaoshu up. The incredible force of the pull caused Yi Xiaoshu's body to drop sharply, heading in the ape's direction. Pairs of shadows of arms flickered about in the air as if thousands of arms were born at the same time. Fearsome metal elemental spiritual chi whipped about as they moved, coalescing into a giant golden palm pressing downwards. Yuan Zhan saw multiple golden palms filling the sky in an instant, attempting to suppress him where he stood. Yi Xiaoshu, whose previous attacks have been comparatively soft ones, struck with incredibly aggressive might with the palms instead, showing that he was indeed capable of blending softness and hardness in his art. Roar! Yuan Zhan roared and the air before him trembled. He lifted both arms and swung hard at the great golden palm, like some arrogant ape god. Boom! A crazed metal elemental might swept about and the air rumbled with it. Yuan Zhan's body was somewhat shaken, a testament of the ferocity of Yi Xiaoshu's attack, which looked way more aggressive than it had suggested. The countless palms shattered, and Yuan Zhan saw terrifying spears of golden colors followed. They looked to be manifestations of those vines from before, yet were incredibly hard and aggressive instead. The golden spears seemed to be out to pierce anything standing in their way. Yuan Zhan's eyes went on to take a serious look. He stepped hard on the ground and his body shook with overpowering might. A screen of golden light burst forth from his body, like a horrifying torrent out to defend against everything coming at it. The golden spears zipped at the ape, piercing the seemingly unbreakable defense, and continued on their intended target. A golden staff of spiritual chi was conjured on Yuan Zhan's hand. He whipped the staff at the air before it shortly after. Futian stepped out from the ruins. His eyes sparkled as he watched the battle rage on before him. Others were doing the same. Their minds were completely shaken as they became aware that Futian's group was at the moment the most powerful one in Dawn Road. Yi Xiaoshu had just made it into Grade 7 Noble Plane, and yet he became capable of facing Yuan Zhan alone. The attacks of both combatants grew increasingly ferocious and violent. Yuan Zhan's art with the staff was out of this world and demonstrated unparalleled powers. Do his staff techniques have a name? Futian asked Mu Jiqiu, who had just walked out of the ruins. 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques, of the apes of Mount Taixing. The art bears incredible might, and this is actually the first time I've laid eyes on it personally. From the looks of it, it looks rather similar to how you go about with your staff. Mu Jiqiu elaborated, looking at Futian. Heaven-traversing staff techniques, eh? Sparkles were seen in Futian's eyes. His techniques with the staff were named by Senior Snow Ape to be 9 heavenly attacks. And Senior Snow Ape was of the apes as well. Futian activated his freedom meditation abilities and watched the staff techniques demonstrated by Yuan Zhan. It was more than looking similar. He was able to feel somewhat that the 9 heavenly attacks were actually an evolved version of the heaven-traversing staff techniques instead. 7th Elder Brother, we're done here, Futian shouted at Yi Xiaoshu. The plump man retreated and left the battlefield soon, feeling rather let down. However, it was clear that Yuan Zhan's powers were formidable. Had he not been training and making breakthroughs in the ruins, one whack from the ape's staff would probably have left him lying on the floor. While Mo Jun was a formidable figure himself, he nonetheless paled in comparison to Yuan Zhan, who seemed to be something made of gold. Yuan Zhan turned to look at Futian, and Futian returned the gaze, asking, "No need to try any further. If you were to face me under the same circumstances, you'd definitely lose." How arrogant! Yuan Zhan eyed Futian for a bit. Have a closer look. The 5-element rod appeared in Futian's hand, which then transformed into a golden rod. Golden lights flowed about him as he leaped soon after. The 5-element rod went burst as it attacked, bringing incredible might to bear. At the very moment the 5-element rod burst forth, Yuan Zhan's eyes were simply fixed. He watched as Futian whipped about with the rod, while his eyes never left Futian for even a second. Many who witnessed the battle felt shaken as well. How did Futian come to know Yuan Zhan's way with the staff? What Futian was demonstrating was none other than the heaven-traversing staff techniques. Futian stopped shortly after, and Yuan Zhan asked coldly, "Where did you steal those techniques from?" Yuan Zhan took a step forward as soon as he was done talking. A golden staff materialized in his hand bearing an aggressive aura. Yi Shaoshi was just about to interfere when he saw the 5-element rod in Yi Futian's hand was replaced with the polearm of divine destruction. Heavy pressures were felt around him as stars shimmered about. Saint lights flowed about him as a bearing like none other was manifested about him. Boom! Yuan Zhan took a ferocious stance as he leaped in Yi Futian's direction. The heaven-traversing staff techniques went for Yi Futian's head with frightening aura. Starlight shimmered about Yi Futian, and an even more fearsome aura burst forth. He too took a step forward and went with a heavy blow. Shimmering mirages coalesced into that one strike of his, which looked as if it could have split the heavens and the earth. Boom! The air shook and terrifying storms were conjured. Yi Futian's body was thrown off and his arms felt numb. What terrifying might indeed! Yuan Zhan was thrown off as well as his body glided in the air. He was unable to come out on top at all with that one hit. Yi Futian was able to fight Mo Jun before he was able to make it to the next plane. As he made it to grade 9 of Arcana Plane, his powers became comparable to top-class geniuses on the Holy Road with the help of the polearm of divine destruction. However, if his opponent was to carry a ritual implement equal in power to his, he might not have looked as powerful. Yuan Zhan's golden eyes glared at Yi Futian as he asked, "What technique was that?" He had practiced the heaven-traversing staff techniques since he was young, and no one was more familiar with that art with a staff than the apes. While Yi Futian had only launched one strike, Yuan Zhan was able to tell that it was something that had evolved from the heaven-traversing staff techniques. "Come with me." Yi Futian stepped forward, as he had something to ask Yuan Zhan as well. There were others who wanted to go with them but were stopped by Yi Shaoshi. "There is hardly anyone who can harm little brother on the Holy Road now." They nodded in agreement, as they came to realize that Yi Futian of that very moment was no longer the Yi Futian who had just landed on the Dawn Road. Yi Futian walked alone to a place with Yuan Zhan. Yuan Zhan's eyes never left Yi Futian, and he felt that Yi Futian had something going on with the apes. "If you want to know where my staff techniques came from, there are some questions I need to be answered first." Yi Futian looked at Yuan Zhan and continued, "What kind of staff techniques were the heaven-traversing staff techniques?" "Techniques passed down throughout the line of apes." Yuan Zhan continued to eye Yi Futian. The answer he gave was never a secret. "Where did golden great apes come from, and how did they end up in barren state?" Yi Futian asked again. Yuan Zhan continued to eye Yi Futian, this time, without giving an answer. "If you want answers on that staff technique, you need to answer my questions," Yi Futian continued. "You swear?" Yuan Zhan asked, with his eyes fixed on Yi Futian. "I swear." Yi Futian nodded. "I will have to kill you if you are not telling me anything," Yuan Zhan said with a cold tone. "The golden great apes were a branch of the apes. I heard from my predecessors that the apes came from the demon world. The apes were led by the Snow Ape Emperor back then, following Emperor Yi Qing as he built his empire. The Snow Ape Emperor seemed to have sensed something untoward was about to happen sometime after that, and had the apes who were lacking in martial training to lead the younger ones, to spread across the divine prefecture. Something happened to Emperor Yi Qing later. The Snow Ape Emperor disappeared, and the strongest among the apes were wiped out in a genocide. Only those who spread across the realm survived. Of course, that was only because the leaders did not bother settling the score or whatever, or else, where apes were found in this realm, there would have been golden great apes among them." He would not have told Yi Futian such things if his hands were not forced. Yi Futian shook slightly. The gentle figure he remembered became something unimaginable. He would have never expected the gentle Snow Ape was an emperor of the apes. He then remembered what Senior Snow Ape looked like when he faced those divine generals, a figure of regal bearing, a true king. Chapter 535, Senior Snow Ape was the Snow Ape Emperor. Senior Snow Ape was the Snow Ape Emperor. Yi Futian felt rather restless now. Senior Snow Ape had never demonstrated any pressure befitting his identity of the Emperor of Apes before him until the very last battle. Come to think of it, if Senior Snow Ape had been one of those great demons who had followed Emperor Yi Qing, he would have been a nobody, would he? Who am I then? Yi Futian asked himself silently. When the Snow Ape Emperor first laid eyes on him, he could not have helped but shed tears and knelt as the ape knew who he was. Whose descendant am I exactly? Yi Futian felt rather overwhelmed. While he had often lauded himself to be a king of some kind when he was young, it was him being young and stupid. After having experienced so many things throughout the years, he had matured considerably, and there were things he became rather reluctant to think about. At the moment, he actually had little idea what kings and emperors were actually like. At the moment, Yuan Zhan's eyes were still fixed on him. He found Yi Futian's expression look difficult and complex. He was unable to tell what was going on in Yi Futian's head as the man's expression kept changing. However, as Yuan Zhan had elaborated on the history of the apes, it was Yi Futian's turn to tell him where he learned his way of the staff. A formless pressure was clad on Yi Futian. Yuan Zhan said coldly, "Your turn to talk. Would you like to learn that?" Yi Futian looked at Yuan Zhan and asked all of a sudden. Yuan Zhan blinked his big eyes in confusion. "Learn what?" He felt dazed for the moment. "My art of the staff. The attacks were called 9 heavenly attacks," Yi Futian said. Yuan Zhan let out a great breath, which spawned quite a gust. The staff techniques of the apes were 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques, and Yi Futian's, the 9 heavenly attacks. "You're willing to teach me?" Yuan Zhan asked. "Indeed." Yi Futian nodded and went on to sit with his legs crossed on a rock. His Guqin spirit manifested, and Yi Futian looked up at Yuan Zhan. "The attacks have no specific formulas, and I have only learned the first 5 of the 9. I will first send the will of the 9 heavenly attacks into your mind, and you will need to figure out the rest yourself." "Very well." Yuan Zhan looked at Yi Futian puzzled. He was confused as to why Yi Futian had been so frank with him. Yi Futian strummed the chords and a tune was heard, carrying formless will with it. Musical spells were something spirit elemental-based sorcerers used to deliver will and concepts. Images rose within Yuan Zhan's mind shortly after. It was somewhere in the mountains, and the place was encased in coldness. An incredibly regal silhouette was seen on it, proud and gracious. The Snow Ape Emperor. Yuan Zhan's massive body trembled violently and gasped for breath. He then saw the Snow Ape Emperor begin to whip his staff about, which he closed his eyes to silent feel. The images were sent into his mind in waves of strong will, as if they were to be imprinted on his mind until the very last stroke of the art was finished. Yuan Zhan flinched, yet he kept his eyes close, feeling it all in silence. The Guqin spirit disappeared, and Yi Futian sat waiting in silence as well. The 9 heavenly attacks were something taught to him by the Snow Ape Emperor. Now that he met someone of Senior Snow Ape's race, and the 9 heavenly attacks were offensive techniques evolved from the 81 strikes of the heaven-traversing staff techniques, it was only natural for him to pass the techniques on to one of those apes, who happened to be right before him. Yuan Zhan opened his eyes after a while and looked at Yi Futian, with a very restless look face. He had been training in the 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques since young and developed immense comprehension of the 9 heavenly attacks. Those 9 new attacks were condensed and enhanced forms of the 81 strikes, stronger and bearing more power in every move. Yuan Zhan stood up and looked at Yi Futian, who remained sitting on the rock, and bowed in gratitude. "Thank you." The 9 heavenly attacks originated from the Snow Ape Emperor, and Yi Futian had done him a great service for willing to pass those techniques down to him. Yi Futian nodded and smiled. "It is an obligation on my part." "Where did you find the Snow Ape Emperor?" Yuan Zhan asked. "My hometown, a very remote corner of the Eastern Barren Territory," Yi Futian continued. "The day before Senior Snow Ape passed, he passed the techniques on to me, and now I passed it on to you, back to the apes. I suppose this is what they'd call the circle of life." "The Snow Ape Emperor perished?" Yuan Zhan was still rather reluctant to believe it. It was, after all, the Emperor of Apes who had been their leader. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. He still felt a tinge of sorrow whenever Senior Snow Ape came to mind. Yuan Zhan stood where he was silently and felt sad as well. If any of the elders came to know this, they would probably be as sad. When we get out of here, I'll take you to see my grandpa in Mount Taixing. He had wanted to see our emperor for a long time. Yuan Zhan spoke again after a while. Yi Futian nodded slightly. Very well. While I have never opened up any ruins in this trip on the holy road of mine, I met you, and that in itself was the greatest reward for me, Yuan Zhan said to Yi Futian. He saw the Snow Ape Emperor, and he inherited the 9 heavenly attacks that originated from the Emperor. Let's head back. Yi Futian stood up and started walking, while Yuan Zhan followed behind him. Yuan Zhan, what was it like outside when you came to Jinshao City? Yi Futian asked Yuan Zhan. Xiao Junyi killed Gu Feiyan, took his city, and opened up the great ruins within. I heard that Yanjiu had also gathered enough holy badges to do the same, Yuan Zhan said. Yanjiu, where is he? Yi Futian asked. Flying Sword City, Yuan Zhan answered. As I expected, Yi Futian murmured to himself. The flaming prison city was a fire one. The Jinshao City, a metal one. The great ruins of Flying Sword City must have been one to impart a swordsmanship lineage. All 9 cities on the Holy Road bore deep meanings within them. Yuan Zhan, would you mind heading to Flying Sword City with me? Yi Futian asked Yuan Zhan. The ape nodded without inquiring further. It was a no-brainer for him, even if it meant waging a war with Flying Sword City. When everyone saw a demon and a man walked side by side in the ruins, they were flabbergasted. Just what is going on here? Mu Zhiqiu looked rather amused as well. So, something did happen then? Yi Futian cast his gaze at the mighty ones at the ruins and said, I need swordsmen to come with me on my next trip, anyone? As soon as he finished, one figure after another stepped forward to answer his call, with Xia Wuji from Heavenly City and Zui Qianqiu taking the lead. Mighty ones in the hundreds stepped out of the ruins, all of them swordsmen. Everyone came forward without asking any questions, a testament to the powerful charisma possessed by Yi Futian. Elder brother, do you have any time to spare? Yi Futian grinned at Yi Shaoshi. The plump fellow glared at him, knowing that he was up to no good. Wuchen, come with me. Yi Futian looked at Yi Wuchen, and then called to everyone. Let's go. He turned around and took to the sky as soon as he finished, with Yi Wuchen right behind him. I'll go have a look too. Mu Zhiqiu followed suit. Yuan Zhan stomped hard on the ground and rumbles were heard as the ground shook. Yuan Zhan ran following Yi Futian. Yi Shaoshi flashed and rested on Yuan Zhan's shoulder. Hey, brother Yuan. Do you mind letting me sit here? Fat people get tired easy. Yuan Zhan glared at the fat person sitting on his shoulder with razor-sharp eyes and ignored him altogether. The ape ran, and the rumbling continued. That fatso. Many people looked at Yi Shaoshi and felt speechless. So Yuan Zhan is going to let him stay there? Since when did Yuan Zhan become so friendly with people? Brother Yuan, what did you talk about to our little brother? Yi Shaoshi asked out of curiosity. Yuan Zhan continued to ignore him. You guys talked about staffs? Yi Shaoshi continued to ask, and Yuan Zhan slapped at his shoulder. Yi Shaoshi leaped out of the way before landing on the same spot. All right, I'll stop asking. Dust was kicked up as the group went further and further away. Countless sent them off from the ruins. Students of Starry School stood up and someone asked, So, is Yuan Zhan now a pet of the sun or something? Maybe. They felt restless inside. They were at the Holy Road, yet Yi Futian continued going around kicking up trouble. Are they going to take a city? Someone asked. With the entourage consisting of Yi Shaoshi, Yuan Zhan, and hundreds of swordsmen, it was not hard to guess what they were up to. Yu Xing and Yi Wuchen were his best friends, and the 3 were always seen together. Now, he got his own place, and Yu Xing got a piece of the ruins too. All there was left was Yi Wuchen, the swordsman, and all he gathered were swordsmen. Gu Yinshi elaborated. Everyone was stunned before someone murmured. Looks like they're heading to Flying Sword City then. They were envious of Yi Futian, who had Yi Futian taking him to take a city personally. It was a pity that they did not share such amicable relationship with Yi Futian. The headmaster had asked the students back in Starry School who would be willing to guard the son on his divine path. No one answered the call, as most did not like him back then. Most simply sat on the fence. Now Yi Futian had no need for them to be around even if they were willing to follow him. Many looked at Long Mu, as he was probably the closest among them to Yi Futian. It was such a pity. The Flying Sword City was a palace itself. Many mighty ones gathered while Yanjiu remained in the air. His body remained upright and his bearing excellent. He looked at everyone and said, "Everyone with me." With the holy badges being collected in ample numbers, they became able to open the great ruins in Flying Sword City, and he felt rather excited about it. Many made their way to the ruins, which was not far where they were. Loud noises were heard from afar and the ground shook. Yanjiu asked, "What is that?" They stopped and looked behind them. The rumbling grew closer and closer, and they were able to make out that a group of people was heading their way. "Someone intruded Flying Sword City," a voice was heard somewhere. Yanjiu frowned. "Does someone dare to come take my place?" The group looked more and more fearsome. Intense sword aura was sensed in the sky above, as the group came through the air. A giant golden monster was seen landing from above. With another rumble, the giant figure was seen in the air again, making its way forward. "Yuan Zhan!" Yanjiu glared at that giant figure with sharp eyes. Rumbles continued as Yuan Zhan took several more steps, and the ground shook violently in response. A fat person was also seen on Yuan Zhan's shoulder. Yi Futian was also seen in the air, casting his gaze at Yanjiu. Yi Futian. Yanjiu recognized him in an instant. When Yi Futian threw out that ring that day, he played more than just Ninghuang, as Yanjiu was also one of them who went for that ring. "How dare you!" Mighty ones from the Sword Saint Villa spread out, and every one of them looked cold. Yi Futian dares to attack this place, and now is allied with Yuan Zhan as well? "Yi Futian, why have you come to my Flying Sword City instead of staying back to train in Jishao City?" Yanjiu's expression was as sharp as a sword as he cast his razor-like gaze at Yi Futian. "Just like how you went to Flaming Prison City instead of staying back to train in Flying Sword City." Yi Futian spoke plainly. "Just hand over the holy badges." The mighty ones around were stunned by what they just heard. "So Yi Futian is here to rob Yanjiu by invading Flying Sword City then? This is just too crazy. He dares move against a genius like Yanjiu. Are you being serious?" Yanjiu asked as he clad himself with a will of sharpness. A formless sword intent seemed to have been conjured, and his body seemed to have become like a sword itself, which threatened to lash out at any moment, emanating a very dangerous aura. Yi Futian chose to intrude at the very moment he was about to open the ruins after all. "What do you think?" Yi Futian looked at Yanjiu before casting his gaze down at the others below. He said, "Anyone who doesn't have anything to do with this, you best leave immediately. When the fighting starts, there will be no mercy." The mighty ones around were all Yanjiu's followers, and they looked particularly severe at the moment. Yu Xing and Yi Futian killed Ninghuang in Jishao City, and it was said that Yi Shaoshi was too someone capable of fighting toe-to-toe with Mo Jun. Worse still, they had Yuan Zhan added to their ranks. The group was as fearsome as possible at the moment. Yanjiu stayed in the sky, clad in sword aura, and addressed Yuan Zhan. "Yuan Zhan, are you sure you want in on this?" Yuan Zhan gazed at Yanjiu severely and said, "He told you to hand over the holy badge, so just hand it over already." Yanjiu looked especially embarrassed hearing those words. Yi Futian took a step forward and added, "When Almighty One ganged up on me back in Flaming Prison City, the scene was simply magnificent. You all dared not rob each other, and moved against only me instead. So today will be payback time. Yanjiu, I'll have you hand over the holy badges whether you like it or not." Chapter 536. Light of swords shot from Yanjiu's eyes, which were painful to anyone witnessing it. He was the heir to the Sword Saint Villa, and his ancestor had been the legendary Sword Saint. Yet now, there was someone threatening him to hand things over, whether he liked it or not. Light of swords shot from Yanjiu's eyes, which were painful to anyone witnessing it. He was the heir to the Sword Saint Villa, and his ancestor had been the legendary Sword Saint. Yet now, there was someone threatening him to hand things over, whether he liked it or not. Voom voom. Sword would burst forth, and 9 sword-like beams manifested behind Yanjiu like 9 swords being unsheathed. All 9 swords also bore different wills in them, as if vastly different powers resided within all 9 swords. 9 beams of light shot upwards behind Yanjiu, and 9 gleaming silhouettes of a sword appeared high in the air. Futian lifted his head and was able to sense the power within his opponent's swords. All top-notch figures possessed extraordinary talents and abilities. Yanjiu was an heir to the Sword Saint Villa, and his ancestor had been a Sword Saint as well. It was simply a given that he was no weakling himself. Everyone around stared at the scene flabbergasted. The famed 9 swords of the Celestials, incredibly powerful techniques which were rumored to be Yanjiu's namesake. It was as if the Sword Saint Villa had hoped Yanjiu would be able to master the 9 swords of the Celestials' techniques, and usher yet another glorious era of the Sword Saint. "Gather round," Yanjiu uttered coldly. The vast number of mighty ones around him struggled in their minds. "Should I fight, or should I leave? Anyone who stays and fight, I will take it as a move against me. You are all to show them no mercy," Futian added coldly. Indeed. Hundreds of mighty ones behind him drew their swords as soon as he was done talking. Sword wills seemed to have encased the entire area in an instant, truly a powerful scene like no other. The movements of everyone on Futian's side showed unparalleled unity, and it also showed that Futian had been far more charismatic with his followers than Yanjiu had been with his. Yanjiu's expressions were razor-sharp and his sword aura gleamed. One of the beams of swords boomed in brilliance, and the sword took flight menacingly. A terrifying sword will seemed to flow between heaven and earth into that very sword. A fearsome cyclone conjured by the sword whipped up. A golden giant sword was seen in the air. Its patterns gleamed brilliantly as if to overpower the space which it occupied. "Kill him!" Yanjiu pointed at Futian, and it seemed that thousands of sword wills flowed within an instant, gushing at Futian. Everyone present was able to feel the crazed torrent of sword aura conjured, and the brilliantly gleaming golden giant sword came to bear. The heavens howled in metallic noises as if signifying the sword that was to kill everything in its path. Boom! The earth shook violently as Yuan Zhan leaped into the air. Its golden body shone just as brilliantly as the crazed sword. He threw out his hand and conjured giant golden palm before him in an instant. Terrifying light flowed around the palm like it would suppress everything in its path. All apes learned the 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques, but that was not to say that the apes knew nothing else but said staff techniques. The great golden apes were known for their magnificent offensive and defensive capacities too. However, when the giant golden sword lashed out, it tore the giant palm right in the middle, which caused it to crumble bit by bit. But then again, the giant sword seemed to have lost its powers right after. It was quickly shattered as Yuan Zhan slapped it with his own hand. Stainless. Overwhelming sword aura whipped past in the air. Yanjiu did not show any intention of backing down by the attack met. Yet another sword shot out from the 9. Shadows of swords seemed to have zipped through the air like bolts of lightning and went for Futian and everyone else instead of just Yuan Zhan alone. The sword was called stainless, meaning that it moved so fast that it left no stain of any kind behind. There were many who were shaken to their core below. Yanjiu was a descendant of the Sword Saint. Every sword within his 9 swords of the Celestials seemed to be infused with notably different will and powers, yet all were just as fearsome. Yuan Zhan's massive body shook and a layer of golden sheen burst forth to cover his body. Stainless stabbed right into the layer, yet was unable to penetrate its defenses. Futian stood far away with the polearm of divine destruction in his hand. His body was soon covered with fearsome starry brilliance, turning into an immortal celestial body himself, and let himself be assailed by the sword aura. Boom! Yuan Zhan took a step forward, shattering all the sword aura around him. His huge body seemed to have turned into a streak of golden lightning, making its way to Yanjiu maniacally. Futian shrugged his shoulders at the scene. With Yuan Zhan's help in the battle, the outcome was obvious. Yi Shaoshi had also become a top-class combatant by now, and it went without saying that Futian, who now possessed the polearm of divine destruction, was such a being as well. Voom voom. Several beams of light shot past, and Futian sensed one congealed sword aura to another zipped in the air. It seemed that the other mighty ones from the Sword Saint Villa had come for his head. The Sword Saint Villa revered Yanjiu. However, other than Yanjiu himself, all the others were uncommon breeds of fighters themselves possessing extraordinary talents. The sword attacks crossed with each other, forming countless X-shaped attacks cutting through the air as if they were a net made of blades. It seemed as if no matter where Futian went, he was destined to be torn apart by the net of swords. Futian extended his hand and meteors materialized before him, blocking the flashes of the swords coming for him. The celestial rocks were shattered, and the gleaming, crossing sword auras kept in their immense speed as they came for Futian. A sword matrix, then? Futian took a step forward and lifted his polearm of divine destruction. A terrifying aura congealed around him, making the heavens and the earth howl. The polearm took the form of a 100-meter-long staff and was brought down hard at his front. The net of swords split down the middle in an instant. They gathered their sword aura again, and whooshes from the swords were heard when they saw the extremely long staff swept at them in an overpowering manner as if it was out to block out the sky. They retreated quickly, intending to evade, yet felt tremendous pressures weighed down on them, making it almost impossible to move, and it felt like they were soon to be crushed. Boom, boom, boom. Every figure that stood in the way of the giant staff was swept away violently, spewing blood as the hits landed. The others on the other side looked troubled as they swung their swords about. However, what followed were slithering sounds instead. Imperial vines blocked out the sky as they slithered to entangle the would-be assailants' bodies. They attempted to escape, yet the leaves of the vines quickly extended to seal the entire space they were in, before entangling them tight. The assailants activated immensely sharp sword wills, yet none of the vines were able to be cut. "Just stay put already," Yi Shaoshi said lazily. The vines were thrown below shortly after. One silhouette after another dropped hard on the floor, and blood was seen soon enough. The battle had only gone on for a short time, yet many swordsmen from the Sword Saint Villa had already been removed from the game. The followers of Yanjiu below dared not try anything funny anymore. With Yuan Zhan being more than enough to take on Yanjiu, Futian and Yi Shaoshi reigned supreme as they stood in the air. Anyone who dared tried anything was seen to be like someone having a death wish instead. Furthermore, all of the hundreds of swordsmen behind Futian all drew their swords. As long as they moved, those hundreds would have moved as well. It would be the end of them as soon as they did so. Yanjiu, who was tangling with Yuan Zhan, saw that the fight was not in his favor, and wanted to leave riding on his sword. However, Yuan Zhan would not have let him off easily. One strike with the staff had the air before it trembled, and Yanjiu had no choice but to turn around and resist the attack. All 9 swords were launched, and the shadow of the staff was shattered. At the same time, Futian's lightning steps completely blocked off Yanjiu's escape as well, and Yi Shaoshi had also jumped to stand guard in another corner. The 3 mighty ones blocked Yanjiu's way in the air off completely. Zoom! Yanjiu took for higher altitudes at breakneck speeds, which was an apparent sign that he refused to be caged. Yuan Zhan roared and took a step forward. His golden staff whipped in the air. The shadows conjured blocked the sky, as well as Yanjiu's way high above. A streak of curved trajectory was seen by Yanjiu's body, which surprisingly went for Futian. The sword flash was apparently the real deal, and what happened earlier was simply a feint. It was a setup. Yanjiu's life spirit shone brilliantly, combining with the 9 swords, taking the form of 9 different sword wills that were dazzling to behold. The attack went straight for Futian, and countless currents of sword aura in the air, as 9 different wills of the sword, flew at Futian as well. The combined attack seemed to one determined to make its own path, killing anyone who dared stand in its way. Yi Futian's expressions became a severe one. All 9 swords were divine weapons, and they emanated stunning lights as they came for him. The heir of the sword Saint Villa had truly been enraged. Starry storms whipped around Yi Futian as he took hold of the polearm of divine destruction. His body danced about like flowing auroras, and one strike with the staff was lashed out in the air. The strike, which shook the air before it, however, was not meant to attack anything. It was charging up instead. Yi Futian's movements were fast, yet they looked slow, emanating a unique rhythm. The ones around him were only about to see that he danced about while delivering a flurry of strikes with the staff. The resulting air of ferocity piled, yet the attack had yet to be seen. Boom! Yi Futian struck with 4 strikes with the staff in a very short span of time. A terrifying force gathered, and the 5th strike was seen lashing out aggressively like a true dragon howling, and everything shook in response. The light of the 9 swords arrived at the same time, conjuring proud flashes that aimed to kill everything, and clashed hard with the fearsome waves conjured by the polearm of divine destruction. That clash effectively conjured 2 harrowing currents. Yanjiu's 9 swords of the Celestials burst with remarkable power. However, the attack was blocked by the strike with the staff. Attacks from Yuan Zhan and Yi Shaoshi reached their intended target at the same time. Yanjiu shouted in anger, and all 9 swords returned behind his back and then went for higher altitudes. His ice-cold eyes glared at Yi Futian, which congealed into terrifying will of the sword, cold to the point of freezing. A gust of crazed turbulence burst forth. Yanjiu's rushed attacks were incapable of resisting attacks from both Yuan Zhan and Yi Shaoshi. He was stunned so badly that he ended up throwing up blood. Yi Shaoshi's golden vines whipped him about like long whips, sending him flying. Yi Futian took a step forward, looking at Yanjiu, who was being swiped in his direction, with cold eyes. He lashed out with his staff without mercy. Boom! A loud boom followed, as the strike immediately broke the bones on Yanjiu's body, and the poor man continued to throw up blood. His body remained levitated as his body, which was supported by sword aura, did not fall. His eyes remained sharp like a sword's despite seeing Yi Futian coming to him. Is it anger or humiliation you are feeling? Yi Futian spared a glance at Yanjiu without any hint of sympathy. The top-notch forces had not been kind to Yi Futian. They looked down on him from above, seeing him as nothing but prey. At that moment, however, he became the hunter, while Yanjiu, the prey. The holy badges, Yi Futian said coldly. Yanjiu held out his storage ring and threw it at Yi Futian. Yi Futian intruded the ring with his spiritual energy, and saw more than 10,000 holy badges lying within. He turned to look at Yanjiu, who simply eyed him coldly without saying anything. He knew what was going on inside Yanjiu's head. It was only natural for him to feel dissatisfied and frustrated. It was as Yi Futian had put it earlier. You will hand it over whether you like it or not. There was no other choice, and Yanjiu knew what kind of predicament he was in at the moment. Nobody below was able to say anything. Yanjiu's holy badges had been taken. Let's go, Yi Futian said and ignored Yanjiu. He did not bear Yanjiu much of a grudge, and naturally saw no reason to kill him. If he had killed Yanjiu, the sword Saint Villa would have put him on their hit list. However, if Yi Futian had simply taken away the holy badges, it would have been only something between him and Yanjiu, and the sword Saint Villa would not possibly interfere with the affairs of the younger generation. The others turned and left. Many in the Flying Sword City were stunned as their eyes were locked at the silhouettes that went far away. They took a look at Yanjiu and saw those injured from Sword Saint Villa gathered around him, and they all looked very dejected. They had probably never suffered humiliation to such an extent in their entire lives. We will have our revenge when we got out of the Holy Road. Yanjiu turned around and left riding his sword. The Holy Road was not the main point of the trip. When the mighty ones from all 9 holy roads gathered before the Holy Ji Palace, when they got out of the Holy Road, he would have Yi Futian paid the most severe price for what he had been put through. An hour later, countless sword wills flowed crazily somewhere else from the Flying Sword City, gathering in one direction. An immensely huge sword silhouette was seen there. The silhouette was a transparent one, an illusionary figure made out of swords. Countless streams of sword aura flowed about the illusionary silhouette, bringing about a fearsome will. A single-armed figure stood quietly in the middle of the illusionary figure, and the countless sword wills flowed in his direction. The figure was none other than Yi Wuqian. All the other swordsmen who followed Yi Futian were able to sense the flow of sword will within the ruins, and they were envious of Yi Wuqian. They were able to tell that it was the purest of swordsmanship lineages and an utmost treasure to any who trained with the sword. It was only a matter of time that Yi Wuqian metamorphosed into something else. Yi Futian went taking the ruins from Yanjiu, an heir of the Sword Saint Villa, just for him. That alone spoke volume of their friendship. Yi Futian stood before the ruins and he did not go up to feel it all. He was not a swordsman, and so he simply stood to see the ones who do there. He hoped that Wuqian would have been able to make a breakthrough, and it seemed that the day where the Holy Road was to be opened was closed. Chapter 537 News of Yi Futian snatching the holy badge of Yanjiu from Sword Saint Villa naturally caused some commotion. Yuan Zhan of the Golden Great Ape clan had actually partnered with Yi Futian. This made the other top forces feel danger and start discussing temporary alliances. If Yi Futian and Yuan Zhan dared to invade them together, they would unite and fight back. News of Yi Futian snatching the holy badge of Yanjiu from Sword Saint Villa naturally caused some commotion. Yuan Zhan of the Golden Great Ape clan had actually partnered with Yi Futian. This made the other top forces feel danger and start discussing temporary alliances. If Yi Futian and Yuan Zhan dared to invade them together, they would unite and fight back. Yanjiu had also gone there to get his share. Flying Sword City was taken now, so he could only put his hopes on the other cities. However, the relic in Flying Sword City was the only swordsman relic on the Holy Road. He was furious at this. However, Yi Futian didn't continue stealing. Yuan Zhan, Yi Shaoshi and the others needed to cultivate. Yuan Zhan was a golden great ape, so he naturally had gold elemental power. Yi Shaoshi was the same. They'd both returned to the relic in Ji Shao City to cultivate. Yi Futian prepared to cultivate quietly before opening the Holy Road. He hoped to make improvements in cultivation quickly. Days passed. In the blink of an eye, they'd been on the Holy Road for 3 months. That day, Yi Wuqian was inside a relic in the Flying Sword City. Thousands upon thousands of swords spun around him. Endless sword will whistled. Yi Wuqian's eyes were shut tightly as domineering power emanated from him. Crackle, crackle. Even more terrifying sword will flowed over, wrapping around Yi Wuqian and gathering before him. His entire body was silvery white like a sword. He transformed into a true sword body. At this moment, sword light flashed above him. Thousands of sword will buried into him, turning his body into a sword. He bore horrible power right now. He trembled. The sword chi around him transformed into a frightening storm that swept towards him crazily. Countless eyes in the relic turned towards Yi Wuqian. Hearts trembling violently, they wondered what he was doing. He's entering the next level, someone said. Thousands of sword will entered him and his body turned translucent like a sword. He was using the relic sword will to smelt his body into a sword and break into the next plane. Doing this was dangerous because the sword will here was so frightening. Not only did he have to comprehend it, he also had to swallow the sword will. This was crazy. He could die from the sword will's backlash. He'll break into the next plane sooner or later. Why do this? Someone lamented. Some people were truly crazy for cultivation. Yi Wuqian was evidently one of those people. Sword chi completely submerged Yi Wuqian, almost tearing him to pieces. Cracks appeared in the sword body that he hadn't completely formed yet. He could break apart at any time and turn to dust. Right now, Yi Wuqian was completely concentrated. His mind was clear and he allowed the sword will to enter him without moving. Finally, terrifying sword light burst from him. All sword will fell silent in an instant. Then they started flowing orderly. Yi Wuqian opened his eyes. The sword will entered his body and gradually dissipated. However, his entire temperament seemed to change. He was like a sword standing there. Noble. Everyone's eyes flashed. Yi Wuqian had entered the noble plane. Yu Wuchen had been in the 9th tier of the Arcana plane. After being bathed with the relic's purest sword will, he naturally improved greatly. He wasn't like Yi Futian either. He only cultivated swordsmanship, so he fit the relic perfectly. This suited him better than the relics that Yi Futian and Yu Xing found. Thus, he broke through the boundary of plane and entered the noble plane. Is everyone done cultivating? Yu Wuchen asked. The Holy Road will open soon. Let's stop here. Shall we regroup with Master Yi in Jin Shao's city? Someone asked. Okay. Yu Wuchen nodded. He stepped forward and the light on him dimmed gradually. The relic's light darkened as well before finally disappearing. Let's go, Yu Wuchen said. The group flashed and headed towards Jin Shao's city. The journey down the Holy Road had ended. Many of them had entered the next level. Even those who didn't had comprehended a lot and were close to the next level. Adding the sage will to this, they'd all received a lot. They also had holy badges and could go visit the Holy Ji Palace. Even if they couldn't join it, it was still a rare chance. In the Jin Shao city's relic, Yi Futian, Yu Xing and the others had stopped cultivating too. Seeing Yu Wuchen return, Yi Futian smiled. Wuchen, you broke into the next plane? He asked. He noticed that Yu Wuchen's temperament was different. Yes. Yu Wuchen nodded. Not bad. Little Eagle has entered the noble plane too. 7th senior brother is now a grade 7 noble, Jiqiu is grade 8, and Yu Xing and I are at the pinnacle of the Arcana plane. I think that I can become a noble at any time, Yi Futian said, smiling. This journey was quite satisfying. Everyone had great achievements. Not only was he close to entering the noble plane, he'd also comprehended many types of noble will. Once he became a noble, he would be much stronger than the regular nobles. Master Yi, thank you for your care on the Holy Road. Many people thank Yi Futian. He didn't know who they were, but some of them had followed him from the start. No one had known how powerful Yi Futian was at that time. They only knew that he was a relic killer. Later, he began to make a name for himself on the Holy Road. He'd even stolen from Yanjiu. Ning Huang had died in his and Yu Xing's hands too. Yi Futian was undeniably the most brilliant man on the Dawn Road. Of course, Xiao Juni was also a frightening figure. However, he was too cold-blooded and killed everyone. Naturally, he wasn't popular. We helped each other. I didn't take care of anyone, Yi Futian said, chuckling. The Holy Road will be open soon. I hope everyone will have good luck. Yes. We'll reach the Holy Ji Palace soon. I'm a bit excited. I wonder what this Holy Land will be like. Someone mumbled. It's rumored that the Holy Ji Palace is a palace in the sky. It's grand and majestic, with many floating islands around it. It's the most miraculous place in the barren state. I heard that before too. Now I can finally see it with my own eyes. Cultivators from all over were excited to see the cultivation paradise of the barren state. If they could become a disciple and cultivate in the Holy Ji Palace, then. They'd heard that the Holy Ji Palace's disciples were mostly in the Sage Plain. However, they didn't accept many disciples. Many people completed the 9 holy roads, but only 1 in 1,000 were picked to cultivate in the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian listened to their murmurs while thinking about something else. He was curious about the Holy Ji Palace, but he didn't care that much. He cared more that he could see Jieyu and second senior sisters soon after exiting the Holy Road. It had only been around 2 years, but it felt like a century. Right then, everyone felt the ground shake. Then a sound rolled over. Take your holy badge to the end of the Holy Road. The Holy Road is open. Everyone's hearts trembled. Yi Futian looked in the distance and said, Everyone, let's go. Let's go. Many people were excited. They flew in the air, going down the Dawn Road. Stepping out of the city and passing by the wilderness, they discovered that there was fighting everywhere. It was very bloody. Yi Futian glanced down. Beside him, Mu Jiqiu said, Once the Holy Road is open, only those with holy badges can walk to the other end. If not, you can only backtrack. Thus, the fighting now is always the bloodiest. Yi Futian understood. It was not only the wilderness. Fights erupted everywhere on the Dawn Road. Only his vast group was peaceful. It was the first time something like this happened on the Holy Road. Before, there'd never been someone like Futian who would open relics with a group. Even after opening the relics, Futian's group could still snatch their holy badges. If he wanted to enter the Holy Ji Palace, the holy badges were his capital. Before, Ning Huang had just wanted to get as many holy badges as possible. Walking forward, the group finally arrived at the end of the Dawn Road. There was a curtain of light. A group of strong cultivators guarded there. Seeing Futian's group, they were all shocked. How could there be so many people? This was a rare sight. Many people from the other top forces were there too. On their air warship, Bing Yi and Chu Shang stared deeply at Futian and Yu Xing. Yu Xing had left a deep impression on them outside Ji Xiao City. He was hard to forget. Nan Hao, Nan Feng and the others of the Nantian house looked at Futian with strange expressions. Yan Jiu's eyes were the coldest. He'd received the least on the Holy Road. Though he'd stolen many more holy badges, he had no luck with the relics. The most infuriating thing was that he'd been robbed just as he'd collected 10,000 holy badges and was about to open the relic. At that time, a solemn and handsome figure walked over, attracting many eyes. Xiao Junyi was here. He stood quietly to the side. He looked harmless. It was hard to imagine how he truly was. Other than these top figures, many prides from the Dawn Road also gathered over. Of course, Futian's group was the largest. The others couldn't rival them even when together. After all, the 3 months had been survival of the fittest. The weaker ones were eliminated in rounds. Only Futian's group was the most harmonious. "Where's Ning Huang?" "I didn't see him," an elder from the Holy Ji Palace asked. The Holy Road was closed with no authority. Even those in the Holy Ji Palace didn't know what happened inside. Ning Huang was the descendant of Elder Ning. He thought highly of Ning Huang. They'd met before and knew Ning Huang was talented. Thus, he asked. To them, Ning Huang should be the most brilliant of all on the Dawn Road. As soon as he spoke, everyone's eyes turned strange. Many subconsciously looked to Futian and Yu Xing. This confused the strong cultivator of the Holy Ji Palace. Had something happened to Ning Huang? He knew his talent. This shouldn't happen on the Dawn Road. "Senior, Ning Huang was killed," someone said. The expression of the strong cultivator hardened. He was even more confused. Ning Huang was killed on the Dawn Road? "Who?" he asked. Instantly, countless eyes focused in one direction. Me. 2 voices rang out at once, Futian and Yu Xing. Futian glanced at Yu Xing. Yu Xing had dealt the fatal blow, but Futian had been the one battling Ning Huang earlier. He knew that Yu Xing wanted to take responsibility for this outside Ji Xiao City. "Many people saw that I killed him," Yu Xing said indifferently. The strong cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace were shocked. The Holy Road had a high death rate. This was their rule too. Once in the Holy Road, anything could happen. It was the same for Ning Huang. Naturally, they couldn't blame someone just because Ning Huang had died. This would make the Holy Ji Palace seem unfair. However, it would be hard to tell Elder Ning that Ning Huang was killed. They knew that Elder Ning thought highly of Ning Huang and wanted him to take his place. It was unimagined how he'd react to this news. "Everyone's here. Let's go." The man looked away without saying anything. Chapter 538. The Holy Road's exit was similar to the connection between the ancient barren world and the eastern barren territory. When Futian walked out of the Dawn Road, they were on a mountain. Many people looked over. They seemed to know that they were coming and waited there. They seemed to be filled with curiosity. The Holy Road's exit was similar to the connection between the ancient barren world and the eastern barren territory. When Futian walked out of the Dawn Road, they were on a mountain. Many people looked over. They seemed to know that they were coming and waited there. They seemed to be filled with curiosity. These people all had different cultivations. A group of strong cultivators guarded on the side and said, "The Holy Road will be open for 3 days. During these 3 days, you cannot leave this island city. Remember, no fighting is allowed. If you have disagreements, find the island leader to resolve it. Those who break the rules will be killed. 3 days later, you will know what to do. Yes. Everyone nodded. These 3 days were probably for buffering. If those on the Holy Road had a chance to get a holy badge, they would come out in 3 days. However, Futian guessed that 3 days weren't needed. If one couldn't get the holy badge on the first day, they probably would never get it. Those that got it would come straight out. Furthermore, this seemed to be an island city. Fighting wasn't allowed and those who broke the rules would be killed. The rules were extremely strict. Now they were in the world of the Holy Ji Palace. Naturally, they had to follow the Holy Ji Palace's rules. You can go now, the strong cultivator said. Futian turned towards the mass walking behind him. He put his hands together. We are now in the Holy Ji Palace's world and it's safe. We should bid farewell now. Master Yi, take care. Many people bowed to Futian gratefully. They were safe now. Fighting wasn't allowed in the island city. Yes. Futian nodded and then his body flickered away. People were watching from afar, but they didn't know the people walking out. The people of the island city were subsidiaries of the Holy Ji Palace. They were under the Holy Ji Palace's authority. Mujichio, where are we? Futian's body shone. He discovered this was a true city. There were restaurants and inns. It was flourishing. Other than Mu Jichio's group, there were also people from the Starry School and Mount Jiuxian beside him. Don't you know about the 1,000 Holy Islands? Beside him, an air warship appeared. Bingyi, Chu Shang and those from the mortal world were on the airship. The speaker was Bingyi. Her beautiful features had a cold aura. She gazed at Futian with curiosity in her pretty eyes. She really wanted to know how Ning Huang had died. Had Yu Xing really killed him in his demonic state? And why did Yuan Zhan join them? Yuan Zhan was still there in Futian's group. They seemed to be traveling together. He wouldn't do this if it was just simple cooperation on the Dawn Road, right? I'm ignorant. How can I be compared to the goddess of the mortal world? Futian smiled faintly at Bingyi. Bingyi furrowed her brows. Futian seemed not to take her seriously. His eyes wandered across her body as if judging her. This gaze made her upset. It was practically blasphemy. The top figures of the barren state wouldn't have such impolite gazes and regular people wouldn't even dare to look at her. Futian was an anomaly. Bingyi huffed coldly. She looked away and her clothing fluttered. If you don't know, then you can look in the sky, she said coolly. You'll see what kind of place it is. With that, the air warship moved past them, hurrying high into the sky. Futian glanced at Mu Jichio and Yuan Zhan. They nodded. It's my first time here too, Yuan Zhan said. Let's take a look. Okay, Futian answered. The group roared upward, getting higher and higher. As their bodies rose up, the city and buildings below them grew smaller in their vision, becoming a bunch of speckles. As they continued rising, Futian's heart quivered. When he was high enough, the scene before him shocked him slightly. The city below was actually built atop a mountain. It was thickly dotted. The mountain was tall and rose into the clouds, making the city seem to be floating in the sky. What truly impressed Futian was that, when standing in the sky, he didn't only see the floating city below. He saw the boundless sea and countless mountains of varying heights standing in the sea. Every mountain had a city atop it. Looking over, they were like thousands of islands. The scene was impressive and magnificent. This was a huge sea area. All the mountains rose up from the sea. However, the seawater was strange too. Instead of angry waves, it was calm. In fact, the blue sea reflected the blue sky, white clouds, and the various mountains. The 1,000 Holy Islands. Futian's heart trembled. The air warship wasn't too far away. Bingyi glanced at Futian and said coolly, This is the Holy River. The 1,000 Holy Islands on the river all belong to the Holy Ji Palace. All the island leaders come from the Holy Ji Palace. At first, they were the family of the Holy Ji Palace disciples. As the generations passed, more and more family members lived here, forming the 1,000 holy islands of the present day. All disciples who complete their cultivation and wish to remain here will receive an island and become the leader. That island would belong to him. Futian nodded slightly. After countless years, the Holy Ji Palace was no longer just a simple palace. Everything on this holy river belonged to the Holy Ji Palace. There were innumerable strong cultivators. He scanned the 1,000 holy islands. His gaze landed on the floating mountain range in the center. It was extremely magnificent, and a majestic palace stood atop the peak. That's where we're going 3 days later, the Holy Ji Palace. Are you ready? Bingy asked. Then she steered her air warship away. During these 3 days they had to prepare for what was next. Now, all the prides of the 9 holy roads had come out and were in different islands. Futian stood in the sky for a long while before descending. Let's go, he said. Everyone nodded and entered the island city. After the holy road opened and the many prides arrived, the island became lively. All the restaurants and inns were busy. People would often ask about what had happened on the holy road. They would even communicate with other island cities to learn about other roads. 2 days later, someone was discussing the holy road in the island's biggest restaurant. Apparently, Ning Huang, the descendant of Elder Ning, was killed by Yu Xing, a demonic figure. He's still not a noble, but he can enter the demonic state and become a horrible murderous god. He beheaded Ning Huang. He's like the god of death. On the Dawn Road, it was rumored that Xiao Juni is the inheritor of the Dark Saint. He's a horribly frightening existence, and may be the strongest of the Dawn Road. What about Yanjiu from the Sword Saint Villa? Yanjiu was hurt by Futian and Yuan Zhan working together. Even his holy badges were stolen. He probably will never forget this humiliation. Who are Futian Yu Sheng and his group? They came out of nowhere and are so powerful. The enrollment will be very interesting this time. The Dawn Road alone has so many talents. Indeed. This is only the Dawn Road. The strongest 3 holy roads of the 9 are usually the Barren Road in the center, the Nether Road of the north, and the Heaven Road of the west. I'm sure shocking figures have appeared from these roads too. The Barren Road gathers the prides from the central region. It's always the holy road with the most monstrously talented figures. Their average skill level is the highest too. There's nothing more to be said, someone said, chuckling. 8 of the holy roads crossed through the Zhongzhou city region to the central region. The 9th road was right inside Zhongzhou city. It was where the strong cultivators in Zhongzhou city gathered. Zhongzhou city was the biggest main city of Barren State. One could imagine how bustling it was. The Zhiga family wasn't within Zhongzhou city. Instead, they were outside in what was called the Zhongzhou lands. The mortal world, Nantian House, Sword Saint Villa, and many other forces were in this area. Going east, it was the eastern region of the Barren State where the Jiaxing House and Divine Sky City were. I heard that a young lord came from White Cloud City. He's extremely talented and young. He's only around 20 years old, but he's already in the noble plane and has frightening combat ability. He's comparable to how the young city lord of White Cloud City had been. Didn't someone crazy from the Zhiga family come too? If you had that woman, then there are 2, but the woman's plane is slightly lower. Some people came from the Demon God clan too. Tomorrow, we'll be able to see all the monsters of the 9 holy roads. Just wait and see. Everyone discussed animatedly. At that time, someone stood up and left the restaurant. Many people followed him. Futian arrived at the edge of the island city. There was an abyss before him. He gazed at the city in the distance. He wondered which island Jieyu was in. They would meet tomorrow. At that time, Hua Jieyu was cultivating in an inn on another island. Footsteps sounded. Hua Jieyu opened her pretty eyes. She was too beautiful to be from this world. Senior sister. Hua Jieyu smiled. Cultivating again? Zhuge Meiyu grinned. This island was part of the Holy Ji Palace and outsiders shouldn't be able to step foot inside. Zhuge Mingge wasn't really an outsider though. Her father and brother had all cultivated here before, so she was an exception. Yes. Hua Jieyu nodded. Senior sister, will he come? Who knows? Zhuge Mingyu smiled. Oh, that annoying guy brought a handsome youth here. Apparently, he's some powerful figure from White Cloud City here for a visit. Would you like to see him? Hua Jieyu naturally knew that the annoying guy was the young city lord of White Cloud City. Senior sister, you know me. Hua Jieyu smiled gently. Yes, so I rejected him for you. Zhuge Mingyu chuckled at Hua Jieyu. Don't know where that kid got his luck so that you only think about him. Jieyu, what's so good about him? Him? Hua Jieyu thought of that bad boy and smiled brilliantly. Nothing's good. But you still like him? Zhuge Mingyu giggled. I just do. Hua Jieyu's smile was very bright. Looking at that beautiful girl, Zhuge Mingyu shook her head. This girl was in too deep. There was no hope for her. Chapter 539. The 3 days ended in the blink of an eye. The 3 days ended in the blink of an eye. The floating mountain range in the center of the 1,000 holy islands was the most majestic. It towered over the sea and rose up into the sky. Pavilions and towers were everywhere outside the mountain. It was like an otherworldly palace or a whole city. There were countless relics and cultivation paradises. This was the Holy Ji Palace, passed down the ages. It was a true holy land. The holy river had thousands of mountains. These all belonged to the Holy Ji Palace. However, people usually called this one mountain by the Holy Ji Palace because only the core disciples could cultivate on that island. Regular disciples couldn't enter without permission. They could only cultivate with an elder on one of the other islands. Other than that, they would occasionally have the chance to listen to a palace elder's lectures on the holy island or cultivate in a relic. Thus, those who could cultivate on the holy island were all monstrously talented. They were all the best of the barren state. In the east of this majestic heavenly palace of the Holy Ji Palace, there was a shorter island neighboring it. There was a vast empty space on the borders. At the foot of the Holy Ji Palace, one could see stairs when raising one's head. The stairs led up to the Holy Ji Palace like the steps to heaven. This was truly at the foot of the Holy Ji Palace. At the moment, there was a mass of people gathered here, stretching as far as one could see. They were the disciples cultivating on the 1,000 holy islands and their family. Other than that, many important figures from the barren state had come too from the various top forces. They knew this was the end of the Holy Road. Those who'd exited the 9 holy roads had gathered here. Today was the day. Many elders who had high hopes for their juniors were here to watch. Of course, there were also some top forces who were close to the Holy Ji Palace and had come to give gifts. This vibrant scene happened once every 3 years. All talents of the barren state were gathered here. To the younger generation of the barren state, this was true magnificence. To the important figures, some of these juniors may become significant in the future or even enter the barren sky ranking. At the moment, someone was playing the guqin beautifully. It was mesmerizing. Even many important figures were affected by the artistic conception in the song. They looked over to one place. They saw a youth in a purple-blue robe sitting quietly on a smooth stone on the steps leading to the Holy Ji Palace. He plucked at the strings and created heavenly music. From serenity to a powerful melody, it seemed to depict an epic poem. This youth was untainted and had defined features. He was as handsome as a god. He didn't seem to be from the mortal world. Countless people from the vast space below the Holy Ji Palace looked up at the youth. Many of the younger generation were filled with respect and worship, even if they were prides too. They wished to become someone like him in the future. Many beautiful girls had expressions of admiration too. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the youth on the mountain was the most beloved man of the girls of the barren state. Even the strong cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace sitting beside the mountain path looked appreciatively at the youth. The people of the barren state were clear that this youth would be one of the most brilliant figures in the future. In fact, he already was. In the distance, strong cultivators from the other island cities arrived. People instantly looked up at them. They were the ones from the 9 holy roads who'd gathered here now. The people below looked at the incoming strong cultivators with anticipation. Were they finally here? Look there! The prides from the arid road are here. Everyone looked over and saw people walking over. One of them was a very young and handsome youth. His eyes were like lightning, shining like stars. That would be Bai Zhe. Many eyes fell on this youth. Bai Zhe was an extreme talent from the White Cloud City. He joined the Holy Road after entering the Noble Plain. Apparently, he'd opened countless relics on the arid road. No one could stop him. Now, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of Grade 8 Noble Plain. He was probably one of the strongest this time. The Nether Road is here too. Someone looked in another direction and saw figures appearing gradually. Look there. Someone pointed in a direction. A group was walking over. Everyone was attractive, especially two of them. Zhuge Xing, Hua Jieyu. Many people murmured. They recognized these two. Zhuge Xing was the pride of the Zhuge family's younger generation. Hua Jieyu was Zhuge Mingyue's sister. As beautiful as the rumors say. Many more gazes fell upon Hua Jieyu. Her appearance seemed to add color to this vast space. She was so beautiful to look at. Seeing her was an enjoyment. We're here, Zhuge Mingyu said, smiling as she appeared beside Hua Jieyu. There was another innocent beauty beside them. Apparently, she was Beitang Xinger, Zhuge Mingyue's junior sister. She was always beside Zhuge Mingyu. Yes. Hua Jieyu nodded. Delectable. Many people praised after seeing Zhuge Mingyu standing with Hua Jieyu. Qi Meng of the Demon God clan. At that time, someone's eyes fell somewhere behind Hua Jieyu on a youth. He had a beastly figure and a blood-red line between his brows. It looked extremely demonic and was the mark of the Demon Gold clan. The barren road is here too. The people looked towards yet another direction. The mass of strong cultivators had arrived. They came from 9 different directions. There were many talented figures amongst the sea of people. When the people of large forces saw their juniors, they smiled faintly. At that time, Qingyuan appeared somewhere with an elder beside him. It was the leader of the Jiaxing house with a youth beside him, Mu Jifan. Qingyuan, you're the only one here from the top 3 schools. Why are you so active? Are you waiting for Yi Futian? He's talented, but you think he can survive the Holy Road with his cultivation? The head of the Jiaxing house said mockingly. These two were old rivals. He was still angry about how Qingyuan had taken Yi Futian into the Jiaxing house to take the polearm. You don't have to worry, Qingyuan said coolly. Jiqiu is also in the Dawn Road. You better pray that the guy didn't run into Jiqiu. Otherwise, the polearm would probably be back with the Jiaxing house, the man said, laughing. He seemed very confident. When Mu Jiqiu entered the Holy Road, she was already in the Noble Plain. He was free, so he decided to visit the Holy Ji Palace. After all, Mu Jifan was also cultivating here. Qingyuan gazed at the head of the Jiaxing house and gave an ambiguous smile. What are you smiling about? The head of the Jiaxing house asked after seeing Qingyuan's odd expression. You shouldn't pray that they meet. Your granddaughter is quite pretty. I heard that the son of my school isn't only talented in cultivation. Qingyuan smirked. The head of the Jiaxing house's expression changed, and he scoffed. Don't speak nonsense. Your little heir isn't qualified. Jiqiu will become a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace, like Shifan. There are many people cultivating on the 1,000 holy islands. He's just a disciple on an island. What are you so proud about? Qingyuan mocked. How many from your school has entered the Holy Ji Palace? The other shot back. Neither let each other go. They argued tit for tat, attracting much attention. Those that could come all had extraordinary statuses. Not even sages could come if they wanted, but these two old guys were arguing. At that time, people gradually walked over from the distance. Qingyuan and the head of the Jiaxing house stopped arguing. They looked at the incoming group. The Dawn Road's people had finally arrived. They attracted a lot of eyes too. Just then, a huge figure started walking over. It was a huge golden ape. Seeing its appearance, Qingyuan and the Jiaxing house heads stared hard at it too. They knew that this was the Golden Great Ape clan from Mount Taixing in the center region. They ruled Mount Taixing and were a frightening force. The mountain leader was at the front of the barren sky rank 2. There was a stone wall in the distance, above the steps to the Holy Ji Palace. An extraordinary elder stood there. His features were very sharp. He looked into the direction of the Dawn Road. A group of strong cultivators arrived before him. They also looked there with pained expressions. Elder Ning Huang was killed. They must have used lowly tricks. Otherwise, with Ning Huang's abilities, how could it be possible? We must take revenge. Someone murmured. The elder scanned him coldly and said with authority, This is the Holy Ji Palace, so you better be obedient. Otherwise, no one can protect you. Then I'll wait for when we leave. But Elder Ning, the one who killed Ning Huang, can't become a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. These were from the Ning family. They'd been waiting for a long time, filled with anticipation, but only received the news that Ning Huang had died. Elder Ning huffed. He scanned the people coldly. The only one he had hoped for to take his place had been killed. This upset him greatly. From what I know, the one who killed Ning Huang is from the Eastern Barren Territory and is close to Zhuge Mingyu of the Zhuge family. Think more clearly, Elder Ning said. He glanced at the Zhuge family and then at the beautiful figure still playing his guqin. Right then, in Zhuge Mingyu's direction, Hua Jiyu looked over at the Dawn Road cultivators. Zhuge Mingyu smiled at her. She knew what Hua Jiyu was waiting for. Would that guy really be with the Dawn Road? Then a group of figures came over in the sky from the Dawn Road's direction. The instant she saw a handsome figure amongst them, Zhuge Mingyu smiled brightly. Indeed. Hua Jiyu looked with her pretty eyes and saw the one she'd been missing every day. A beautiful smile bloomed on her face. Many people gaped at her as if her smile was the only thing in the world. Heh! Zhuge Mingyu chuckled softly and then an odd expression filled her eyes. He's still like before. He was surrounded by pretty girls. He really knows how to enjoy himself. As expected of our junior. Zhuge Mingyu giggled. Finally, Hua Jiyu noticed the people around Yi Futian. She obviously knew Lulan Shui, but there was also Qin Yin and Li Qingyi behind him. They were pretty, but not beautiful. But there was also Gu Yinshi with beauty worth a city's treasures. Mu Jiqiu was even more beautiful. She looked a fairy, standing there quietly. Hua Jiyu blinked and her smile turned resentful. This guy hadn't changed at all. Chapter 540. That's too much. Zhuge Mingyu smiled and continued. Surrounded by beauties, what a contented life. That's too much. Zhuge Mingyu smiled and continued. Surrounded by beauties, what a contented life. Yes. Hua Jiyu nodded with a grievance. After much anticipation, she had finally met him again, but under such a situation. Should I call out to him? Zhuge Mingyu asked. I don't know him. Hua Jiyu pretended to be angry and looked away, but she continued to peek in his direction. She saw him talking happily to the beauty beside him with a bright smile. Jiyu, I'll introduce someone more outstanding to you next time. Let's not care about that heartless man anymore. Zhuge Mingyu nodded seriously. Hua Jiyu blinked and looked at Zhuge Mingyu, but she heard Beitang Xing'er say, Second sister, little brother is so handsome and outstanding, there will definitely be many girls who like him. Maybe it's not little brother's fault. Xing'er, whose side are you on? Zhuge Mingyu grinned, looking at Beitang Xing'er. Beixing Tanger smiled and scratched her ear, while Hua Jiyu said in a touching tone to Zhuge Mingyu, Sister, maybe what Xing'er said isn't wrong. Zhuge Mingyu blinked and grinned at Hua Jiyu. She had not even punished him yet. She was really hopeless. Hua Jiyu blushed shyly like Zhuge Mingyu had seen her thoughts. It made her look even more attractive, but that fellow was really too much. One or two would be fine, but he had 4 beauties by his side. Presently, Yi Futian did not notice anything. His gaze landed on the Holy Ji Palace's spectacular sky stairwell, on the teen playing the guqin. The guqin melody sounded sweet and it was extremely familiar. He had practiced the same piece too many times. Yu Xing and Yi Wuchen's gaze also looked towards that direction. Yi Futian looked towards Mu Jiqiu and Yuan Zhan who were beside him and asked, Who is he? Mu Jiqiu looked towards the teen in all his glory, sitting quietly there, yet looking as though he had merged with the heavens. His cultivation level was likely very high, and to be in the Holy Ji Palace at such a young age. Even though she had only seen him for the first time, she could guess his identity. There were very few of such people in the barren state. His impressive demeanor could be seen from one look, and he stood out from the rest. If I'm not wrong, he is the young city lord of the White Cloud City by Luli. Mu Jiqiu replied quietly. Futian stared at him and smiled. He is indeed an exceptional person. I heard that young city lord Bai has entered the top 10 of the Barren Sky ranking? Yes. Mu Jiqiu nodded. Although Bai Luli's cultivation level was not high, his prodigious talent had already obtained the recognition of the Barren State's people. His future was sure to be bright. No wonder he can express such imagery through the piece. Futian smiled. The piece that Bai Luli was playing was one of the top 10 pieces of the Divine Prefecture, the Ukiyo. Although it was only the first half of the piece, the imagery was already divine. Futian admitted that even if he was the one playing, he could not do better. With regards to how the young city lord Bai obtained the Ukiyo's score, he was not surprised. Back then, he had left the score in the Eastern Baron College. As long as an expert from an elite faction went there, they would be able to get it. With Bai Luli's background, even if the White Cloud City did not go to get it, it would not be difficult to get his hands on the score. What did the top 10 of the Barren Sky ranking mean? It meant that the people of the Barren State viewed Bai Luli as one of the 10 most outstanding people in the Barren State. Which direction is the Nether Road in? Futian suddenly asked. Previously, the Ukiyo had caught his attention, but Futian naturally would not forget about being able to meet Jiayu and his second sister. The crowd's gaze moved towards one of the 9 directions and Mu Jiqiu said, "It appears to be there." Futian looked towards that direction and scanned through the crowd in a distant location. He soon saw a beautiful figure looking at him with a weird grin. Her smile gave Futian the chills. He was extremely familiar with that smile. Back in the cottage, whenever he saw that smile, 4th or 5th brother would be in trouble. Second sister. Futian mumbled, then saw the girl standing next to Zhuge Mingyu. He saw Hua Jiayu avoiding his gaze and he did a double take. Something was wrong. How could Jiayu not miss him? If second sister had seen him, it wasn't possible that Jiayu didn't. He saw Beitang Xinga winking at him, and Futian had a realization. As though he had suddenly thought of something, he froze and looked to his left. Gu Yunqi was standing quietly there. He looked to his right. Mu Jiqiu was beside him speaking to him intimately. Oh no! Futian was dumbfounded. This was bad. Could he be blamed for this? Being too outstanding was a mistake as well. Jiqiu Yunqi, you have to help me explain later on, Futian said. Mu Jiqiu gave him a confused look while Gu Yunqi's eyes sparkled. Could it be? Jiqiu. At that moment, a voice sounded. Just as Futian was about to walk over to Jiayu, he saw Qingyuan and the Jiaxing house chief walking over to him. The Jiaxing house chief was glaring at Mu Jiqiu sternly. He was still arguing with Qingyuan about this matter just now, and what did he see now? Mu Jiqiu was actually quietly standing beside Futian. What was happening? Grandfather! Mu Jiqiu called out to him. Jiqiu, have you taken back the polearm of divine destruction? Mu Jifan's expression was grim. That day, when Futian had taken the polearm of divine destruction, he had also arrived, but Yuan Chen's threat allowed Futian to take it away. Mu Jiqiu immediately understood why her grandfather and brother looked unhappy and lowered her head in guilty. She had wanted to take it, but she had been defeated by Futian again. However, her action made the Jiaxing house chief and Mu Jifan's expressions become even grimmer. Was this her silent confession? Could it be? What is going on? The Jiaxing house chief was extremely irritated. Futian, nice job. On the other hand, Chen Yuan was full of smiles and looked at Futian appreciatively. Previously, the Gu clan leader had shared some thoughts with him. That was when he knew that the son he had picked was talented in other fields on top of his cultivation. Looking at the lineup Futian had, he had to admit that he was impressed. The frigid beauty of the Jiaxing house had been won over by him. Impressive. Yi Futian blinked in suspicion. Could there have been a misunderstanding? Why did the Jiaxing house chief look like he wanted to tear him from limb to limb? Even when he first took the polearm of divine destruction, he didn't act like this. It was inevitable that the Jiaxing house chief would overthink. Not long ago, Yi Futian and Mu Jiqiu were enemies. Now, both of them were walking side by side jovially. With Qin Yuan's words in mind, how could he not overthink? Grandfather, it's my fault. I lost to him again in the Holy Road, Mu Jiqiu said quietly. Even if you've lost to him, you can't. The Jiaxing house chief was devastated. His granddaughter was beautiful and had outstanding potential. How could this be? Jiqiu, how could you be with a thief? Mu Jifan asked emotionlessly. He always felt that Yi Futian had stolen his polearm of divine destruction. Yi Futian and the people around him raised their heads and looked at Mu Jifan coldly. Yi Futian frowned. This Mu Jifan was being audacious. Senior, I think that there has been some misunderstanding, Yi Futian said to the Jiaxing house chief. It had better been a misunderstanding. If you dare to touch my sister, I'll chop off the hand that did it. Mu Jifan interrupted ruthlessly. Idiot! Yi Futian looked at Mu Jifan annoyed. He then stretched out his hand and wrapped it around Mu Jiqiu's shoulder and looked at Mu Jifan provokingly. Mu Jiqiu's body shivered and she stared blankly at Yi Futian. In the distance, Hua Jiayu and Zhuge Mingyu looked at them, doing double takes. This was too much. You! Mu Jifan stepped forward, a cruel aura bursting forth. Yet he saw Yuan Zhan, Yi Shaoshi, Yi Wuchen, and many others step forward and look at him ruthlessly. Yuan Zhan! At that moment, another figure came forward. The figure at the forefront had a huge physique. It was a golden ape. He stepped right into the crowd, his gaze on Yuan Zhan, curious why Yuan Zhan would be with a group of humans. Mount Taixing's golden ape. Qin Yuan and the Jiaxing house chief looked at each other in thought, then saw Yuan Zhan standing in front of Yi Futian. When did this fellow get acquainted with the golden apes? Father! Yuan Zhan called out to him, then introduced Yi Futian. This is a good friend that I met in the Holy Road, Yi Futian. Father and grandfather will definitely like him. The golden ape looked curiously at Yi Futian. Yi Futian had already retracted his hand that was on Mu Jiqiu's shoulder and bowed slightly to him and said, Yi Futian is honored to meet Senior Ape. Yuan Zhan's father nodded. His appearance had caused many people's attention to move towards them. After all, it was the Golden Ape clan from Mount Taixing and could be considered an elite faction. Jiqiu, explain yourself. The Jiaxing house chief looked towards Mu Jiqiu and said. Mu Jiqiu glared at Yi Futian. This fellow was causing trouble on purpose. Just kidding. I hope Senior doesn't mind. I have a girlfriend. Yi Futian smiled brightly, then pointed towards behind the Jiaxing house chief and said, She's over there. The Jiaxing house chief turned around and the rest of the people all looked towards where Yi Futian's finger was pointing. It was the direction of the Nether Road. Who is it? The Jiaxing house chief asked. There were so many people in the Nether Road, how could he know who she was? Was Yi Futian making fun of them? The most beautiful one. Yi Futian beamed. The crowd instinctively looked towards Hua Jiayu, who was standing beside Zhuge Mingyu. Although there were many beauties in the Nether Road, the most beautiful one could be seen at an instant. If Zhuge Mingyu and Hua Jiayu stood there, nobody else could compete with them. Those who had heard Yi Futian's words all had suspicious expressions. It was not possible for it to be Zhuge Mingyu, so he was referring to Hua Jiayu. Where did this idiot come from? You mean Hua Jiayu? Mu Jifan was cultivating in the Holy Ji Palace, so he had naturally heard of Hua Jiayu. Yes. Yi Futian nodded, smiling. Idiot. Mu Jifan saw Yi Futian smiled and his expression was disdainful. He looked at Yi Futian and said, Hua Jiayu, cultivating in the Zhuge clan, Zhuge Mingyue's sworn younger sister, a divine spiritual sorcerer, your girlfriend. Yi Futian looked at Mu Jifan's expression and was irritated. He had been looked down upon. Don't create trouble for yourself. Mu Jiqiu advised him softly. This kind of joke was not to be casually made. If he was heard by the people from the Zhuge clan, they would not let Yi Futian off. That's right, Brother Yi, it's best not to joke about this. Behind him, Xia Wuji and the rest tried to persuade him as well. Yi Futian rubbed the peak of his nose, then walked forward. He was actually walking in the direction of the nether road. The crowd looked at him with weird expressions. Gu Yunqi's gaze had been on Hua Jieyu all this while. She had previously heard Yi Futian say that he had a girlfriend. She was always imagining what kind of remarkable girl Yi Futian's girlfriend would be. Now that she saw Hua Jieyu, she was like the beauty in her imagination, a goddess. As she thought of it, Gu Yunqi smiled brightly. Only this type of girl could be a good fit for him. At that moment, numerous gazes landed on Yi Futian as he walked gradually towards the nether road. Zhuge Mingyu and Bai Tangxinger saw him walking over. Hua Jieyu also looked at him, then turned away. This fellow actually dared to touch other girls in front of her, shameless. Finally, Yi Futian walked over to the nether road area. He walked in front of the three of them and smiled jovially. The two of them looked at him with a weird grimace, then looked towards Hua Jieyu. Yi Futian saw that Hua Jieyu was not looking at him and was a little guilty. He said in a small voice, "Jieyu, I miss you so much." As his voice landed, the entire space fell silent. It started from the nether road, then the other places as well. Countless gazes fell on them. Yi Futian's voice was not loud, but because of Zhuge Mingyu and Hua Jieyu, many people's attention was on them and they had heard what he said. What did he say to Hua Jieyu? Do you have a death wish? Mu Jifan's expression was frosty. He had been paying attention to what was happening all the while. I don't know you. Hua Jieyu glared at Yi Futian with a pained expression. Evidently, she was still angry. However, the crowd did not pay close attention to Hua Jieyu's expression and only heard his words. In an instant, many people looked coldly at Yi Futian. What an impudent fellow! Where did this idiot come from? Someone even said mockingly. Hua Jieyu frowned. Even though she was feigning anger, she could not bear to hear others humiliate Yi Futian. Sigh, I've come such a long way to find you, how heartbreaking. Yi Futian sighed. Hua Jieyu turned around and glared at him resentfully. Who was the one being wronged now? As she thought of this, she took small steps towards Yi Futian. The numerous gazes froze as they saw Hua Jieyu walk to Yi Futian's side. Afterward, under their stunned supervision, Hua Jieyu stretched out her arm and helped Yi Futian to straighten his messy clothes with the gentleness of a lover. She had a look of helplessness in her eyes, and her gaze turned towards the dawn road and said pitifully, Who are they? Am I not good enough? Tell me, I'll change. Seeing the alluring beauty before him, Yi Futian felt as though he was about to melt. However, why did he have an ominous premonition? Chapter 541. At that moment, under the Holy Ji Palace, countless people's attention gathered towards where Yi Futian was. This was especially true for the disciples of elite clans and factions. Now, Hua Jieyu, who was extremely famous among the younger generation, had a boyfriend. At that moment, under the Holy Ji Palace, countless people's attention gathered towards where Yi Futian was. This was especially true for the disciples of elite clans and factions. Now, Hua Jieyu, who was extremely famous among the younger generation, had a boyfriend. This is too much. Zhuge Mingyu smiled faintly and said. Beixing Tanger did a double take and asked softly, Second sister, will younger brother be in trouble now? I don't know. Zhuge Mingyu smiled. Beside her, Zhuge Xing's gaze landed on Yi Futian, a strange expression appearing on his face. As a younger generation of the Zhuge clan, he naturally knew that Yi Futian had a boyfriend who was one of the disciples of the Eastern Baron State's cottage. However, this was the first time he had seen Yi Futian, and he was indeed handsome. But if Hua Jieyu only focused on appearances, she would be too shallow. Among the Dawn Road's crowd, Chief Chin had a weird look on his face. It seemed like he had underestimated Yi Futian's potential. Impressive. Mu Jifan's expression was extremely somber. What a slap to his face. He should have been happy that Yi Futian had a girlfriend. However, When he saw that the girl was Hua Jiayu, he was unable to do so. Not because he was interested in Hua Jiayu, but because when Yi Futian first took the polearm of divine destruction away, he had been arrogant in front of Yi Futian. He was a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace, and would take back the polearm sooner or later. However, now that Yi Futian had crossed the divine road to get here, was on good terms with Yuan Zhan of the Golden Ape clan and had Hua Jiayu as his girlfriend, this made him extremely dissatisfied. Mu Jiqiu, Gu Yunqi, Qin Yin and the other girls looked towards them. It was as though they had never really seen Yi Futian's true colors. Mu Chuan, do you want to consider my offer? Since your favorite granddaughter is already by Yi Futian's side, why don't you join me in supporting the successor of the Saint Path? Qin Yuan asked the Jiaxing house chief. Mu Chuan glared at him and replied, In your dreams. How stubborn, you can't even see as clearly as your descendants. Yi Futian was only in the Arcana plane when he entered the Dawn Road. Look at the people who have gathered around him, your granddaughter, the younger generation of Mount Taixing. Can't you see who is at the core of the group? Qin Yuan said nonchalantly. After a few years, you might not even have the chance to get close. You think I care? The Jiaxing house chief scoffed. With who he was, so what if Yi Futian would become strong? You may not cherish it, but when the time comes, the Saint Path will crush your Jiaxing house. Qin Yuan said disdainfully. You can try. Chuan Mu stared at Qin Yuan and said, You think I dare not? Both of them glared at each other. At that moment Yi Futian was being stared at by countless people, sending shivers down his spine. Seeing the charming beauty in front of him look at him wistfully, Yi Futian felt a conspiracy being plotted. Jiayu, these are all my friends. I'll ask them to explain to you later, don't misunderstand. Yi Futian was apprehensive. If you like them, just tell me. I don't have any objections, Hua Jiayu said gently, acting extremely feminine. Yi Futian blinked and saw Hua Jiayu grinning at him. He had the chills, so he smiled and said, Definitely not. Feeling as though his answer wasn't sincere enough, Yi Futian added, I swear. Hua Jiayu smiled ravishingly and was pleased. Looks like I've passed the test. Yi Futian saw Hua Jiayu's pleased smile, and heaved a sigh of relief. As expected of the fox, she was hard to deal with. It took both brains and brawn to placate her. Jiayu, why are there so many people looking at us speak? Yi Futian glanced at the surroundings and asked. I don't know. Hua Jiayu shook her head. Is it because I'm too handsome? Yi Futian asked in a hushed voice. Yes, it must be. Hua Jiayu smiled and nodded. The two of them held hands like nobody was watching, and walked towards Zhuge Mingyu. It was not that they were high profile, it was just that they could not control themselves after meeting for so long. Even though they had already spoken softly, they were unable to help that so many people had noticed them. Second sister, Sister Xinger, I've missed the two of you. Yi Futian looked at Zhuge Mingyu and said, Really? Zhuge Mingyu replied, smiling at Yi Futian. Why did she feel that his words were hypocritical? He probably only missed Jiayu. It's absolutely true. Ever since Sister left the cottage, I've often missed the days when you were at the cottage and felt as though something was missing. Soon, I left the Eastern Barren State to look for you. Now that I've seen that second sister has gotten more beautiful, I'm at ease now. Yi Futian said earnestly. Your words are so sweet that I almost believed them. Zhuge Mingyu replied, looking at Yi Futian. This fellow was still such a sweet talker, even after 2 years. Nothing had changed. Beitang Xinger stood at the side, smiling gently. She was naturally happy to see Yi Futian. Back then in the cottage, the senior brothers and sisters all doted on him the most. Shameless. Many of the Zhuge clan members and Nether Road geniuses looked at Yi Futian with contempt. Was that how this bastard managed to win Hua Jiayu over? Such a glib mouth, how could a cultivator be this shameless? If it was only Hua Jiayu, it would be fine, but even Zhuge Mingyu fell for that. Sigh. Women. Little Shi, did you take good care of your little brother? Zhuge Mingyu saw Yi Shaoshi walking over and asked, smiling. Yi Shaoshi saw the difference between Yi Futian and his treatment, and was infuriated, but when he met his second sister's gaze, he lowered his head and continued. Naturally took good care of him. Little brother, is that the truth? Zhuge Mingyu looked at Yi Futian and asked. Seventh brother's performance was indeed passable. Yi Futian smiled and replied, causing Zhuge Mingyu to nod her head in satisfaction. The fatty sighed in his heart. Who is the big brother here? Sister, what about fourth and fifth brother? Yi Futian asked. Previously, Shui Yi and Luo Fan had come to the barren state alongside Yi Shaoshi, claiming that they wanted to find second sister. Now that Yi Shaoshi was here, where had the two of them gone? The two of them were lazing around, so I found something for them to do, Zhuge Mingyu replied. Yi Shaoshi shrunk back. Thinking of his two seniors, he felt that his treatment was still all right. Seeing Yi Shaoshi's response, Yi Futian knew that his two seniors were probably in a sorry state. Looking for second sister for no good reason, they were just looking for trouble. Did they think that they were him? What about third brother? Have you seen him, second sister? Yi Futian also thought about Gu Donglu. The smile on Zhuge Mingyue's face faded, and she replied, Don't mention him. Trying to show off after he had just broken through his cultivation level. He was defeated by Bai Luli. I don't know where he's gone off to cultivate after that. Yi Futian looked at his second sister's expression. It looked like she was worried for his third brother. His gaze turned towards another direction, and Yi Futian looked at the outstanding figure by the Holy Ji Palace's sky stairwell, the White Cloud City's young city lord Bai Luli. Being able to enter the barren sky rankings top 10 at such a young age, how could he be defeated easily? Knowing third brother's personality, he was probably off somewhere cultivating hard. At that moment, in the direction of the sky stairwell, there were important figures descending from the Holy Ji Palace. Their gazes swept across the vast area, and wherever they looked, there were people. It was a sight to behold. Moreover, this was the group that had already passed the Holy Road selection, or there would be a terrifying amount of people. This was the Holy Ji Palace's triennial disciple selection, a spectacle of the barren state. Apart from a few stubborn fellows from the Alchemy City and the barren state northern continents, Holy Temple region, the vast majority of the barren state's factions would participate. This was the influence that the Holy Ji Palace had built up over the years. Even the demon god clan experts were willing to come forth. At that moment, numerous gazes looked towards the direction of the sky stairwell. They heard an expert from the Holy Ji Palace say, The Holy Ji Palace will be selecting its disciples now. Those who are not involved step out from the central region. Once his voice landed, many figures retreated. Even the influential figures from all areas retreated out of the central region. Those from the 9 holy roads, assume your positions. The expert on the sky stairwell continued. Yi Futian held Huajie's hand and said, I'll go over first. Okay. Huajie nodded gently. Yi Futian and Yi Shaoshi left, walking in the direction of the Dawn Road. In the Holy Ji Palace's triennial admission, they would open up 9 holy roads, namely the Barren Road, Dawn Road, Travel Road, Nether Road, State Road, Arid Road, Separation Road, Frost Road, and Decay Road. Out of the 9 roads, only the Barren Road corresponded with Zhongzhou City. The other 8 roads corresponded with the 8 major bearings of the barren state. At that moment, in the extensive area, there were 9 words inscribed in the 9 major bearings. Yi Futian and the people from the Dawn Road stood in the region where the Dawn word was. They looked like a huge army. Even after the elimination from the Holy Road, there were still countless figures standing. The disorganized area became much more orderly and distinct. Among the 9 holy roads, it was the most evident that the Dawn Road had the most people. This caused many people to think, looks like the competition in the Dawn Road this time wasn't that fierce. The fiercer the competition over the holy badges in the Holy Road, the fewer people could stay until the end. However, the crowd was unaware that what had happened in the Dawn Road was unlike the other holy roads. When Yi Futian returned, Mu Zhiqiu, Gu Yinqi and the rest continued to stand by his side. Li Qingyi looked at the geniuses from the 9 holy roads, then looked towards the sky stairwell and the Holy Ji Palace's prodigies. She knew that her journey was coming to an end. She did not have expectations to enter the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate. Simply being able to see such a scene was enough to make her satisfied. All the most outstanding figures of the generation from the barren state had gathered here. At that moment, Zhuge Mingyu walked towards a place at the side of the sky stairwell. Over there, countless figures had appeared, and one of them had a prominent aura. Yi Futian had seen him before in the cottage. It was Zhuge Kanyang, who had been to the cottage to receive his second sister. He was also an extremely famous figure in the barren state, and the successor to the Zhuge clan. Has he come? Zhuge Kanyang asked Zhuge Mingyu. Yes. Zhuge Mingyu nodded lightly. In these 2 years you have protected Hua Jieyu so well, just to wait for him. Now that he has chosen to step through the holy road and appear on this stage, I hope that he lives up to your expectations, Zhuge Kanyang said softly. Chapter 542. At the foot of the Holy Ji Palace, the experts from the 9 holy roads stood cautiously. They all knew that the holy road was merely the first stage of the selection. Walking out from the holy road did not mean that they were a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. It was far too early. At the foot of the Holy Ji Palace, the experts from the 9 holy roads stood cautiously. They all knew that the holy road was merely the first stage of the selection. Walking out from the holy road did not mean that they were a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. It was far too early. They had walked out of the holy road, only to arrive here and obtain the qualification to enter the Holy Ji Palace, simply that. What would follow would be crueler. The geniuses from the 9 holy roads had gathered. What a spectacle it would be to behold. On both sides of the sky stairwell, experts could be seen standing. Due to the sky stairwell being too long, even though there were many experts on the steps, they still appeared to be scattered, many of them appearing alone in a direction. There were those like Bai Lili playing the Guqin piece, like Zhuge Kanyang and Zhuge Mingyu observing silently, and those who were drinking tea and watching. Now many influential figures from the Holy Ji Palace had arrived because it involved the selection of their disciples. The Holy Ji Palace's entrance examinations were different from many other factions. The Holy Ji Palace's elders would personally select those they valued, unlike a mass admission. Only those who were valued by the sage-playing figures had the qualification to step foot on the 1000 Holy Island. For those who wanted to become a disciple on the core island, they would have to be selected by an extraordinary sage-playing figure. It was exactly because of this that the entire barren state's geniuses gathered for the Holy Ji Palace's triennial entrance examinations. However, the Holy Ji Palace would not take in many disciples as the Holy Ji Palace's influential figures had extremely high expectations. They had seen far too many geniuses, so it was not easy even to enter the 1000 Holy Island, not to mention becoming a core island disciple. Of course, before the many influential figures took their pick, there were still too many people from the 9 holy roads. There needed to be another round to eliminate the majority of the survivors. Because of that, an elder on the sky stairwell announced, "Those who have walked out of the 9 holy roads step forward. The Holy Ji Palace's elders will personally take their pick, but before that, a huge portion of you will be eliminated." The crowd nodded in understanding. It was no surprise to them as many people had already known about the Holy Ji Palace's entrance examination rules. Tens of thousands of cultivators had entered the 9 holy roads. How were the influential figures of the Holy Ji Palace going to decide? Evidently, there needed to be a mass elimination. From the 9 bearings, everyone stepped forward into the vast area in the middle of the 9 words. At that moment, a blinding light emitted from the 9 words signifying the 9 holy roads and turned into light veils. Following that, the entire area lit up with a holographic glow, causing the area to look like a giant battlefield, spanning tens of thousands of meters. A normal human's vision could not even see the edge of the battlefield. However, all those who had gathered here were cultivators with extremely high cultivation levels, so sight was not an issue to them. Tens of thousands of meters was a mere stone's throw for them. At that moment, the 9 words appeared to transform into 9 doors, with an expert guarding each door. All of you have stepped out from the holy road and have a holy badge in your hands. Some of you have relied on your strength while others may have used schemes. Regardless of how you did it, the Holy Ji Palace will not interfere. However, in this battlefield, There will only be 3,000 people standing at the end. You may all use your methods and there are no restrictions. Those who concede can raise their holy badges and no one is to attack you. Step out from the 9 bearings, that is the exit. After you have stepped out, return your holy badge to the people from the Holy Ji Palace. The expert on the sky stairwell continued. The crowd was astounded. This time's elimination would be a battle royale. The tens of thousands of geniuses from the 9 holy roads would be reduced to only 3,000 within this battlefield. The remaining 3,000 would be the true prodigies from all corners of the barren state. Averaging out the 9 holy roads, each holy road would have about 300 people. Keeping in mind that every holy road represented countless geniuses from a certain region of the barren state, from numerous major clans, schools, and sections, 300 people was simply a mere fraction of a clan's young experts. I have to remind you all that you had better start making preparations now. Otherwise, when I announce the start of the elimination, you might not even know how you died. The expert on the sky stairwell shouted. Immediately, many people's expression became alert and shied away from others, trying to prevent others from sneaking up on them. Although the battlefield was huge, when that many experts gathered inside, it still appeared cramped. That was why, once the battle erupted, it would be mass chaos. The people around you could attack at any time, so you would not even be able to select an opponent. Only those extremely strong cultivators could dominate the area around them and aim for their targets. At the foot of the Holy Ji Palace, at the edge of the giant island, it was eerily quiet within and outside the battlefield. Everyone was focused, watching the battlefield. The most outstanding cultivators from the 9 holy roads naturally received the most attention. Yi Futian also had many gazes on him. There were many people who were worried about him. Zhuge Mingyu had high hopes for him. Back then, Gu Donglu had personally gone to the Kangyi kingdom to invite their little brother, so he had not experienced any entrance challenge. Now, there was such a huge scene to enter the Holy Ji Palace, she did not know if her little brother could make it through with his cultivation level. Although she was exceptionally confident in Yi Futian's potential, she was still a little worried. After all, Yi Futian's cultivation level was rather low, and she knew what level Yi Futian was at 2 years ago when she had left the cottage. On the battlefield, Yi Futian was among the youngest. If he waited another 3 years, perhaps her little brother would be unparalleled, but at that time his cultivation level might have already surpassed the lower noble plane and be unable to take part in the Holy Ji Palace's entrance examination. Qin Yuan also looked in Yi Futian's direction. In the colossal battlefield, Yi Futian appeared minute. How would the prodigy of the divine sky city that could dominate his generation fare on the stage of the barren state? What kind of brilliance would he show? He raised his head towards the direction of the Holy Ji Palace. He knew that many influential figures had come today, including some of the people on the barren sky ranking. Who among them would select Yi Futian? In another direction, the golden ape from Mount Taixing also looked in Yi Futian's direction. Yuan Zhan had just told him some things that made him extremely surprised. At that moment, in the battlefield, Yi Futian told the people around him, "Follow me closely. I'm not intending to participate in the battle, this place is not for me." Li Qingyi smiled and replied. She was already satisfied enough to have reached here. "I'm afraid that I will only be a burden to you in this battle. I'd better step out." Gu Yunxi smiled gently. Long Mu and the rest sighed. Middle Arcana Plane cultivators could still have some opportunities in the Holy Road, but here, there was no opportunity to be had. "All right. Giving up in this kind of scenario is nothing to be ashamed of." Yi Futian nodded. After that, he saw Gu Yunxi, Li Qingyi, and many others walking with their holy badge to the exit. When the battle began, they would immediately step out and watch the battle. Not just them, but many others made a similar decision at present as well. Previously, many disciples from major factions had followed their peers into the Holy Road and were protected all the way. Now, that method would not work. If they did not have the ability, staying was pointless. "Begin," the elder on the sky stairwell announced. As his voice landed, terrifying auras started to burst out in the battlefield, and the spiritual chi in the air rampaged. Many people walked out of the exit. These were the people who voluntarily conceded. There were a few people who flew into the air. The people who dared to do so were all elite geniuses. In the sea of people, flying in the air would make them easy targets for those on the ground, and nobody would be so arrogant without enough confidence. Yi Futian's gaze swept across the spacious battlefield. His vision was drowned out by the crowd and he could not see where Hua Jiyu was. Around him, nobody attacked Yi Futian's group. After all, they were in the gathering area for the Dawn Road's experts, and who in the Dawn Road did not know Yi Futian? Even the elite geniuses like Yan Jiu did not dare to move recklessly. The polearm of divine destruction in his hand, Yi Futian flew into the air, his gaze sweeping around the surroundings. In the air, there were others like him, brimming with confidence. A distance away, from the direction of the separation road, there was an icy gaze that fixed itself on Yi Futian with killing intent. There was a group of experts who were covered in flames, and there was a fearsome dark will in one of the experts' flames. That was the Holy Fire Clan's gathering area and Duao was within. Back then, Duao had led a group of Holy Fire Clan's experts into the eastern barren territory, forcing Yi Futian to climb the sky mountain with them. Duao had nearly died in the hands of Yi Futian's demon bird. He bore the grudge all this time. Now, at the foot of the barren state's Holy Ji Palace, he had met Yi Futian once again. Yuanzhan Jiqiu, how much do you know about the Separation Road's Holy Fire Clan? Yi Futian asked. Not much. Yuanzhan and Mu Jiqiu both shook their heads. What will happen if I kill one of the Holy Fire Clan's disciples? Yi Futian asked again. In the mass chaos, it is common for people to die. If you kill a normal disciple from the Holy Fire Clan, they might just accept that their disciple's strength was inferior to yours. However, it is possible that the person you kill has connections with elders in the Holy Fire Clan, and that might get you marked. Mu Jiqiu continued. Of course, if you are highly valued by an influential figure of the Holy Ji clan and enter the palace to cultivate, there will be no repercussions. I understand. Yi Futian nodded, as he saw Duao walking in the air towards him. He moved in a flash towards the ground and looked at Duao, as though intentionally avoiding him. Duao's killing intent was rampaging. Someone tried to attack him, but the imposing dark flame surrounding his body shot towards the person and enveloped him, causing the person to ignite with no chance to even surrender. Trying to escape? Duao looked ruthlessly at Yi Futian, who was in the crowd. Yi Futian and Zhuge Mingyu were closely related, but even if he could not kill him, he would disable him permanently. At the same time, a cruel killing intent appeared in Yi Futian's eyes. Back then, in the eastern barren territory, it was Duao who had given the order to eliminate the Donghua clan. Even though the Donghua clan lord and his wife had agreed to disband the clan, they were hunted by Duao, and he even chased them all the way to the college and killed them in front of the people in the college. And the cause of it all was because Duao had wanted Hua Qingqing's body. On the sky mountain, he had almost humiliated her but was saved by Yi Futian's demon bird. It was also that incident that had caused a pure girl like Hua Qingqing to go into Buddhism. Although Yi Futian and the Donghua clan were enemies back then, what Duao did in the eastern barren territory was still deserving of death. Chapter 543. It was chaos in the vast battlefield at this very moment. Tens of thousands of powerful cultivators battled within. One could only focus on the enemies right before them, there was no choosing one's opponent. The number of people that failed was increasingly rapidly as well. A constant stream of people left the battlefield, having admitted defeat. It was chaos in the vast battlefield at this very moment. Tens of thousands of powerful cultivators battled within. One could only focus on the enemies right before them, there was no choosing one's opponent. The number of people that failed was increasingly rapidly as well. A constant stream of people left the battlefield, having admitted defeat. Many important figures observed the ongoing events from the top of the sky stairwell and the other side of the battlefield. Naturally, the insanely powerful geniuses whose talents were top-notch got the most attention. Bai Zhe from White Cloud City, who was the younger brother of Bai Luli, was an obvious target for observation. He was mind-bogglingly talented, and as he stood proudly in the sky, no one dared to approach him. It was clear to all that some people were simply not to be trifled with. Qi Meng from the Demon God clan marched into the crowd. His arms were powerful as a dragon's, and when he grabbed at the crowd, several cultivators were sent flying. The attacks of those from the Demon God clan have always been savagely violent. Qi Meng was a large, burly man. Leading other powerful figures from his clan into the crowd, Qi Meng sent the people around him flying with yet another powerful swing. He was like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep. No one was able to hold their ground against him. The insanely powerful figures of Zhongzhou City were also under great scrutiny. At this moment, streaks of golden light gleamed from the middle of the crowd. The light was especially dazzling and attracted countless gazes. Several extravagantly dressed young men stood there, bathed in a sovereign glow. Streaks of light swept across the place, turning into dragons and phoenixes. No one could defend against them. The young man in the center of that group had an impossible elegance to his features. His aura was unmatched by most people. This young man was Huang Jioge, an insanely powerful figure of Zhongzhou City's sovereign family. The sovereign family was one of the most powerful families in Zhongzhou City and even the Barren State. They were so powerful that even the prestige of the Holy Ji Palace meant little to them. They claimed to be descendants of Huang, and were arrogant beyond measure, calling themselves the sovereign family. But everyone else thought that the sovereign family thought too highly of themselves. There were countless powerful figures in the world. The vast divine prefecture may have figures like the emperor and Renhuang, but the barren state did not have the capacity to contain such figures. However, the people of the barren state still recognized the strength of the sovereign family. Those from the sovereign family who had come to the divine road were not aiming to enter the Holy Ji Palace to train. Instead, their motivation was to see the talent the barren state had to offer and to barrel through all competition effortlessly in order to prove how powerful the sovereign family was. It was also a good opportunity for them to train and improve their own abilities. Other than the sovereign family, those from the Tingxue house in Zhongzhou were equally frightening as well. Murderous energy emanated from an area in the battlefield. Those from the Tingxue house were carrying out vicious attacks there. A large empty space quickly emerged around them. The people around them had fallen to the ground, defeated and bloodied. No one else dared to approach those from the Tingxue house. The Shimin clan and the Lightning Court were also one of the most influential powers in Zhongzhou City. Their younger generations of members were all brilliant, and they wanted to take this opportunity to shine amongst their peers by defeating them all. But they had not started clashing with each other yet. This large messy free-for-all was but the first stage of elimination. The real battles lay towards the end. As such, they were not too hasty about things, knowing that the fight now was only a prelude to greater things at the end. Other than the powerful figures from the 3 different paths of the Divine Road who were under the most scrutiny, there were other insanely talented people from the other paths as well. The abundance of talented people on the battlefield made it a dizzying sight to see. There were so many powerful figures, and they had not even displayed their full abilities yet. In the battlefield, the 9 swords glinted behind Yanjiu, and after scaring the competition, no one else dared to touch him again. The same went for many powerful figures from the mortal world and Nantian House. Their gazes turned towards Futian, who was being hunted down, and a peculiar expression settled on their faces. When Futian wielded the divine destruction polearm, his battle ability was definitely top-notch. And with Yuan Zhan and Yi Shaoshi by his side, he had no need to run from being hunted down. Chu Shang from the mortal world and Nan Feng from the Nantian house knew about the bad blood between Du Ao and Futian. The Sacred Fire sect had gone to the eastern region of the Barren State as well back then, and Du Ao seemed to still be unaware of Futian's abilities now. Watching Du Ao chase after Futian into the chaos alone, they knew that Du Ao was in trouble. Futian was obviously sure of what he was doing. Hua Jiu stood in the sky. She was watching Futian as well. However, the battlefield was chaotic, and her sight was obscured at times. Futian seemed to be intentionally heading towards the center of the crowd as well. He seems to be being chased, Zhuge Xing commented, looking over at Hua Jiu who was next to him. Do you need me to do anything? There's no need, Hua Jie replied calmly, not looking at Zhuge Xing. She saw that Yi Shaoshi was not rushing to defend Yi Futian. Since the cottage disciple was not worried, she understood that Yi Shaoshi believed in Yi Futian's ability to solve this himself. Yi Futian was probably intending to take revenge on behalf of Du Ao's victim back then. Looking at Hua Jie's profile, Zhuge Xing did not comment any further. He turned back to where Yi Futian was. Yi Futian had run to the middle of the chaotic battlefield on the dried-up path. He saw the gleam of starlight before meteorites began to appear in the sky. It seemed like that part of the sky had been sealed off. Yi Futian stopped and turned to look at Du Ao. Bathed in dark fire, Du Ao was a frightening sight to see. Staring at Yi Futian, he spoke. Don't worry, I won't kill you. At most, I'll just permanently destroy your powers. I heard that your girlfriend is a divine spiritual sorcerer now, and that she's unmatched in her looks. There are many people out there who want a taste of her. Maybe she'll become someone else's woman once your powers are destroyed. Du Ao leered at Yi Futian. He believed that if it hadn't been for Yi Futian's meddling back then, he would have managed to secure Hua Qingqing, a startling beauty within the eastern region of the barren state. Hua Qingqing was beautiful enough to bring down cities, and she was pure without a single blemish. Her aura was deeply attractive to him. It was a pity that Yi Futian had gotten in his way twice, once on Sky Mountain and the other time at the college. Do you know why I brought you here? Yi Futian asked. A flicker of hesitation flashed across Du Ao's face before he asked, smiling. Why? It'll be easier to kill you without anyone following us, came the reply, before a burst of lightning exploded from under Yi Futian's feet. Yi Futian's body swayed to the wind and lightning around him, and shadows of his figure appeared in the sky. It was the thundering illusion step. In an instant, Du Ao felt an incredibly strong surge of noble will descend upon him. Within his mind, it was as if a starry sky had appeared and was pressing down upon him, covering his body and his spiritual will. He felt suffocated. A rumble was heard, and Du Ao's expression changed slightly. He didn't understand how Yi Futian's energy could be so powerful when he clearly hadn't reached the noble plane yet. In his mind, powerful flame intent was released. A dark figure appeared, covered in dark fire that consumed all and pushed back at the immense pressure. At the same time, a shadow of the dark flames appeared behind him. Upon the release of a spell, dark flame dragons writhed in the air towards Yi Futian. The divine destruction polearm whistled through the air with a shocking might. Yi Futian was using the 9 heavenly attacks. It was clear that Yi Futian was aiming for Du Ao's life by using the most powerful technique he had on hand. The flame dragons were reduced to nothing with one strike of the divine destruction polearm. Du Ao's face darkened, before a sage's flame scepter appeared in his hand. Holding the scepter out, endless dark flames began to gather before him and form a giant dark handprint. The handprint was filled with frightening dark flames and could incinerate in an instant if it were to hit someone. The divine destruction polearm was just about to land a strike again when Yi Futian spun in the air and dealt a second attack through the space. The rapid attacks rained down on the handprint, and it exploded. Du Ao's expression completely changed. Since when had Yi Futian become so strong? Back then, Yi Futian had been of a plane way lower than his. Du Ao gripped onto his scepter, and the shadow of the dark flames behind him seemed to solidify into a tangible mass. The dark flames spread rapidly and covered the surrounding space, almost like an invader preparing to massacre a city. At this moment, Yi Futian launched a third strike as he spun in the air. The distance between the two was great, and Du Ao laughed at the fact that Yi Futian was attacking from so far away. But then, he saw that the divine destruction polearm was rapidly increasing in size as it descended upon him like a polearm from heaven. No! Du Ao's face contorted in shock as the polearm struck down upon him. His flames may have been strong, but they would not be able to incinerate the polearm. His specialization in flame attacks was being countered squarely by the violence of Yi Futian's attack. Du Ao sent out one defensive spell decree after another. When the divine destruction polearm descended upon him, The spell decrees glowed with a brilliant light and blocked part of the attack. However, Dueo was still sent crashing to the floor by the impact. The ground trembled with the force of which Dueo had crashed into it, and Dueo's arm hung by his side broken. He spat mouthful after mouthful of blood. With his left arm, Dueo reached for the storage ring on his right hand. At the same time, he was retreating quickly, ready to admit defeat and pull out of the situation. However, Futian was planning to end everything right here and right now. Get lost! Dueo shouted, and frightening flames surrounded the crowd that was in his way. Someone was incinerated in an instant by the flames. However, enormous ancient vines curled towards Dueo from behind, and at the instant Dueo took out his spell decrees, the vines passed through the flames and stabbed through his arm, making him drop the spell decrees in his hand. In the next moment, his body was surrounded by the ancient vines, and they crept up the sky with him. Futian, who had been preparing to kill Dueo, was taken aback. It had not been him who had attacked Dueo, but a powerful figure from the dried-up path. Futian looked behind Dueo to see a copper-skinned young man in tattered clothing standing there, staring coldly at Dueo. I admit defeat. Dueo howled. I'm a disciple of the Sacred Fire sect. The young man paid him no attention. A sharp vine pierced straight into Dueo's heart, killing him in midair. Futian's expression changed. Dueo had died in the hands of a powerful figure from the dried-up path. Shifting his gaze, Futian saw the person who had been burned by Dueo's flames. He seemed to be dressed similarly to the young man. A woman had appeared by the person's side and a dazzling jade-green glow could be seen. The glow enveloped the body, as though healing it. Then powerful figures from the Sacred Fire sect rushed over. Their expressions upon seeing Dueo's body were ugly. Dueo had held great status within the Sacred Fire sect. He possessed outstanding abilities, but he had still died on the spot. In the sky, a flash of dark fire shot through the eyes of Xieji, who was from the Sacred Fire sect. The dark flames went straight for the young man who had killed Dueo. Xieji was the best of his generation in the Sacred Fire sect, and he was scarily powerful. The power of his will shot through his eyes, infused with the burning of silence flame intent. However, the young man looked up to meet his gaze without hesitation. Xieji's body began to burn with frightening flames, and the many-hued flames merged into dragons that charged towards the young man. But ancient vines appeared on the young man's body and curled towards Xieji as well. There were questioning looks on many people's faces at the young man using wood elemental spells to fight flames. Furthermore, those were no ordinary flames, but flames that came from Xieji. The flames started to burn on the ancient vines in an instant. However, the ancient vines remained intact and even became more frightening as they continued heading for Xieji, flames and all. Xieji took a step back, and his expression changed. Looking at the young man, he asked, "Which part of the southeastern region are you from?" "The Immortal Village," the young man replied calmly. "The party from the Immortal Village is here as well." The important figures who were on top of the sky stairwell, as well as a distance away from the battlefield, had noticed the developments here as well. Dueo of the Sacred Fire sect was probably the first top-notch powerful figure to have fallen in this chaotic battle. The Immortal Village was situated within the southeastern region of the barren state, where it was just a wasteland. They had no contact with the outside world and had never come to the Divine Road before. But this time, they too had arrived. "Seems like the undying old man is having a pretty satisfactory time," someone commented calmly. The undying old man was one of the higher-ranking individuals within the Barren Sky ranking. "Look at the girl," someone said, noticing that the woman who had been healing her companion had finished her work and stood up. She raised her head to look at everyone. Dressed in simple white clothing, she was extremely clean and unblemished. While she had seemed very plain before, upon closer inspection, her features were actually stunningly beautiful, and she seemed to have a mystical glow about her. "It's been rumored that the undying old man has had a successor. It could very well be this girl," someone from the Holy Ji Palace speculated. There was a new belle in the barren state now. The ritual implement that guy's using seems to be an extraordinary one, someone commented, looking at Futian. It should be the precious divine destruction polearm from the Jiaxing house. Someone replied, seeming to know everything about the barren state. That young man is probably the son from Divine Sky City we heard about in the rumors. Since he's Zhuge Mingyue's junior, he should be from the eastern region of the barren state. Chapter 544. Xieji's eyes gazed at the figure before him. He had heard of the immortal village before. With someone like the undying old man emerging from the place, it was near impossible for anyone not to have heard of the place. Xieji's eyes gazed at the figure before him. He had heard of the immortal village before. With someone like the undying old man emerging from the place, it was near impossible for anyone not to have heard of the place. What the undying old man was known for was to keep things immune from decay, be it living beings or dead objects. His old vines were something that not even fire would be able to do anything about. Dueo wanted to escape from the mess he was in and went about killing passers-by to do it, but he had not expected the one he had burned was someone from the immortal village, and ended up paying the price with his life for it. It was something that would have left many outside deep in thought. The war zone gathered many geniuses from all over the barren state, which meant that any carelessness could result in dire consequences. Dueo of the Sacred Fire sect would have probably been oblivious as to who killed him, even at the time of his death. Xieji turned his eyes to look at Futian. He conjured a flame on his palm and the space around him turned crazed in an instant. Streaks of black flames danced around Futian, which then turned into a fearsome dark lotus and went on to consume Futian. Futian frowned. So you think you can push me around instead? Futian then took hold of the polearm of divine destruction. Meteors gathered around him, yet the fearsome dark lotus coalesced inexhaustible fire spiritual chi, and brought with it horrifying damage potential. A globe of dark flames encased the space, and the meteors burned by the flames. It seemed that the flames left terrifying marks on every piece of the meteors before lashing out at Futian. The mighty ones from the Sacred Fire sect surrounded Futian, and all casted fire spells. He looked as if he was being locked inside a cage of fire for a moment. The ones from the Sacred Fire sect specialized in manipulating fires, and many of their fire spells had terrifying powers, and of course, remarkable damage potential. A pure golden palm struck Xieji at that very moment, blocking out quite a bit of space above it. Xieji flinched a little and then struck at the golden palm with his own palm. His was a palm in dark flames. He was thrown behind somewhat as it clashed with the golden palm. He spared a look at the wild figure that jumped him, Yuan Zhan of the Golden Great Apes. At the same time, Yi Shaoshi lashed out with the imperial vines. Golden lights shimmered as his attack lashed out at the mighty one from the Sacred Fire sect. Yu Wuchen, Yu Xing and the others made it there soon enough. Thousands of streams of sword aura whooshed about Yu Wuchen. As he pointed his finger before him, the sword auras congealed into a torrent, heading straight for Futian's assailants. Qinin, Xianyuan Beishan, Xia Wuji, Zui Qianqiu had also become grade 7 nobles at the moment. They arrived at the scene and began attacking, turning the place into a battlefield where both sides were of equal strength. The ones staying on the battlefield were reduced by the minute, and many turned to look at it. Futian fought his way out of the barricade and went heading for one specific person. He then lifted his staff and struck hard, forcing the mighty one from Sacred Fire sect to quickly back away. However, the golden vines around slithered past and blocked his escape, giving him no choice but to take the strike head-on. Boom! The polearm of divine destruction was brought down hard, and the one struck by it had his body sent flying right away. All his bones and meridians broken, and throwing up blood by the gallon. Yi Shaoshi's imperial vines made their way to several other mighty ones and entangled them before throwing them down. The following loud thumps spoke of the shock they suffered as they hit the ground. Xieji was being held back by Yuan Zhan, and the mighty ones from the Sacred Fire sect were quickly swept away, thrown out of the game. Xieji quickly retreated at the scene and looked very troubled. So everyone's out now? There was no one from the Sacred Fire sect left now but him. This Many looked at the fights taking place there and sported funny looks. The ones from the Sacred Fire sect had been bullying Yi Futian for quite a while, and no one would have expected the tables to turn like this. That overwhelming ape is probably that golden great ape from Mount Taixing then. The Sacred Fire sect suffered quite a humiliating defeat that time. Xieji kept retreating while looking gloomy. The odds were stacked entirely against the Sacred Fire sect, and they suffered terrible losses. Yi Futian and the rest did not pursue Xieji. The battlefield became more relaxed. The fighting that never ceased in the battlefield threw many out of the game in a very short time. Hua Jiyu kept tabs on Yi Futian's battlefield. She did not participate. There were the mighty ones from the Zhuge family by her side, and there was no need for her to fight. Nice ritual implement he had there, allowing someone only of Arcana plane like him to bring quite a lot of power to bear, and it seems to work well with his abilities. Zhuge Xing, who had been watching Yi Futian's battle, added, "However, the more he relies on the powers of that ritual implement, the more apparent the disadvantages of his low levels will become later on. The battle might allow the use of everything in one's disposal, but the ones after that, not so much. There is no certainty that he would be able to make it to the end and reach the Holy Ji Palace. Even if he was to be noticed by any of the mighty ones from the 1,000 Holy Islands, it'd still be difficult for him to match you." Since Hua Jieyu was brought to the Zhuge family by Zhuge Mingyu kept tabs on all who took care of Hua Jieyu. They even presented a great opportunity for her, and provided her with all sorts of resources to further her training. Hua Jieyu became a totally different person compared to when she first arrived at the Zhuge family. If she were to enter the Holy Ji Palace, her profession as the divine spiritual sorcerer alone would have been enough for her to be noticed by the ones from the palace. While Yi Futian sported extraordinary looks and talents, he would have still paled in comparison to the height of someone like Hua Jieyu, and that was something Zhuge Xing hoped Hua Jieyu would be able to comprehend. Flowery words and cunning statements might have had their uses for some time, but such trickery would have been deemed unpresentable in the world of cultivation. "What are you getting at?" Hua Jieyu looked at Zhuge Xing. Her eyes looked as bright as the smile she wore with, yet her expression was one that made Zhuge Xing feel distanced, completely different from the expressions she showed to Yi Futian. Zhuge Xing looked at the beautiful young lady by his side. The strands at her forehead swayed about in the air, which made her feel very friendly and approachable. While there was nothing anyone could have made out from his looks at the moment, he was struggling to keep his affection for her contained within. Someone like him would have no trouble getting his hands on beautiful women, yet some did feel different from the others. He had taken notice of her the very first time she came to the Zhuge family. She wore an aura of sorrow about her back then, and there was always a hint of sadness in her eyes, making anyone who saw wanting to embrace her. While he had not been spending much time with Hua Jieyu, as it was Zhuge Mingyu who had been spending time with her most of the time. But every time he saw her, his calm composure would always falter. As time went by, he came to understand that he was longing for her. "You might have been lovers, but maybe he is no longer the one for you now." Zhuge Xing stayed silent for a moment before answering the question, and did not bother masking what he intended to say. He believed that Hua Jieyu was able to understand what he meant. The smile on Hua Jieyu's face disappeared completely. She seemed to be reluctant to even spare a patronizing one for Zhuge Xing, despite him being a member of the Zhuge family. No one had any right to judge her relationship with Yi Futian, the boy whom she had been holding hands with near the lake back in Qingzhou. The one who had intruded the Nandu clan with a staff in his hand, and thumbed his nose at the emperor's will. Their relationship was not one she would allow Zhuge Xing to judge. There was nothing she could have done to stop Zhuge Xing from saying what he wanted to say, but at the very least, she could still make her own decisions. "Please try not to appear before me ever again." Hints of disgust came from Hua Jieyu's tone before she went to where Yi Futian was. Zhuge Xing's eyes were stunned as he watched the beautiful girl before him take off. While she said please, it did not sound like a polite request at all. Zhuge Xing's expressions looked bad as he saw Hua Jieyu making her way to Yi Futian. Is it really that wrong to even criticize him? Furthermore, he was saying that for her sake. The youths of the Zhuge family all looked funny before one said to Zhuge Xing, "We have nurtured and kept her around for more than 2 years, and still no chance of her making into the Zhuge family. What a pity!" They spared a look at Yi Futian plainly. Everyone loved beautiful things, but none of them hoped for much in the first place. Despite this, they still hoped that Zhuge Xing was able to get his hands on her and make her a woman of the Zhuge family. From the looks of things, however, the Zhuge family seemed to have nurtured a spiritual divine sorcerer, yet also handed a masterpiece to Yi Futian on a silver platter. Hua Jiayu took to the air, attracting the attention of many. Someone leaped over and got in her way, then burst the spiritual qi around him. All she did, however, was simply cast a cold glance at him. The person instantly felt as if his mind was torn off his body. The spiritual qi that he had control of was torn right there, and then as if his body was entirely controlled by her. Hua Jiayu had always been a full attribute spiritual type sorcerer, and possessed powerful spiritual abilities. Her powers grew to fearsome levels after turning into a spiritual divine sorcerer. Vines went on to encase the body of that person, holding him tight, rendering him caught. Lightning followed, and with a loud crack, and the bolt fell hard onto the person's body, making him tremble all over before falling below, having seizures all over. Hua Jiayu did not spare any more time on that person and kept going forward instead. Many who wanted to make a move on her held themselves back. The girl seemed to be a little too powerful. At the sky stairwell, many elders from the Holy Ji Palace nodded in approval of her actions. Someone said softly, "Spiritual divine sorcerers were known as the ultimate sorcerer for their ability to suppress all other types of sorcerers. Even those of higher planes would fall before them, activating spells with a single thought, and a full attribute one. She is something indeed." Someone nodded at the side. The spiritual divine sorcerer nurtured by the Zhuge family was definitely one to enter the very core island of the Holy Ji Palace, and it was feared that many would fight for her. Hua Jiayu made it to Yi Futian's side under everyone's gaze. Gentleness was seen in Yi Futian's eyes as he noticed her. He said, "I had no idea my girl would be someone this powerful. That is all thanks to elder sister," Hua Jiayu said gently, with hints of gratitude in her voice. "Second sister is indeed a good one." Yi Futian smiled. "Yeah." Hua Jiayu nodded. Her eyes were fixed on Yi Futian. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Yi Futian rubbed his face without realizing it, seeing as how Hua Jiayu kept looking at him smiling. "That's because you're nice to look at." Hua Jiayu smiled brightly and held out her hand. "I haven't seen that face for quite a while after all." Yi Futian grinned and took her hand. "You'll have plenty of time to look at it in the days that follow." "Yeah." Hua Jiayu nodded as she smiled. "Nothing to do with me." Yuxing walked away sulking. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.